I ascend to the throne of God with arcane magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Storm and Siren. The waves are rippling, and the sun is shining. The mermaid has set sail, and has been sailing south for 2 days. Under the north wind, the merchant ship is moving forward at a fast speed. Standing on the deck, Lisi can feel that the sea breeze on his face has become much warmer. Because the route to the kingdom of Bertich has not been fully developed, all the merchant ships and sailors in Ward City do not have much experience in deep sea sailing, so the mermaid mainly moves south not far from the coast. Occasionally, land can be vaguely seen on the distant skyline. However, most of the areas within sight are uninhabited wilderness, basically without human habitation, and are paradises for various magical beasts and extraordinary creatures. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the mermaid will not choose to dock. Helen, who has been in the cabin for 2 days, couldn't help but follow Lisi to the deck carefully to relax. Looking at Helen's appearance, Lisi already had a rough guess in his mind. Maybe Helen had arrived in Ward City on a merchant ship before, but looking at her somewhat frightened look, it should not be a good experience. Lisi did not choose to ask Helen. Time would smooth out all the pain, until Helen came out of the pain, and took the initiative to choose to be honest with Lisi. During the journey of the past few days, although Lisi did not take the initiative to talk to others, he also roughly understood the main characters on the mermaid. Captain Lauren naturally needs no introduction. He is the most trusted person of the Milne Chamber of Commerce. He used to be the chief guard of the Milne Chamber of Commerce caravan. He is very powerful. He has followed the Milne caravan across the Loshu Mountains to the Kingdom of Fez many times. Naturally, he has a lot of understanding of the situation in other countries. The first mate is a serious looking man. He is tall and thin, with pale skin. He is a genuine Dylan. It is said that he has been to the Kingdom of Fez and the Kingdom of Bertich, and has had some sea sailing experience. The last voyage to the Kingdom of Bertich, this first mate played a very important role. He is the most experienced and skilled person in sea sailing skills and experience among the entire crew of the mermaid. This also proves the value of the Milne Chamber of Commerce hiring him at a high salary. Second mate Naveen is a smiling old man. He heard from Mance that the former second mate died unexpectedly during the last voyage. This is a new coma specially arranged by Milne Chamber of Commerce. No one knows what he did before, but he is kind and humbly asks others for advice. He quickly mixes well on the ship. Third mate Mance is the one Lisi met on the first day on the ship. He is very enthusiastic, especially after a little discussion with Lisi on the first night. His attitude became even friendlier. He used to be a mercenary. He chose to join the mermaid during the last voyage. In his words, his life in the kingdom of Dylan was too boring before, and the endless secrets of the sea fascinated him. In addition, there are many low-level sailors on the ship, and carpenters, doctors, cooks, etc. are also equipped. It is considered a very luxurious merchant ship. If there is no sea breeze, some sailors are needed to paddle forward, so there are quite a few sailors on the whole ship. There are naturally more advanced magic ships in the Jaia world. Such ships can even operate normally with only a few people, but that is not what Ward City and Dylan Kingdom can access now. Before the promotion of self-charging magic pattern, such ships consume too much magic power. Unless there is a legendary wizard who can open and fix the space channel leading to the 4 elemental planes on the ship to obtain the required magic power. Otherwise, simply relying on absorbing magic power from all around cannot meet the consumption of the magic ship. There are not many mercenaries on the mermaid. After the last voyage, Captain Lauren determined that most low-level mercenaries did not play any role, but would consume a lot of supplies. It would be more practical to bring more sailors. In addition to several silver level and bronze level high-level mercenaries headed by Charles, Captain Lauren did not hire other mercenaries. There is a special existence, that is, the mercenary Ivor. Mance said that Ivor was the local mercenary hired by the captain in Danaport. He had rich experience in sea voyages. He was also a believer of the Lord of Storms, and had some simple, but practical special abilities. Lisi looked at the short figure sitting on the bow not far away. He was hazily shrouded in a holy and majestic aura. He was not a priest of the Lord of Storms, but he had the aura of the Lord of Storms' divine power. It seemed that Ivor had special abilities, which should be a special divine art, but the power was a little weak. At the railing on one side, Charles and some people were chatting and farting with the resting sailors. Lisi heard it very clearly. They were not talking about the good wine in a certain place or the strong beauties in a certain family. In addition, there were some meaningless boasts about his past adventures. But the crew and sailors liked to listen to it very much. After all, the experience of sailing on the sea was too boring, so they could only find some fun in this way. Charles would avoid Lisi at first, but later he found that Lisi didn't do anything to him. He was just scaring himself before, but then he relaxed and occasionally said hello to Lisi. Lisi's life has been quite regular these 2 days. He has long been familiar with the dullness of sailing at sea and makes full use of every bit of time. He meditates to conceive new arcane models and walks out to stretch his muscles when he is tired and eats manse by the way. It can only be said that this former mercenary, now the third mate, is indeed a representative of repeated defeats and repeated defeats. He looks happy every day with a bruised face. If it weren't for his strength improving every day, Lisi would have thought he was a masochist. Lisi and the third mate did not avoid the crowd when they sparred, but on the deck right in front of the ship. Every time they sparred, there were many people watching. Watching the stern third mate being beaten was a very interesting change for the sailors. The captain and other boatswains also watched the two sparring from time to time. While watching the fun, their respect for Lisi became more and more profound. Especially among the mercenaries who value strength, they all believe that Lisi is the strongest on the ship. At the same time, they can't help but wonder, how could this big man who may have gold level strength take a child on a boat to the kingdom of Birditch? Refuge? A noble who fled during the turmoil in Bingfeng City? It's no wonder they think so. Lisi's temperament does not look like an ordinary mercenary, and Helen is a delicate and cute little girl wearing a princess dress. These make them move closer to the nobles. Just when most people on the ship were taking a walk, Ivor, who was sitting on the bow, suddenly stood up and shouted to Captain Lauren, who was determining the course on the deck, "The storm is coming, hurry up." Storm. Many sailors who boarded the ship for the first time were a little confused, looking up at the huge sun and the cloudless sky above their heads. It doesn't look like there will be a storm at all. But Lauren, Mance and others were not careless. They immediately organized people to lower the sails and use ropes to fix the boxes and other objects on the deck. On the way back from Danaport, Ivor's performance has verified the truth of his premonition, and no one will question his prediction anymore. Lisi was not surprised. It was not surprising that a guy with the power of the Lord of Storms could predict the storm. Seeing that he didn't need to help on the deck, Lisi avoided the busy sailors and returned to the cabin. The weather on the sea is always unpredictable, especially the strong winds and rainstorms, as well as the huge waves. This is a test that all ships on the sea need to face. The busy sailors suddenly found that a gloomy black appeared in the sky far to the south, and it quickly moved towards the direction of the mermaid. Everyone accelerated their actions, and the experienced old man led the newcomers to do the reinforcement work, trying to make the ship safer in the storm. Now it is on the sea. If the ship sinks in the storm, there may be few people who can survive. Lisi took Helen back to the cabin. Helen was a little scared, and her face was pale. "What's wrong?" Lisi looked at Helen's ugly face. "Nothing." Helen recalled the pirate ship she was on before, which also sank in the same storm. Helen never wanted to experience the feeling of sinking in the cold and dark sea water again. Lisi looked at Helen's tightly clenched little hands, thought about it, and pressed his right hand on Helen's white forehead. Zero ring trick, resistance improvement. A faint white light enveloped Helen's body, and her tense little face relaxed a little. This is a spell that can improve Helen's basic resistance, and it can also simply relieve Helen's tense spirit. To be honest, the priest's skills are the best in this situation. For example, Blessing and Cloak of Courage can well relieve Helen's current situation. But Lisi can't. Although Lisi can learn the skills of a priest, he doesn't even have a priest's skill now. This is also because the priest's skills are not a high priority for him. If you want to learn priest skills, the easiest way is to join the Church of the Gods and offer faith to the gods. But that would take a lot of time and energy for EC. In the previous life, priest players needed to pass a 3-month test before they could officially inherit the divine arts. However, compared with players who chose other professions, the resources obtained by joining the Church of the Gods were richer and more stable, and they could quickly make up for the gap in the early stage. Although they didn't know how the gods determined whether their faith was pass after passing the test. Instead of wasting time like that, Lisi was going to find the lost great saint church hidden under the yellow sand by Azus, the god of fantasy and knowledge. The records of divine arts there were quite comprehensive, and the divine arts information recorded there were all engraved on special stone tablets, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by others in advance. Soon, the crackling sound of rain fell on the wooden boards of the hull, and the dense sound of rain, wind, and waves covered up the existence of everything else. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the beautiful weather not long ago seemed to be illusory. The sky was gloomy, and seemed to collapse. The huge waves had already touched the small window of Lisi's cabin. The salty sea water poured in through the gap of the window and wet the quilt on the bed. The mermaid also rose, and fell with the huge waves. It was really uncomfortable to fall from the top of the wave to the bottom of the valley. It was so shaky that it couldn't stand steadily. However, it could be felt that there was no big problem with the mermaid. The experienced Lisi soon noticed that the ship was following the momentum of the huge waves to dissipate the impact, instead of resisting the storm and huge waves. At the same time, the entire hull was covered with a layer of light blue light, which invisibly dissipated a lot of the force of the huge waves. This should be the ability of Ivor. I didn't expect him to be able to do this. People with this ability are all popular in the sea. How could they be hired by the mermaid? Lisi stood in the cabin. Although the hull was bumpy, his body remained relatively still with the cabin. It can be seen that Lisi's body muscles are adjusting with the changes in different directions of the hull. This is also a kind of exercise, to exercise the control of the body. As for Helen, Lisi cast the floating technique on her, so she would be fine as long as she held onto the bed tightly. The storm on the sea came quickly and went away quickly. The whole storm lasted only an hour and then left in a hurry. The dark clouds had gone away and the whole sky had returned to its beautiful blue. Helen had fallen asleep tiredly and Lisi walked onto the deck after closing the door. The soaked sailors were cleaning up the mess on the deck while Lauren and Mance were discussing something. Everyone was excited, and successfully surviving the storm was also a small achievement in their eyes. Guys, hurry up and clean up. We'll grill fish and drink tonight. Captain Lauren shouted to the sailors, saying that they always needed to relax after hard work. There was no better pastime than good wine at this time. Okay, Captain, you are wise. The sailors heard this and moved their hands faster. Lauren turned around, saw Lisi's figure, and walked over with a smile. Just as he was about to say hello to Lisi, Lauren's raised right hand suddenly froze in midair. A dreamy and beautiful heavenly song came from nowhere, covering the entire mermaid. Lauren's face showed a trace of yearning and struggle, and the same situation appeared on the other people on the deck. You are affected by the effect of Siren's Charming Song of Siren, LV67. Siren's Charming Song. Siren's song has a strong ability to confuse. Within the range of its song, creatures must pass the will test, otherwise they will be affected by the charm spell cast by the siren level. You accept the consciousness judgment of Siren's Charming Song. Judging your expertise, Blessing of the Sticks, effect is triggered. Soul hardening state, unconditional exemption of one will test, takes effect. You exempted the consciousness judgment of Siren's Charming Song. Siren? Lisi just felt slightly dizzy and then recovered. Looking at the people around him who were intoxicated, it seemed that the silver level Lauren and Mance were still resisting the effect of the siren song, while the sailors and mercenaries with lower strength had no power to resist, and slowly walked towards the side of the ship. If I wasn't here, this would be a direct annihilation rhythm. Lisi took out the emerald staff and gently smashed it on the deck. 6-ring spell, group human immobilization. Chapter 302, The Island in the Mirage. The white light generated by the group human immobilization spell spread from the staff in Lisi's hand and enveloped the entire mermaid. Except for Lisi, everyone else had a special white light on their bodies, as if they had suddenly become wooden men and were frozen in place. Needless to say, those ordinary sailors, who were unable to resist the siren's singing, were slowly moving their feet in the direction where the singing came from. Even after being controlled by the immobilization spell, they still had ferocious expressions and struggled to break free and continue moving forward. It was as if there was something extremely tempting ahead. The silver level sailors and mercenaries were not immune to the influence of Lisi's spell, but they did not need to expend their minds to control their bodies, so they could resist the siren's singing with all their heart and soul. In addition to Lisi, only the mercenary Ivor from the Birdage Kingdom seemed to be unaffected by the siren's singing. He was also controlled by the immobilization spell on the bow, but he was very experienced and immediately realized that this was not the effect of the enemy's spell, but to prevent the crew from being lured by the sirens to jump off the ship. So he didn't resist at all, but instead made a look at Lisi. Lisi nodded at him, then used the flying skill to attach to himself and flew in the direction where the singing came from. The singing of the siren is equivalent to a large-scale control skill. It is meaningless for Lisi to help a few people get rid of the control. Lisi has not learned the skills of the priest and does not have the ability to release the control on a large scale and improve the mental resistance of his companions. To be honest, Lisi didn't think so when he was alone, but now he thinks that the skills of the priest are still quite practical. Lisi is still ready to solve this emergency first, otherwise he can't drive the mermaid alone. Siren is a very special kind of extraordinary creatures. They only live in the sea and use their beautiful singing like the sound of nature to seduce passing creatures and become their food. They are one of the extraordinary creatures that ships and sailors least want to face. Because their singing is charming, and the transmission distance is very long, and it appears very suddenly. If they don't prepare in advance, as long as they don't pass the consciousness judgment, they can declare the death of the sailors. Siren is also called sea monster and banshee. They are extraordinary creatures with human faces, and bad bodies or half human and half fish. The difference from the bird-like banshees is that the sirens are beautiful and graceful, which is more in line with human aesthetics. Although their methods are more sinister and deadly. However, the sirens also have weaknesses, that is, apart from singing, they have no other special extraordinary abilities. As long as they can withstand their singing, they are like fish on the chopping board in front of opponents of the same level. Lisi didn't fly for long before he found his target. On a reef not far from the shore, there were several beautiful girls laying. If their bodies from the abdomen down were not all fish bodies, their pretty appearance might make people who saw them think that they were several noble girls in distress. The wet light blue long hair was draped in front of them, and there was no other cover, generously showing their beauty. They sang loudly and noticed the figure of Lisi in the sky, but they did not show any fear, but raised their heads and looked at Lisi in surprise. They stretched out their hands to the sky, and the charm contained in the singing was much stronger. Even though Lisi had already passed the consciousness judgment and was immune to the charm effect, listening to the sirens singing at such a close distance still made his brain feel a little drowsy for the first time in a long time. What a kind hospitality, but unfortunately I'm in a hurry now. Lisi looked at the beautiful girls staring at him below and said helplessly. To be honest, the singing of the sirens quite interested Lisi. The several sirens in front of him were only at the silver level, but when they sang in chorus, the charm ability in their singing was comprehensively improved, reaching the power of LV67. If hundreds of sirens sang together, I don't know what the effect would be. If Lisi had a floating city now, he might have to catch a few and raise them for a search. Teacher Stevens's magic tower was connected to a demi-plane. That was the teacher's territory, where many precious species that the teacher caught and studied lived. There was even a pair of red dragons. It seemed that they found that their singing had no effect, and the sirens finally showed a trace of panic on their faces. They stopped singing and dived into the water like swimming fish and were about to leave. Hey, why are you running? A deep blue light flashed on the jade staff held by Lisi. 6 ring arcane, Thunder Realm. Countless thick thunderbolts fell directly from midair into the sea, and the blue-white thunderbolts quickly spread in the sea water. The speed of thunderbolts is much faster than that of sirens. Countless sea fish that were stunned by electricity emerged from under the sea surface, floating with the ups and downs of the waves. After a while, the sirens who had just escaped also floated up with their eyes rolled up, but it seemed that they were only stunned temporarily. After all, the power of the sixth ring arcane was dispersed a lot by the sea, and the remaining power was not enough to directly kill these sirens. Lee Si controlled his body to fall down, and controlled the water element to directly freeze the largest siren among them, and put it into the space ring. Lee Si drew his sword, and killed the remaining sirens without hesitation. The blood of the sirens dyed the sea red, but because of Lee Si's spell, this place has temporarily become a dead zone. Carefully manipulating the long sword, he took out the vocal cords of the remaining 4 sirens. You killed the shallow sea siren, LV51. You gained 210,000 experience points. You killed the shallow sea siren, LV52. You gained 220,000 experience points. There were 5 sirens in total, and Lee Si gained more than 1 million experience points. The strength of the sirens was just so-so, and they were nothing in front of the strong, so the experience points were relatively small. After Lee Si finished cleaning up, he went straight back to the mermaid. The sirens had been dealt with by Lee Si, and the singing had naturally stopped long ago. Everyone on the ship, including the captain, woke up, but their bodies were still under the effect of group human immobilization, and they could only wait for Lee Si to come back. When Lee Si landed on the deck, he looked at the anxious expressions of the crew around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He put away the staff, and waved his right hand. The white light on everyone's body flashed away, and many people staggered, and almost fell on the deck. Mr. Lee Si, what was that just now? Captain Lauren asked, using the honorific. At this moment, his mood was like a roller coaster, experiencing great sorrow and joy. It is true that with his strength, he could withstand the song of the siren, but in the process of getting rid of control, he no longer had the energy to help other crew members. He didn't want to be a commander without troops. Looking at Lee Si's appearance, he should have gone to solve the source of the strange song. This made him thank himself for agreeing to let Lee Si take the boat that day. It was so wise. Most of the people on the boat had just woken up, touching their heads and wondering what had happened. It's the sirens, a supernatural creature whose songs can seduce passing sailors. Lee Si nodded and then asked, did you encounter these monsters when you came back last time? Lauren immediately shook his head and said affirmatively, no, if we did, we might have been wiped out long ago. That won't happen. After all, you invited that Ivor when you came back, and he also has the ability to save the situation. Next time you go to Danaport, go to the local church of the gods and ask the priest to bless your ship with the gods. Although it is more expensive, it is enough to save your life for you who don't have much experience. If you encounter the sirens again, at least you can plug your ears. Lee Si reminded casually, and then walked into the cabin to confirm Helen's situation. Everyone on the deck looked at each other, full of gratitude for surviving the disaster. Fortunately, Mr. Lee Si is with us, otherwise this little life will be explained here. By the way, is Mr. Lee Si a powerful wizard? Why is he dressed as an ordinary mercenary? Captain Lauren was directing the crew to continue cleaning and repairing the damage caused by the storm, while thinking in his mind. This Mr. Lee Si seemed to be very familiar with the kingdom of Birditch, and had considerable experience in sea navigation. He naturally knew the name of Siren. When their ship first arrived at Danaport, he spent a lot of gold coins to buy a summary of sea information from the local mercenary union. Every night, he hung out in the tavern and learned a lot of secrets on the sea from the sailors and crew. He had naturally heard of Siren, but this was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary creature. It was really hard to guard against. Similarly, the strength shown by Lee Si also frightened him a little, especially the mysterious feeling that made him a little afraid. But it seemed that this person should have no idea about himself and the merchant ship, which was also a good thing. With this person, I think the subsequent journey will be much smoother. The longer they sailed on the sea, the more deeply Lauren feared the sea. Come on, hurry up, don't you want a banquet and wine? Hearing the captain's call, everyone's hands and feet became much more agile. Lee Si walked into his cabin and saw Helen still sleeping peacefully in the bed. It seems that the magic pattern he arranged was quite effective, blocking the sirens singing from entering. Lee Si was ready to sit down and continue his previous arcane research. Recently, he has been studying the space analysis notes given to him by teacher Stevens and wants to record all the magic patterns in it as much as possible. But this is too tiring, and he often runs out of mental energy in the process of memorizing the space magic patterns. Lee Si's current environment is not very safe, so Lee Si is just constantly sketching the corresponding magic patterns in his mind and familiarizing himself with these powerful magic patterns and magic pattern arrays through a lot of practice. Knock knock, someone knocked on the door. Lee Si frowned, glanced at Helen who was still sleeping, opened the door and walked out. Standing outside the door was Ivor, who was quietly looking at Lee Si. It felt a little creepy. How could it be him? Lee Si didn't expect that Ivor had been alone on the ship, staying at the bow, when he had nothing to do, and rarely chatting with others. In the past few days before departure, Lee Si didn't even say a word to him. Lee Si closed the door and said to Ivor, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Ivor nodded and asked in a respectful tone, "Mr. Lee Si, I want to ask you something. Do you know about mirages?" "Mirage?" Lee Si glanced at Ivor in front of him and said calmly, "It's just a rare phenomenon. I think, Ivor, you should know very well." "Why do you ask?" "In the Jaia world, there is also a mirage phenomenon, and the principle is roughly the same as the world of Lee Si's previous life. Of course, there are special circumstances." Looking at Ivor, it seems that he has encountered a special mirage. Ivor hesitated for a moment. He was hesitating whether to tell the truth to Lee Si. This secret has been hidden in his heart for a long time. He has been collecting relevant information in his adventurous life over the years, but he has gained little. Lee Si is the strongest wizard he has ever come into contact with, and it seems that he is not the same as those cunning and tyrannical wizards. In the absence of other hopes, he could only pin his hopes on his heart. This was related to his special abilities. If he let it go, he felt that he would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, as long as he kept the final secret, his safety should be guaranteed. After a long silence, Ivor nodded and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lee Si. Actually, it has something to do with a special experience I had before. It was one day 2 or 3 years ago. I was sailing on the Pearl Sea on a merchant ship, preparing to go to Danaport. We encountered a very terrible storm. The waves were more than 30 meters high, and the merchant ship sank quickly. In desperation, I grabbed a wooden board and barely survived. After the storm passed, I saw a small island." Lee Si listened quietly. He noticed that, although Ivor's eyes were looking at him, they were also distracted and lifeless, obviously immersed in memories. Ivor murmured to himself, "That island is so beautiful, with a rainbow bridge hanging on the top of the island, white sandy beaches, emerald green fruit trees full of fruits all over the island, and sparkling fairies playing in the sun and streams. I thought it was a mirage, but I really landed on that island. It was simply a miracle. The fruit was the sweetest I have ever tasted, and the stream water was the clearest and sweetest. I walked deep into the island, and a blue palace appeared in front of me. I found that the clear stream water was flowing out of the palace. I was about to enter the palace, but suddenly I fainted. When I woke up, I was still floating on the sea holding onto the wooden board. The island is gone, but I can be sure that everything is not fake." Ivor woke up from his memories and looked up at Lee Si. "Mr. Lee Si, you are a knowledgeable wizard. Do you know how to get on that island again?" Chapter 303, The Remains of the Fallen Gods. Outside the cabin, Lee Si and Ivor stood in a narrow corridor and were silent for a moment. Ivor looked at Lee Si seriously. This was the first time he shared such an important secret with others. If it weren't for the power that Lee Si showed when he controlled everyone on the ship just now, and his familiarity with the sea, he wouldn't have told him the truth. For Ivor, the island was not only where he lived, but also the source of his special ability. In the past few years, Ivor had done well in Danaport with this ability, and was therefore hired by Captain Lauren. He wanted to go back to the island all the time. He was much stronger than he was that time. If he entered the palace again, maybe he could get more powerful power. This was also the reason why Ivor didn't leave Danaport. Later, he sometimes went to that sea area privately and sometimes followed other ships passing by, but he didn't find the island again. After trying every possible way, Ivor finally realized the insufficiency of his own ability and thought of seeking help from others. However, Ivor didn't dare to go to the big forces in Danaport. He knew that with his strength, he would most likely be eaten up by those big forces. The best case scenario was that he would get a very small part of the reward from those people. Therefore, he could only rely on the help of outsiders. Ivor accepted the employment of the mermaid, not without consideration in this regard. But after meeting Lisi, he made up his mind. The most important thing is that the goods on the mermaid are worth a lot of money. When no one on the whole ship could resist him, Lisi had no other ideas at all, but easily solved those tricky sirens. What Lisi did make Ivor feel more at ease. That's why Ivor was so anxious to come here first. Lisi heard this and was silent for a moment. He was not hesitating whether to accept this request, but was recalling whether there was such a plot in his previous life. After a moment of silence, and after making sure that there was no similar impression, Lisi continued to ask, "Are you sure that it was the island in the mirage? Isn't there something wrong with your memory?" Facing Lisi's question, Ivor shook his head affirmatively and said, "No, that was too real. I got special abilities on that island. There were some abilities similar to the magic of the sea gods. I don't know what they are, but I definitely didn't master them before that. For example, predicting the weather, breathing underwater, controlling water flow, etc." In order to gain Lisi's trust, Ivor did not hide anything, and even briefly introduced his abilities. Because of this ability, I can clearly remember the location. When I woke up, I searched that sea area afterwards, and checked the sea chart. There was no island in the sea at all. Is that so? Lisi thought about it. The situation Ivor encountered was a bit mysterious. Judging from his appearance, it should be his real experience. If that's the case, the island in the mirage, Lisi would rather believe that this exists somewhere in a different plane or dimension gap, not in the Hag world, nor is it a mirage. Just like the ruins of Zuling Town and the Temple of the Sphinx. Are there no other information besides this? If that's all, it's basically hard to make any progress. Lisi shook his head and said, not hiding his interest. Ivor was silent for a while, and then said, "Although I have never seen the island again, I'm sure it is there. Every time I pass by there, my body feels something, as if something is calling me." This is also the reason why Ivor firmly believes that finding the island will enhance his special abilities. Oh. Lisi is more interested now. There is this situation. This time the authenticity of the information is greatly improved. Lisi had noticed the peculiarity of Ivor before, that is the divine power from the Lord of Storms. Could it be that the mysterious island is a relic of the Lord of Storms? To be honest, if it is really the relic of that person, Lisi is not very interested. The gods who are still sitting on the throne of the gods in the sky are not necessarily less dangerous than the ruins of fallen gods. The most important thing is that, if it is really the work of the Lord of Storms, then that place must still be under the eyes of the gods, and can be easily noticed by the Lord of Storms. That is not what Lisi wants. When Lisi was thinking, he suddenly found a bright spot. If the island belongs to the Lord of Storms, why can Ivor still stand here? Lisi can feel the breath of the Lord of Storms from him. How can those people in the Church of Storms not feel it? Even if the Lord of Storms is not there, Ivor, a little ant, has entered his courtyard. Will those servants of God not care? You know, port cities are places where those churches of gods related to the priesthood and the ocean are striving for. There is a church of the Church of Storms in Danaport. Could it be that what I felt from Ivor was a faint breath of the priesthood of Storm? So I guessed it was the Lord of Storms. The field of Storm priesthood is currently only mastered by the Lord of Storms. From the name of this god, it can be seen that this is his core priesthood. As a being close to powerful divine power, the power of the Lord of Storms is beyond doubt. Any god who dares to touch the priesthood of Storm is the mortal enemy of the Lord of Storms. More than one god has fallen in his hands. Could it be that the island is not the relic of the Lord of Storms, but the relic of a god who once mastered the priesthood of Storm? This is not impossible. When Lee Si was a player in his previous life, he could only rely on the system panel to explore external information, but now Lee Si can explore through the sharp perception of the mage. Otherwise, even if the player breaks through the gold level, it is impossible to feel the breath of the god so clearly. If this is the case, then the temptation is great. I see. I'm still not sure about the island, but it may not exist in this world. It could be in another plane, or in a plane fragment. It may require some special conditions to find it, such as a storm or a rainbow. Where is that sea area? Facing Lee Si's inquiry, Ivan nodded and said, it's on the route to Danaport this time. I'll let you know when the time comes. Seeing Lee Si's confident look, Ivar also had confidence for some reason. It seemed that he could land on the island in his dream this time. Ivar bowed slightly and left the isle. Lee Si stood there for a while, smiled slightly, and returned to his cabin. Because today's experience was really thrilling, Captain Lauren simply asked the first mate to arrange not to set off today and stay here. After dropping the anchor, Lauren asked the sailors to move out several barrels of fine wine, pickled meat, bread and vegetables, plus fresh sea fish caught from the sea. A sumptuous banquet was ready. It was already dark, and the torches lit up the deck of the ship quite brightly. The sea was calm at night, and there was no sense of terror that was rampant during the day. Lee Si and Helen also walked out of the cabin, looking at the bustling scene in front of them, and felt quite warm. The sailors and mercenaries drank the wine in big gulps, completely forgetting the thrill of life and death during the day, and even boasting loudly about their bravery in fighting the storm. Lee Si even saw Charles standing on the side of the ship, holding a cup, and boasting to ordinary sailors about his heroic moments in fighting the sirens, winning everyone's praise. However, Lee Si knew very well that when the sirens attacked during the day, Lee Si could clearly feel that he was sleeping soundly in the cabin. Helen, who was on the side, hid behind Lee Si at first, but later she mustered up the courage to stand up. This was different from the sailors she had met before. The enthusiasm and kindness made Helen feel a different atmosphere. The grilled fish in her hand was also very fragrant, although it was not as delicious as the pastries that Lord Lee Si had made. Helen, whose mouth was full of black food, thought so. Lee Si also held a wooden wine glass filled with beer. Many people came to Lee Si, toasted respectfully and expressed their gratitude for his life-saving grace. Lee Si did not pretend to be aloof, but drank the wine in the glass happily. The beer carried on the ship, let alone compared with the grapes collected in the Kane family mansion, even the cold beer was far more refreshing and mellow. But at this time, as long as there is alcohol, the crew can use temporary drunkenness to paralyze the brain, temporarily forget the danger and boredom of the sea, and gain temporary peace of mind. Mr. Lee Si, Captain Lauren and second mate Naveen came over, clinked glasses with Lee Si, and said with a little respect, "Why, what's the matter?" Lee Si said indifferently. Although he had drunk a lot of beer just now, this little alcohol was not enough to make Lee Si, who had the physical fitness of a silver warrior, drunk. The stronger the body, the more Lee Si can understand the thoughts of those dwarves who love strong liquor very much. I discussed today's matter with Naveen, and I want to express my gratitude to you, Lauren said sincerely with a slightly red face. Yes. Naveen took over the conversation, nodded and said, maybe we were a little careless during the previous voyage. I really didn't expect the sea to be so dangerous. If it weren't for you, the siren alone might have wiped out our entire army. Lee Si nodded and said nothing. The combination of these two people is interesting. It seems that Naveen, who has just boarded the ship, seems to be of a status not inferior to Captain Lauren. He should be an important figure in the Milne Chamber of Commerce. So, we hope to get your help. Lauren said seriously, we are willing to offer a reward of 1,000 gold coins and hope that you can protect the mermaid and everyone on the ship during the subsequent journey. Silver level mission, guard the mermaid. Task requirements, protect the merchant ship, mermaid, to successfully arrive at the Dana port of the Birdage Kingdom and try to avoid casualties of the crew. Task rewards, experience value reward 50W, adjusted according to the completion of the task. Specialty, navigator, 1000 gold coins. If it is just a silver level escort task, this reward is already very good, not to mention the specialty and experience value rewards given by the system. Giving a generous reward is the decision made by Lauren and Naveen. Today's experience made the two of them truly realize the dangers on the sea, which are simply impossible to guard against. The same route, they were able to reach Tanner Port last time, but this time they almost perished here. It is naturally the most appropriate thing to have a powerful mage accompanying them. Of course, the two can also pretend not to know. Judging from Lee Si's performance today, he will also take action when the ship is in danger. But the two dare not gamble, nor do they want to gamble. Anyway, these are all the expenses that must be spent on long voyages, and the Chamber of Commerce can naturally understand them. Why should the two save money for the Chamber of Commerce? Your own life is the most important. From the previous situation, Mr. Lee Si is a strong man, so he should care about his credit, right? Okay, no problem. This is a reward that comes to his door, and Lee Si will naturally accept it with a smile. And judging from the difficulty of the task, it should not be a threat to Lee Si. Lauren and Naveen looked at each other and saw the ease in each other's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Lee Si. You are such a powerful and respectable wizard. Lauren and Naveen said with a smile, and drank the beer in the cup together. This is my gift. Please accept it. Naveen took out a beautifully decorated glass bottle from the storage ring and handed it to Lee Si with both hands. This is. Lee Si took it casually and felt a slight chill in his hand. This is ice wine produced from East Manor. Quite good. I hope you like it. Ice wine, or ice wine from East Manor. Lee Si, who had been a financial affairs officer for a period of time and often went to the top social occasions in the Kingdom of Dylan, naturally knew the preciousness and rarity of this bottle of wine. This bottle of wine alone is worth 200 gold coins. This Naveen is really not simple. Lee Si took the bottle of wine and nodded with a smile. Naveen was slightly happy when he saw that Lee Si did not refuse. Although this is his treasure, isn't it for use at this time? As long as this mysterious wizard is a little more pleasing to his eyes, if something really happens in the future, the probability of taking him away is not much greater. If he didn't understand the principle of too much is as bad as too little, Naveen would have wanted to give half of his property to Lee Si. Originally, he just wanted to come here, to follow the ship, to familiarize himself with the route, and by the way, he would leave by himself. Who would have thought that the sea would be so dangerous? It's terrible. Lauren smiled and drank the beer, and didn't seem to see everything happening in front of him. Seeing that the pie was over, Lauren smiled and said, "We have another request, Lord Lee Si." You say. Lee Si was in a good mood. After all, even if the storage ring brother had more gold coins, who would refuse the gold coins delivered to the door? I wonder if you got the magic materials from the sirens you killed today. If possible, I would like to buy you magic props made of those materials. They should be able to resist the siren songs to a certain extent, right? Making magic props. It seems worth a try. Lee Si touched his chin and pondered after being reminded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Drunk Helen. Why do you suddenly want this? Lee Si looked at Captain Lauren and asked curiously. There is nothing valuable in the siren's magical materials, only the vocal cords are relatively valuable. In addition, Lee Si threw away all the meat of the siren. Although Lee Si is very interested in food, and seems to be curious about the meat of Warcraft and extraordinary creatures, he refuses to eat any humanoid creatures. For example, sirens, goblins, centaurs. Although there are real warriors in this world who dare to try, Lee Si still can't accept it. I heard that magic props or equipment made of magic materials from extraordinary creatures have a certain resistance to the abilities of these extraordinary creatures themselves. Although you said that the blessing of the Church of the Gods has a certain effect, we still want to get this kind of magic props. You should have collected the materials of the siren, and you are a wizard, so you should be able to make that kind of magic props. After Lauren finished speaking, Naveen nodded and added, "Please rest assured that we will definitely not forget the deserved reward." Naveen fully demonstrated what it means to be rich and powerful. Glancing at Lauren beside him, Naveen hesitated for a moment and continued, "We need 2 magic props made of siren materials. What do you think I need to pay?" Well, not only is he rich, but he also seems to be quite experienced in dealing with people. He doesn't look like a rich man who is going out for training for the first time. Although the magic material of Siren's vocal cords is relatively rare, it is not very useful. Generally, a piece of silver grade material is worth a few hundred to 1,000 gold coins, and Siren's vocal cords should be worth about 500 gold coins. The production cost of magic props is generally half of the value of the material. For 2 pieces, 1,500 gold coins, Lisi said casually. Compared with the remuneration, his sudden interest fascinated him more. "No problem, thank you for your generosity." Naveen nodded and agreed easily. A silver grade magic prop is worth about 1,000 gold coins. It is obvious that Lisi did not rip him off. Although 1,500 gold coins are a lot, it is nothing to Lisi now. However, Naveen's idea reminded Lisi. As a mage, you can't rub Gundam with your bare hands. You have no soul. Before, Lisi's strength was relatively low, and he didn't have the strength to make magic props. Later, it was because the things in Mr. Stevens' warehouse were so useful. In fact, when Lisi was making and developing self-charging magic pattern, it was already considered the process of making magic props. Lisi also learned the basic production techniques from Mr. Stevens, but Lisi had never done it himself before. Recently, he has been busy with more and more things. Arcane research and development, training of close combat techniques, exploration of the dream world. Now you can consider adding the production of magic props and equipment. This is about the future development of mages. In fact, most mages are turrets, and those in magic workshops and mage towers are the strongest. This is related to the mage's hands-on ability. The floating city of the future is still waiting for me. Lisi thought of this, and motivation began to surge up all of a sudden. But there is no rush now. Lauren and Naveen left and joined the sailors in the celebration. Many people were already drunk and dancing to cheer up. Just now, when Lisi and Eluolan were talking, Helen carefully came to the side and looked at the drinks that the adults were drinking with flickering eyes. During these days following Lisi, although Lisi didn't say much to Helen, Helen began to slowly let down her guard and gradually revealed the innocence and liveliness of a little girl. Helen felt the warmth from others for the first time in a long time, and found that the life on the ship and the others were not as bad and dangerous as she had experienced before. "Uncle, what are you drinking?" Helen pulled the sleeve of one of them and whispered. "What? Are you talking about this?" Charles, who was already drunk, looked down at the little girl, who was only up to his waist, and found that her eyes were fixed on the wine glass in his hand. "What, you want this? Come, try it, this is good stuff." Charles stuffed the wooden wine glass in his hand into Helen's hand and said carelessly. The glasses that the sailors used to drink beer were quite large. Helen held Charles's glass in her arms with both hands, very curious. There was still half a glass of beer left in the glass. The yellow wine was a little foamy, and it looked pretty good under the light of the red bonfire. Helen looked at the beer in the glass, and her cute little nose sniffed it. The faint aroma of beer was quite good. She swallowed her saliva. Helen, who had just finished eating a grilled fish, was indeed a little thirsty. She secretly glanced at Lisi, and found that he didn't notice this side, so she took a small sip. The beer tasted slightly bitter, but it was soon covered by the stimulation brought by alcohol, and the mellowness also appeared in the mouth. Helen was a little girl, and preferred the sweetness of those cakes. But for some reason, Helen liked the taste of beer very much. Holding the glass on the side, she kept sipping beer in small sips. After Charles had another drink with the sailor next to him, he turned around and found that Helen had finished his glass of beer. Helen held the glass, her fair face flushed, and she looked a little unsteady. "Not bad. I didn't expect a little girl like you to drink so much." "Little girl?" Charles, who had drunk too much, suddenly woke up. How could there be a little girl on the ship? No, there was indeed a little girl on the Mermaid. The little girl named Helen who had been following the wizard. Looking at the staggering Helen in front of him, Charles felt bad. Imagine that the little girl you take care of is drunk by others. As a parent, would you be happy? Just as Charles was preparing to try to save her, he saw Lisi appear behind Helen. Lisi reached out and picked up Helen, looking at the empty glass in her hand, her silly drunken state, and the smell of alcohol on her breath. He saw Charles touching his head in front of him and soon understood what had just happened. Ha 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 ha. Charles smiled reluctantly, a little difficult to collapse. Lisi took the wine glass from Helen's hand, and seeing her drunken appearance, he couldn't help but have a headache. Lisi recalled the appearance of the Pirate Queen in his previous life. He had seen the style of the Pirate Queen. In other words, the Pirate Queen Helen appeared in front of the player many times. In the tavern of any port in the Pearl Sea, you may see this graceful Pirate Queen. Even after joining the floating city of Azura, Helen did not change this habit. She is a big drunkard. Except for the battles at sea, she is immersed in alcohol most of the time. Lisi looked at the small Hela in front of him and seemed to have expected that this cute little guy would super evolve into a drunkard and heroic big sister in the future. Lisi glanced at the culprit Charles and walked into the cabin with Helen. Charles breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he almost thought that he would be controlled by the human immobilization technique and beaten again. Drinking will cause trouble. You should drink less. Charles muttered quietly, but this determination did not last long, and he joined the group of drunkards again. Oh, it smells so good, Charles sighed after taking a sip of beer. No one knew whether he was praising the beer in the cup or something else. After putting Helen, whose face was red, on the bed and covering her with a quilt, Lisi got up and left the cabin. It was not that he did not allow Helen to drink, but Helen was still too young and her body might not be able to withstand alcohol. Who could imagine that the future Pirate Queen who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk would get drunk like this with half a cup of beer when she drank it for the first time. But it was good, so that Helen could relax herself. Lisi could also see that this little girl had something in her heart, but recently her mentality had gradually become stable and calm with a stable life. Her body was also much stronger. Although she was not as good as a child of the same age, she was much healthier than the thin figure when they first met. Lisi walked out of the cabin and did not return to the party on the deck, but walked to the other side of the corridor. Just now, during the conversation with Lauren, Lisi needed a room for him to make magic props. Lauren did not hesitate and asked his men to clean out a room where valuable goods were stored even before the banquet was over. Lisi was not very interested in the celebration banquet. After all, he had participated in many similar gatherings in his previous life, and it was enough to quietly relive the atmosphere just now. As soon as Lauren aroused his interest in making magic props, Lisi wanted to start researching directly and did not want to delay for a moment. Lisi walked to the room that had been cleared out. Because it was used to store valuable monster fur, this room was treated with moisture-proof treatment, so it did not feel damp. The shelves and boxes had been cleared away, leaving only a set of tables and chairs in the room, and the space was not small. At least it was much larger than where Lisi lived. Lisi looked around and walked to the table. Now the wind was calm and the hull was almost unfeeling. Lisi took out the magic tools he used one by one from the storage ring. He had prepared them when he was in Kangwang City, so they came in handy at this time. There is a small magic crucible for heating and extraction, an element observation instrument for observing the state of element particles, an advanced magic pattern recorder, and other tools that can be used for magic research and magic item production, such as element stabilizers and energy gathering arrays. Lisi put these tools in a convenient place before taking out the siren's vocal cords. The most peculiar extraordinary ability of the sirens is their singing, and their vocal cords are the source of this extraordinary ability. The only pity is that no magic crystals were found in these sirens, which is the most valuable material for extraordinary creatures, and may even retain some of the special abilities of extraordinary creatures. The siren's vocal cords are a slightly transparent, long, colloid-like, light white body part. Even if it has been separated from the body, it still contains some special power, faintly spreading inexplicable fluctuations around. This slight fluctuation of extraordinary power can even affect the senses of ordinary people. Lisi thought about it and took out some high quality refined iron and silver from the storage ring. Originally, the extraordinary material of Siren's vocal cords can be used to make some magic props with psychedelic abilities, but since Lauren and his friends want to be able to protect the confusing ability of Siren's singing, it is best to make it into extraordinary jewelry. There is no need to bother too much with the choice of magic pattern. Just extract the special energy from Siren's vocal cords and then assist with the mental protection magic pattern. This is the simplest way to make extraordinary items. Lisi carefully grinds Siren's vocal cords and at the same time puts refined iron and silver in the magic crucible for heating and extraction. Remove impurities in the magic material and purify the powder ground from Siren's vocal cords as much as possible. At the same time, use the mage's hand to operate the grey metal liquid mixed with refined iron and silver and gradually form an earring. Of course, Lisi needs to use magic power for special catalysis in this process, otherwise silver and refined iron cannot be fused together. Fortunately, this is only the production of silver level magic items, and it is still a small object, otherwise Lisi's current conditions really cannot achieve this operation. The higher the level of weapons and magic props, the stricter the forging and production environment required. This is why higher level wizards need to build their own wizard towers, and the dwarf kingdom likes to place forging workshops on volcanoes and underground lava rivers. If it is a bronze level magic prop, it will be even simpler. Even many high level materials can achieve the same effect as bronze level magic props with their own power. After the earring embryo is almost ready, Lisi first quenches it with ice water to lower the temperature, and then polishes it into shape according to the most common earring shape in his memory. Then it comes to the most critical magic pattern burning link. Lisi injects the special powder obtained by grinding the siren vocal cords into the magic pattern burner. Grab the long pen-shaped magic pattern burner in your hand and slowly draw the magic pattern on the earring embryo. The magic pattern burner evenly and stably attaches Lisi's magic power to the embryo, leaving a special magic pattern line. Look carefully, the special light white powder particles of the siren vocal cords are evenly distributed in the line. With the help of the protective magic pattern and the magic pattern for magic power to be channeled, the special power contained in the siren vocal cords can be better exerted. Ziz crack. Lisi's magic power input was slightly unstable for a moment, and the magic pattern line broke. The magic pattern engraving failed this time. Lisi didn't care. It would be even less magical if he could succeed in one try. After all, he hadn't practiced magic pattern engraving in recent times, so it was inevitable that he would fail. What's more, this was different from the previous engraving of self-charging magic pattern. It was the engraving of magic patterns on magic equipment. With the addition of extraordinary materials, there were more things to pay attention to when engraving. The previous materials were wasted, but Lisi didn't care about this. Magic practice is always expensive. Keep going. Krypton Gold. Burn. Chapter 305. Siren Earrings. Crack. The earring embryo in Lisi's hand broke directly. This was not because there was a problem when Lisi was burning the magic pattern. This time, Lisi's hand felt really good. But because it was so good, Lisi was immersed in the magic pattern burning. He didn't notice that the strength of the magic pattern burning exceeded the upper limit of the earring embryo, which directly led to the failure of this production. Lisi was not discouraged. He had experienced such failures many times during the production process in the past 2 days. Unlike the previous life, when he was a player, players can also make corresponding magic props and weapons and equipment, but the realism is simulated after all, and there is still a considerable difference from the real production. For example, when making the same equipment, players only need to make it according to the production standards. Most of the precautions in the production process are adjusted by the game system. During the production process, the system can even hang up, and players can go to the forum to do other things, which greatly saves energy. Otherwise, the tedious process of making weapons and magic props is really not interesting to many players. Experience points can be gained every time you make it, which is also the main way for players to improve the level of equipment forging and magic props making. Despite this, the game auxiliary system also has its shortcomings. Take the equipment forging level as an example. It is easy to improve the forging level in the early stage, but it is very difficult to continue to improve it in the later stage. Each successful forging only gives a small amount of forging experience, and even no experience is given for forging low-level equipment. This leads to the fact that in the later stage, the forging level of players cannot keep up with the speed of their professional level improvement, and suitable equipment can only be purchased. This is also reasonable. If there is really no limit, wouldn't it be easy to reach the level of Dwarf Master? Of course, there is a way to continue to improve. That is to accumulate practical experience through continuous forging and learning like the natives of Jaya world, rather than relying on the assistance of the game system. This method is quite difficult, which is equivalent to learning from scratch like the natives. Players have no talent bonus in this regard. Lee Si also tried it in his previous life, but gave up soon. It really took too much time and energy. With this effort, he might as well take the boss to brush a few more copies. However, there are also successful people who succeeded through this path. For example, a player named Zuze relied entirely on his own efforts and talents to become a forging master and successfully forged gold level magic equipment. After Lee Si was reborn, he could also rely on the system, but after thinking about it, he did not choose this shortcut. You know, his future goals are quite ambitious. Whether it is the Mage Tower or the floating city, Lee Si's own ability in this area is quite high. That can't be achieved by taking shortcuts. Now it's better to lay a solid foundation. So in the process of making magic earrings in the past 2 days, Lee Si's mentality was quite stable, and he entered a wonderful state with his whole body and mind. Every failure is a new experience and new progress. In the past few days, Lee Si has progressed from directly failing in the magic pattern burning at the beginning to nearly completing it. Of course, Lee Si consumed a lot of materials. One side of the room was already full of discarded earring embryos. The erosion of magic element has made them unusable. The powder obtained by grinding 2 siren vocal cords was also completely consumed. But it was all worth it. Lee Si could already feel that he was only one step away from success. Lee Si's spirit was not bad. After all, with the improvement of strength, the energy of extraordinary professionals was also more vigorous. 2 or 3 days of sleepless nights was not enough to make a wizard with strong mental strength feel tired. The recorder outlined a new magic pattern circuit on the embryo. This time the recording felt quite smooth, but Lee Si did not put all his energy into the magic pattern recording as he did before. He always paid attention to the balance between the magic pattern circuit and the earring embryo, and tried his best to maintain the stability of the magic element. After a while, Lee Si raised his hand holding the magic pattern recorder from the table. The earring fixed in the stabilizer was not as dim as before. The magic pattern circuit that had just been recorded was now flashing a faint light. The magic power was running in it. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Lee Si made sure that the magic power in all the magic pattern circuits was flowing smoothly, and the magic pattern with the psychedelic power of Siren had begun to produce the expected effect. With a slight sigh of relief, Lee Si didn't care about being happy. He took out a small piece of blue water attributed intermediate magic gem from the storage ring and carefully embedded it in the middle of the earring with magic power. But a gentle resonant sound rang in the room, and the magic power in the magic gem was guided out by the magic pattern circuit on the earring, flowing through the entire earring. A faint white light flashed from the earring, and then it returned to a calm state. The azure gem and wavy patterns embedded in the middle of the earring just completely hid the magic pattern circuit. But the earring in Lee Si's hand was not as dull and grey as the unfinished product before. The bright light flashed from the earring from time to time, emitting a weak but stable magic fluctuation. Anyone would realize that this is a rare magic equipment, not an ordinary decoration. Ding, production successful. You have successfully produced the magic equipment, magic earring, nameable. You have gained 100,000 experience points and 3,000 forging experience points. Your forging level has been raised to intermediate. You have obtained the milestone, experienced craftsman. Lee Si glanced at the system and didn't care. Intermediate craftsman can forge silver level equipment, but this is meaningless to Lee Si. Anyway, he doesn't plan to rely too much on the auxiliary functions of the system in this regard. The milestone, experienced craftsman, has increased Lee Si's rate of gaining power contribution, which is better than nothing. Lee Si casually named the earring he just succeeded as Siren earring, and played with this exquisite earring in his hand. Siren earring is not big, only the size of a fingernail, but the wavy pattern in it surrounds the blue gem in the center, which looks more delicate and beautiful, quite like those precious accessories worn by noble girls. Lee Si took it in his hand and could clearly feel the faint power flowing into his body from the earring, protecting his spirit. Although it is a bit dwarfed by the protection of Lee Si's soul now, it can be regarded as a good protective equipment. Equipment: Siren earrings. Rank: Silver. Introduction: earrings made of siren vocal cords, silver and other materials, effectively improve mental strength and have good resistance to spell effects such as mind control and charm. Equipment effect 1. Intelligence attribute plus 20. Mental strength plus 10%. Equipment effect 2. Immune to one spell effect of mind control, charm and other enchantment that is not stronger than this equipment strength. Cooling time: 7 days. Looking at the attributes and effects of this siren earrings, Lee Si nodded. This effect is not bad, especially effect 2, which is almost equal to the extremely simplified version of Lee Si's specialty, Blessing of the Sticks. The effect is limited, and the cooling time is long. But for ordinary silver level professionals, it is already a small top quality item. Magic equipment that can resist enchantment spells is rare, but it is very popular among professionals. After all, the activation of enchantment spells is always traceless, but it has a considerable impact on the outcome of the battle. You know, in the ever-changing extraordinary battle, even a moment of distraction may cost you your life. This siren earring is estimated to be worth thousands of gold coins, and it may be snapped up. But Lee Si didn't want to ask Naveen to raise the price. Lee Si is not the poor guy who only had a few hundred gold coins in his pocket when he was just reborn. Lee Si Kane, have money. After putting the earring away, Lee Si cheered up and prepared to continue making it. With the previous successful experience, Lee Si's operation is getting smoother and smoother. Even if Lee Si is asked to make new magic equipment now, he will not fail as many times as before. This is the meaning of trial and error. As long as he suffers a loss once, Lee Si will not make the same mistake next time. Of course, it is limited to the scope of Lee Si's ability. The creation of higher level equipment is still too far for Lee Si. There are too many areas for craftsmen to learn and improve. Casting, carving, enchanting, gem inlaying, element blending. The more advanced the field, the more knowledge and skills need to be learned. Especially when the strength has not yet been reached. Too much in-depth study and learning can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Lee Si does not intend to put all his energy into this, as long as he can keep up with the speed of Lee Si's strength improvement. Even so, it is a considerable challenge for Lee Si. After all, Lee Si's strength is far beyond common sense with the help of the system, and Lee Si can only balance the energy allocation in all aspects as much as possible. This time, it only failed twice, and another similar siren earring was freshly baked. Now Naveen's order is complete. Lee Si looked at the remaining materials, thought about it, and prepared to make an earring for Helen. So thinking about it, after letting Helen follow him, he has not officially given her a gift. Thinking of this, Lee Si pondered for a moment, and rummaged through the storage ring, where he kept valuables. A wooden box appeared in Lee Si's hand. Open the lid, and there is a piece of silver white metal inside. This is the mithril that Lee Si got from the kingdom of Dylan. Lee Si carefully took out a little mithril and put the wooden box away. As an extremely precious magic metal, mithril is not only an excellent material for making equipment, but also the best blending material due to its extremely high magic affinity. Helen is just an ordinary little girl now. This is what Lee Si has confirmed. There is no extraordinary power in her body, and no special bloodline can be seen at present. Mithril can harmonize the flow of element in magic equipment, and can greatly reduce the burden of using magic equipment. This is very useful for Helen. But it's not that Lee Si is stingy and only used a little mithril. After all, Helen is still a child. Although the magic equipment made of pure mithril is effective, Helen can't use it. It will also attract unnecessary attention, which is unnecessary. It has to be said that the effect of mithril is good. Under the blending of mithril, Lee Si successfully made a new siren earring, again at once. Because of the addition of mithril, the effect of this siren earring is a little stronger than the previous two. Lee Si looked at his results with satisfaction and did not clean up. He opened the door and walked out. After all, Lee Si's previous cabin was relatively small, and it was indeed not convenient to do a magic research, so Lee Si planned to occupy this room. Helen was lying on the side of the ship, staring blankly at the unchanging blue sea in the distance, feeling the sea breeze blowing gently on her face. In the days when Lee Si was obsessed with making magic equipment, Helen had not seen Lee Si a few times. Helen was a very sensible child. She did not disturb Lee Si, but stayed quietly in the cabin. When she was really bored, Helen would go around the ship to relax. When sailing on the sea, in fact, most of the time the crew was relatively idle, with nothing to do. If there was no entertainment, many would get together to chat and brag, just a glass of wine to cheer. Helen slowly became less afraid of contact with other people other than Lee Si, and sometimes she would get close to the crew to listen to their chats. The crew on the Mermaid knew that the little girl followed the mysterious master Lee Si, and naturally took good care of Helen. When many people saw Helen, they would take out their treasured snacks, such as nuts and dried fish. Helen couldn't refuse, and had to accept it. Although the cakes were not as delicious as those given by brother Lee Si, Helen still thanked these enthusiastic crew members. Helen, who had seen the dark side, was no longer as innocent as she looked on the outside. She knew that, although these people were not bad people, most of them were so kind to her because of Master Lee Si. There was an outlier among them, that was the mercenary Charles. It seemed that he felt a little sorry because he accidentally got Helen drunk that night. Every time he saw Helen, he would pay attention to Helen's safety, for fear that the little girl would fall off the boat. Sometimes Charles would chat with Helen and tell her about his thrilling adventures. Because Charles himself was quite capable, his knowledge was naturally good, and he knew the skills of storytelling very well, so Helen liked to listen to Charles bragging. If stories were called levels, Charles might have been a gold level storytelling master. At this moment, Helen was lying on the side of the ship, and Charles was leaning beside her, bragging to Helen and the ordinary sailors about his experience of fighting with the deep-sea giant octopus Arcane. A voice came from the observation deck above his head. Captain, East. There is a ship in the east, heading towards us. Something seems to be wrong. Chapter 306 Encounter with Pirates. The Mermaid merchant ship, with the loud shouts of the sailors on the lookout. Many people ran to the side of the ship and looked towards the eastern skyline. A small black dot could be vaguely seen there, slowly getting bigger in the field of vision. Captain Lauren also quickly ran out of the cabin, after being notified by other sailors, climbed up to the lookout on the mast with agility, and also looked towards the east. The view here is better, and as a silver level warrior, Lauren's eyesight is naturally better than that of ordinary people. In his field of vision, it was a sloop that was obviously narrower than the Mermaid. It was obviously not a normal merchant ship, and it was moving quickly towards the Mermaid. At this time, the mercenary Ivor also appeared beside Lauren, observed for a moment, and looked a little serious. This may be a pirate ship, Ivor said in a deep voice. Pirate ship? Lauren's face was grim, and he confirmed it again. Are you sure it's a pirate ship? I'm not sure, but there's a high probability that it is. Ivor said calmly. This special ship is easier to recognize. It's not a merchant ship used for long distance voyages, nor is it a fishing boat used by fishermen on the coast. But there is no pirate flag on this ship, so I can't be sure. It's very likely a pirate ship. Ivor, who lives on the coast of the Kingdom of Bertich, is very familiar with the types of ships. This kind of pirate ship is very fast. Ordinary merchant ships can't escape its pursuit, and ours probably can't either. Looking at the ship that was coming towards him quickly, Ivor put his hand on the long knife at his waist, and his body began to tense up. Hearing what Ivor said, Lauren had no other thoughts. He would not pin his life on that illusory possibility. The reason why he hired Ivor was because he heard in Danaport that the number of pirates in the waters near the Kingdom of Bertich had increased a lot recently, and many merchant ships had been attacked. He had never encountered a pirate attack before. Although the defense force on the Mermaid was much stronger than that of similar merchant ships, it was still better to hire someone who was familiar with pirates. Rat. Lauren shouted to the first mate on the ship, his words full of unquestionable meaning. There is a pirate ship. Follow the previous arrangements. All ordinary people go into the cabin, and the others take weapons and get ready. Take out all the armored shields and kerosene. Yes, Captain. Rad received the order below and immediately went to make arrangements. Lauren's eyes were fixed on the pirate ship that was gradually enlarging in his field of vision. His expression was serious and a little nervous. Suddenly, Lauren suddenly remembered something and shouted to Mance, who was organizing people below. "Mance, go and invite Mr. Lisi." "Okay." Mance heard it and quickly responded loudly. Just as Mance entered the cabin, he saw Lisi walking out from inside. Seeing Mance looking at him with surprise, Lisi was a little curious. "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" "Mr. Lisi." Mance trotted a few steps, stood in front of Lisi and said, "A strange ship appeared in the east and is approaching us quickly. Ivor thinks it is very likely a pirate ship, and preparations are being made on the ship now. Captain Lauren asked me to invite you over." "Okay." Hearing that it was a pirate ship, Lisi did not delay any longer. While walking out, Lisi said to Mance, "Mance, help me. Please arrange someone to take care of Helen. Let her stay in the room in my workshop." Lisi made some temporary arrangements for the spacious cabin, which was at least safer when facing the aftermath of the battle. "I know, don't worry," Mance agreed without hesitation. Although everyone should be prepared to face pirates at this time, if Mr. Lisi can spare more energy, even if he can take a team of people to protect Helen, it is reasonable. Whether it was the usual sparring, or the last siren attack, Mance knew that with Lisi's strength, the people on the entire mermaid might not be his opponent. "What's wrong?" Lisi's figure suddenly appeared behind Lauren and asked him. "Over there." Lauren pointed to the east, but compared to before, the sloop looked much bigger. It should be a pirate ship. Lisi took a few simple glances and came to the same conclusion as Ivor. "Is that so?" Lauren said in a deep voice. He still believed what Lisi confirmed and no longer had any other illusions. "You don't have to worry too much." Lisi glanced at Lauren, who was holding the long sword at his waist tightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Without raising a special pirate sign, "This should be just an ordinary pirate ship. The strength is just average. It should not be your opponent." To be honest, even when pirates were the most rampant in the previous life, the pirates on the pirate ship were mixed. Generally, a silver level strongman dared to take some people on board to rob merchant ships. At that time, if a pirate ship had a gold level strongman, it would be considered one of the best pirates. Pirate ships with gold level strongmen would not be limited to one sea area, and would often wander around the sea. Therefore, pirate ships of that level are more solid and more unique. At least the pirate ship in front of me is very ordinary. Although it is far away, I can't feel the breath of any strongman. "Lauren, what are you going to do?" After a moment of silence, Lisi suddenly asked. Lauren was suddenly stunned. What to do? In addition to fighting, is there any other choice? Surrender directly? Lisi looked at Lauren's puzzled expression and asked indifferently, "To be honest, if it's just a pirate ship like this, I can solve it alone." This is not Lisi bragging, it is true. In naval battles, mages do have more advantages than ordinary professionals. Because apart from the deck of the ship, there are few places to land on the vast ocean. In addition to those special professions whose abilities are related to the sea, mages who have learned floating and flying have great advantages in fighting on the sea. Mages who can use water element spells will also receive a great power bonus. However, because mages are the least numerous among extraordinary professionals, and they are basically all rich and handsome, mages above gold level don't have to choose this path of licking blood on the edge of a knife. Some of them have easier and simpler methods to allow them to obtain huge wealth that ordinary people can't imagine. Therefore, the number of mages who become pirates is actually very small. With Lisi's current spell attainments, it is still easy to sink this pirate ship without a gold strongman. When sailing on the sea, the ship is the most important thing. In order to prevent their ships from being destroyed by mages or those with spell-like abilities, most gold level beings will spend a huge price to give the ships the ability to resist. Obviously, the ship in front of him does not have it. Then hearing this, Lauren was about to ask Lisi to take action, but suddenly fell silent, and his face changed a little. "It seems you have thought of it too." Lisi looked at Lauren, who suddenly fell silent, nodded and said, as long as your Milne Chamber of Commerce does not intend to give up the route from Ward City to the Kingdom of Bertich, the mermaid will definitely not be able to avoid fighting pirates. It's okay for me to come out this time, but you also have no experience in dealing with pirates. Next time will be your first time. I don't care. It depends on your idea. After Lisi finished speaking, he stopped talking and stood aside, looking down at the busy sailors and mercenaries below. Claw hooks, boarding axes, spears, bows, and arrows, kerosene. These are all weapons suitable for fighting at sea. It can be seen that Lauren and his men have indeed made a lot of preparations in advance. However, there is no flintlock cannon that was essential in Lisi's naval battles in his previous life. Because although this world has gunpowder, it is not as powerful as the extraordinary professional's shot, and the storage is not stable, so the cannon is not applicable. Of course, the most important reason is the existence of a higher level alternative magic crystal cannon. That power is much stronger. The Golden Warrior will also be injured in a head-on resistance, not to mention others. Of course, the price of the magic crystal cannon is also very high, and it is not something that ordinary pirate ships and merchant ships can use. Just as Lisi was looking at the preparations below, Lauren asked, Mr. Lisi, then, if we are prepared to fight the pirate ship on our own, can you provide help? Just now, Lauren had thought it through. Although escaping is easy, there may not be a strong man like Lisi to support the mermaid next time. So the best choice now is to practice with the opponent and prepare for the future. After facing the storm and the attack of the sirens, Lauren deeply understood how lucky he was to arrive at Danaport for the first time. He dare not guarantee that he will have such good luck in the future. Okay. Lisi nodded and continued, I will protect the mermaid from being destroyed by the opponent. As for whether to choose to attack the opponent's ship, it depends on your idea. In a naval battle, the most difficult thing is the destruction of one's own ship. This is why long-distance ships are equipped with carpenters or sailors who can repair the hull. In addition, looking at the pirate ship getting closer and closer, Lisi added, I was not sure just now, but now I have detected that there are 4 silver level professionals on that ship. After the pirate ship got close enough, Lisi's detection magic also fed back the information on the other ship. There were not many people, only about 30 or 40, most of whom were ordinary people and bronze level professionals, 4 silver level professionals, and no gold level professionals. Yes, gold level professionals are not that common. In Bingfeng City, Lisi faced so many gold level professionals because they were all elites and worshippers of the royal family of the Dylan Kingdom. Usually, gold level professionals are already the best of the best. Looking at the status of the other ship, there was no response to the flag signal sent by the mermaid. It should be a pirate ship without a doubt. Huh, that's not bad. Lauren breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. On the mermaid ship, including him, the first mate, the second mate, the third mate, plus 3 silver level mercenaries, there are already 7 silver level combat forces. It is estimated that the other party could not imagine why it was equipped with so many strong men when it looked like an ordinary merchant ship. In addition, there was the existence of Mr. Lisi, who was suspected to be a gold level strong man. If we don't train soldiers now, when will we? Everyone, position the ships and prepare for boarding battle. Boarding battle is the most common and bloodiest battle in naval battles. The hooks that extend out from each other will lock the 2 ships tightly together. If there is no strength to crush the other party, only one side will be completely defeated, and the battle will end. Everyone on the deck, who was preparing, had a tense face, and then quickly began to prepare. Many strong warrior professionals were already standing by the side of the ship with hooks, ready to throw them at any time. Here, Lisi handed an earring to Lauren. What is this? Lauren looked at the earrings in her hand, that looked like those worn by a noble girl, and asked with some doubts. Silver level jewelry, siren earrings, can improve your ability to resist enchantment spells. You can explore the specific effects yourself. As he said, Lisi threw another earring to Naveen below. Oh. Lauren put on the siren earrings with a look of surprise. Extraordinary equipment of the jewelry type is the rarest among extraordinary equipment. I didn't expect that Mr. Lisi would actually make magic equipment with this ability. It's too powerful. What else can't he do? Lisi didn't care about Lauren's expression, but cast his eyes on the attacking pirate ship. On the pirate ship, Manatee. Boss Jackson, are you really going to do it? A young man with fair skin who was obviously not from the Birdage Kingdom asked in a low voice. Coward, bah. The middle-aged strong man with a full beard on the side said disdainfully, looking at the young man with contempt. Okay, Ross, talk less. Captain Jackson standing on the bow comforted. It's okay, Basil. This is already the most ordinary merchant ship we have encountered these days, isn't it? Jackson comforted the young man Basil, but he felt a little disgusted in his heart. If this Basil was not a silver level assassin and a rare fighting force, he would have thrown him off the ship long ago. No matter what merchant ship he encountered, this Basil did not want to take action. He was always afraid, and he didn't know what he was afraid of. No, there is really something wrong with this ship. I have never felt this kind of danger before. Before Basil finished speaking, Jackson waved his hand and interrupted him. I have made up my mind. No need to say. Jackson's patience was almost exhausted. If he didn't take action, the supplies on the ship would be eaten up. He came to the sea to make a fortune, not to play. This merchant ship, as his first goal to become famous on the sea, is good. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the captain and everyone else, Basil's ominous feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Quietly shrinking into the shadows, Basil now felt that the ship not far away seemed like a sea monster waiting quietly to swallow him in one bite. Dad, I seem to be finished. Chapter 307. Crushing naval battle. Offshore, the wind was calm, the sky was clear, and the air was fresh. The blue sea was slightly wavy, and it was very beautiful in the afternoon sun. But the atmosphere on the scene was a bit serious. A two-masted sailboat had lowered its sails, and was waiting for another smaller ship not far away to approach. This much smaller sailboat was very fast, and its curved hull cut through the sea, creating white waves, and quickly approached the mermaid. Everyone on the mermaid clenched their weapons, holding their breath, and waiting for the enemy to approach. At this moment, the notoriety of pirates on the sea that I had heard about from other places before. Is it finally time for the first battle? Many sailors who were on board for the first time clenched their teeth, and sweat slightly seeped out of their clenched hands. Brothers, get ready for battle. Captain Lauren shouted loudly, inspiring everyone's morale. Mr. Lisi said that the enemy is much weaker than us. Don't be timid, fight back, kill an enemy, and get a gold coin as a reward. The stronger the reward, the more. As long as you win, everyone will get 5 gold coins as a reward. Get ready for me. Don't blame me for not giving you face if you drag your feet at this time. With Lauren's assurance, it is not known whether it was the confidence brought by the mysterious Master Lisi or the courage mustered by the heavy reward. The atmosphere on the whole ship suddenly became much more stable and solemn. Standing on a high place, Lisi gently tapped the hull under his feet with his staff. A faint blue light covered the entire hull and then disappeared. After temporarily using the water element protection spell to strengthen the defense of the hull, Lisi once again cast his eyes on the pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. Whoosh, ding, ding, ding. The two ships passed each other, as if the starting gun had been fired. Countless claws were thrown from the two ships, and hooked to the opposite side, and crisp sounds kept ringing. The sailor grabbed the rope connected to the grappling hook and exerted force. Under this combined force, the two ships tilted slightly, and kept approaching each other. At the same time, bows and spears flew towards each other, and many people were injured in an instant. Kill. Go. Fuck him. At this moment, everyone on the ship released the emotions accumulated during the waiting process, and roared at the other side. It was still the people on the other pirate ship who were more proactive. Many people jumped directly onto the mermaid, along the grappling hook. Rookie pirate Lisi looked at the pirate ship that was about to stick to the mermaid, and the pirates who rushed over with some emotion, and said with some emotion, "This is really a fool." Lisi has never seen such a few people who rely on ships so recklessly in his previous life. You know, there is a saying about the pirates' choice of attack targets. Although the pirates are all desperate people who put their heads on their pants, they will not think of dying in vain. Normally, after selecting a target merchant ship, the pirates will first rely on their excellent maneuverability to approach, and make several attempts to attack at medium distance, to see how strong the merchant ship's resistance is. If the resistance is not fierce, and within the ability of the pirate ship will choose to operate by the ship, otherwise it will decisively turn around and leave. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if it rushes up casually and fails to beat it. If the pirate ship gives up the attack, the merchant ship will not chase it, but will watch it leave. For merchant ships, there is no benefit in fighting with pirates, and it is better to do less than more. Of course, there will also be black merchants who will eat other merchant ships, which is another story. What? You ask what to do if you can't catch up and can't achieve the first step. Cold. Give up. What else can you do? Because most pirate ships choose to give up stability and pursue speed. If they can't catch up, it means that the ship is really much worse, and they can't beat it, even if they catch up, so they might as well go to bed. But not many crazy people will give up the ship and chase alone on the sea. Seeing that the leader was a silver level warrior, he should be the leader of the other side. Lauren and Ivor also left Lee See's side and quickly rushed to the silver level professional below. Lee See looked at the chaos below. In an instant, there were many casualties, and blood was thrown in the air. Although he did not intend to take action, Lee See did not intend to watch. Adding spirit armor technique to the sailors on his own ship was enough to greatly increase the chances of those bronze level and ordinary sailors to save their lives. Lee See was not a nanny. Although there were mission requirements, this was enough. There is no such thing as fighting without bleeding and getting injured. It is good enough to survive. After this sea battle, I believe these people will be much better at dealing with the same pirates. If the opponents were not all rookie pirates, Lee See would not be so relieved. To be honest, Lee See has seen many people fall down because of the shaking of the ship collision, which is really eye-catching. As for the silver level pirates on the opposite side, each of them has 2 silver level professionals around them to kill them, and there is no possibility of turning over. Only the pirate captain was strong enough to hold the situation despite being surrounded by Lauren and Ivor. The others were already in danger. TSK, crushing the situation. Lee See shook his head and sighed. Damn it. How could he be so strong? Jackson exerted his strength suddenly and smashed the long sword in his hand hard on Lauren's long sword, knocking him back 2 steps. Feeling the pain in his arm, Jackson felt that he would probably die today. How could this happen? It's just an ordinary merchant ship. Why are there so many silver level professionals? Don't you make money by hiring so many people? Jackson was angry and wanted to return to the manatee, but he couldn't move an inch under Ivor's attack. Seeing that one of his silver monks was seriously injured, and the silver warrior Ross was also in a critical situation, he was extremely anxious. Especially since his own minions were almost solved by the opponent's people like cutting melons and vegetables, and the most seriously injured on the opposite side were only seriously injured, and no one had even died. Jackson felt that he was going to collapse. What's going on? Is it so difficult to rob merchant ships now? Those seniors are probably fooling me. Basil? Where's Basil? Jackson was furious when he suddenly found out that one of his men was missing. Wagon, you're still slacking off at this time. You don't want to live. Basil, damn it, hurry up and do it. IXXXXXXX. Jackson no longer had the good temper he had before and cursed, but unfortunately no matter how he cursed, he didn't see the figure of the silver assassin. Jackson's curse was naturally heard by Lee See, who was watching the show above. He suddenly realized it at this time. Yes, I clearly detected that there were 4 silver level assassins before. Why are there only 3 people now? Lee See did not doubt that this was the opponent's strategy or smoke bomb. To be honest, with the previous operation of the young man, they didn't have the brains. What about this person? Lee See suddenly became interested, because after he used the detection spell again, the result he got was that there were only 3 silver level assassins in front of him. Interesting. Lee See naturally did not doubt that there was a problem with his previous detection. To be honest, he still remembered the 4th silver level aura, which should be the Basil mentioned by the pirate below. In other words, this Basil has the ability to hide from his detection spell. Even if he is the assassin with the strongest hiding ability, it is amazing. Moreover, If Basil is the person Lee Si guessed, it would be even more interesting. Lee Si's figure gradually disappeared from the spot and moved towards the pirate ship opposite. Anyway, the situation on the battlefield has been determined, and this pirate ship can't make any waves under the crushing of absolute strength, and Lee Si doesn't need to stay here any longer. Basil is hiding in the shadows at this time, carefully hiding his figure. He is still very confident in his ability to sneak and hide his aura. This is the ability he learned from his father, which has helped him through many dangers. Staying quietly in the dark, Basil can still feel the shouting and faint vibrations coming from above his head. When the two ships met and the conflict broke out, Basil's sense of crisis suddenly broke out. His extreme desire for survival made him not hesitate at all. He immediately entered the stealth state and found a safe place to stay. He planned to wait here until the battle was over and then live secretly. Although this was on the sea, Basil was still confident that he could survive. Alas, Boss Jackson, don't blame me for running away. The enemy is really too strong. Basil sighed and felt a little guilty. After all, no matter what, Jackson was still very good to him after he got on the ship. But between guilt and survival, Basil did not hesitate at all. He boasted to his father that he would make a name for himself and bring a beautiful wife back home. I didn't expect the outside world to be so dangerous. Obviously, he is already a silver level assassin and his strength is quite good among mercenaries, but he has never been able to do anything as he wished. As a mercenary, the mercenary team was all killed in the process of exploring the dungeon except him. As a guard, the merchant team he followed was attacked by a dragon, and he was the only one who survived. The third time, he chose to be a pirate. Now it seems that he is probably the only one who survived the entire pirate ship. He now doubts whether he has the physique of an unlucky guy, and no one who teamed up with him has a good ending. Alas, is it because I'm too handsome? Full of complaints in his heart, Basil can't do anything now and can only stay here honestly. However, he always feels uneasy in his heart. Could there be another problem? Shrinking in the shadows, Basil touched his chin, a little confused. Good guy, I was wondering why I couldn't find it. It turns out that it was hiding on our ship. A voice suddenly came into Basil's ears, and his body trembled, and he quickly dodged out of the shadows. Grabbing a black sharp dagger, Basil looked in the direction of the voice in fear. A young man was standing not far away, smiling at him. Even Basil had to admit that this young man was a little more handsome than the handsome man. The young man smiled and said, I was wondering why I couldn't find you on your ship. It turns out that you are hiding in the warehouse on our ship. You are very capable. Yes, Lee Si remembered it after discovering that a silver level professional was missing, and hearing that the missing person was called Basil. He carefully searched around the manatee, but did not find any trace of Basil. Where could he run on the sea? Unwilling to give up, Lee Si carefully searched around the mermaid again, and finally found a shadow in the storage room that was wrong. It was indeed this hiding Basil. At the first sight of Basil, Lee Si confirmed his guess. Although he looked much younger and his temperament was not as calm as later, this was the future golden pirate, cowardly Basil. This guy is also quite famous. He is the first mate of the Blood Whale Pirates, and a very peculiar person. Yes, it is a power established by Helen in the future. This guy is Helen's #1 subordinate and the only gold level pirate besides her. Fate, it's wonderful. Lee Si is also quite familiar with this guy, and of course he knows his peculiarity. Who are you? Basil tightly grasped the dagger and asked fiercely. Don't pretend. Lee Si didn't care at all. With your depressed expression, who can you fool? I found you. Where else do you want to run to? Obviously, this Basil is an elite level figure. Although his strength has not yet fully grown, it can be seen that he is extraordinary. He can hide from Lee Si's detection. This Basil has a very high ability in stealth and breath concealment, and his affinity with the shadow plane is no weaker than that of Lee Si now. A future boss panel. Basil saw that he failed to scare Lee Si. His face changed, and he said pitifully, Big brother, can you let me go? Before he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly appeared and attacked Lee Si's body. Wow. Lee Si reacted quickly and dodged Basil's sudden attack. Or rather, he had been on guard against Basil. If anyone really believed in Basil's name, he would really not know how to die. As a gold level pirate, how could he be a simple person? Basil held the dagger in reverse and stopped in place in surprise. He didn't expect that Lisi, who looked like a spellcaster, was so fast. It was obvious that he didn't use any skills, but relied on his physical ability to avoid his attack. Damn, what my dad taught me doesn't work. Basil thought so in his mind, but he didn't stop attacking. With a backhand wave, several black lights attacked Lisi at a faster speed. The white magic light in Lisi's hand flashed, and the fourth ring spell, strong deflection field. Ding ding ding. When several long needle-shaped hidden weapons approached Lisi's body, they suddenly deflected and hit the iron box beside him, causing sparks. Seeing that the hidden weapons had no effect, Basil's body suddenly disappeared from Lisi's sight, but Lisi knew that he did not leave, but was hiding in the dark, preparing to hit him hard. This is in the cabin. The space is relatively narrow and limited, just suitable for the assassin's fighting style, but not suitable for the mage's deployment. Then Lisi's smile did not diminish, and he took out a dagger from the storage ring. It's time to stretch my muscles. Chapter 308. Basil is under control. After holding the dagger in reverse, Lisi's figure disappeared in the cabin just like Basil. Basil, who had already touched behind Lisi, widened his eyes, a little bit unbelievable. What's going on? Isn't he a mage? Basil forced himself to suppress his surprise and almost couldn't even maintain his stealth. Could it be the mage's invisibility? But Basil just now clearly sensed the special fluctuations of the power of shadow. And what he was holding in his hand just now was a dagger, right? Could it be that the person in front of him really has the ability of an assassin? Basil's thoughts were a little confused. He hadn't heard about this situation from his father. Stabilizing his emotions, Basil realized a cruel reality. If that young man really has the ability of an assassin profession, then his attainments are not much worse than his own. At least relying on the perception of the power of shadow, Basil could only feel that there was another person in the room besides him, but the specific location was very vague equals. Asterisk. Alas, Basil felt as if he understood why he felt that this ship was dangerous before. It turned out that there was a pervert on the ship. The problem that Basil encountered was the same for Lisi. He was also unable to find Basil, who was in stealth. However, how could this little difficulty possibly stump Lisi? Assassin's combat skill, blade dance. This is a very rare group attack skill of the assassin, but Lisi did not choose a specific target to attack this time. With a sudden force on his right hand, the sword energy that spread out from the dagger slammed hard on the floor in the center of the room. As the wooden board broke, countless scattered sword energies attacked all parts of the room. Ding dang. Basil's figure appeared near the door of the room, waving a dagger to resist the sword energy that attacked him. Obviously, after realizing that Lisi was not easy to mess with, he wanted to sneak away, but unfortunately he was beaten out of stealth by Lisi. Assassin's combat skill subterfuge. Subterfuge. Within 3 seconds after the stealth state is released, skills that originally required stealth can still be used. Lisi's body was once again wrapped in the dark grey shadow power, and his figure flashed and rushed towards Basil. How could Basil not be familiar with this state? This was his favorite assassin combo skill. It was just that the target of the serial attack this time was him. Basil knew very well that after the skill subterfuge, there would usually be a skill choke or shadow strike. From the looks of it, he must have been staring at Lisi's movements and saw the dagger in Lisi's hand instantly raised and stabbed at his neck. HMM. Is it choke? Basil, who made a wrong estimate, was a little confused. This obvious choke. Can I really let you succeed? His body subconsciously raised the dagger and blocked the dagger in front of him. Clang. Basil's eyes widened and clearly saw that the cold dagger in Lisi's hand was cut neatly in the middle like a piece of butter. Damn. Seeing the pale white air blade appearing on the remaining half of the dagger in Lisi's hand and attacking his neck again, but he used all his strength to block the attack, and the remaining force of the dagger fell into the air. It's over. Basil's mind was blank, and the only thing left in his mind was the air blade stabbing at his neck. But there was no pain. He saw the dagger in Lisi's hand piercing into the wooden wall, but his figure took a few steps back and stood in the middle of the room, staring at him with a smile. Seeing Basil's confused look, Lee Si was quite happy in his heart. This was a trick he saw on the player forum in his previous life, which was specially used to trap inexperienced assassins. The dagger in his hand was specially made before, and it looked like a good dagger with a cold light, but that was just an appearance. In fact, it was just a mold, and the strength of the blade was about the same as mud. The handle of the dagger has a special design that can form a special air blade. This trick is specially used to trap people who are familiar with the assassin's fighting method, such as those inexperienced young assassins. When they see assassin skills like choke and slit, they will subconsciously use daggers to block, and they will fall into the trap. Next, just adjust the attack angle to ensure that the remaining attack force can defeat the enemy in one blow and avoid the opponent's attack at the same time. Of course, this trick can only work on inexperienced assassins, and their strength cannot be too strong. If a gold level assassin faces the same attack with their body control, they can completely save the situation and make the user suffer. So this is just a fun way to play, but now it works on Basil. Lee Si stood there calmly and said with a smile, "Are you coming again?" Basil, who was shaken, was furious when he heard this. "I know you are better than me, but you look down on me too much. I, Basil, will not let you have an easy time, even if I die here." Basil, who was angry, grabbed the dagger and rushed towards Lee Si. Not long after, "Don't. I was wrong, big brother. Forgive me this time. I really don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Don't hit my face." After a while, Lee Si carried the bruised and swollen Basil out of the room and walked towards the deck. Basil wanted to cry, but had no tears, and now he was as obedient as a little chicken. "I was just angry for a while. Why did you hit me so hard?" In the next 2 or 3 fights, Lee Si used the abilities of various professions to beat Basil in all aspects. Although Basil has good talent, he is still far behind the experienced Lee Si. Basil was really convinced this time. This uncle is really not to be messed with. Not only does he have the skills of a mage and an assassin, he also has the professional skills of a warrior and a hunter. Basil was really eaten to death. Lee Si did this, of course, not just for bad taste. Basil is useful to Lee Si, or to the future Helen. Since we have met, we can't let him slip away. This Basil is very strange. Before he met Helen, he basically kept to himself most of the time. He could sense the existence of danger, so in the eyes of others, he always looked timid. This is the origin of his name. Anyone who formed a team with him would end up with a big death. He was the only one who survived each time. Even if someone believed in the danger he sensed, the final result did not change. Over time, although Basil was very strong, he was also excluded by others, and they looked at him like a plague god. To be honest, Basil was like a curse from the goddess of doom, which really scared others. Until one day, Basil met Helen and joined Helen's pirate group. The curse on him seemed to have disappeared. Every time Basil talked about this, he would say with reverence, "Helen is my goddess, and she made me feel the warmth brought to me by my father." He didn't realize that he was more than 10 years older than Helen. Chapter 309, Favored by the Goddess of Misfortune. When Lee Si brought Basil to the deck, the battle at sea was over. For safety reasons, Jackson and 3 other silver level professionals were all killed. In addition to those killed in the battle, other bronze level professionals and ordinary people were all captured by Lauren. This is the best labor force, and they can be sold as good slaves if brought to the kingdom of Bertich. This is the information Lauren got from the merchants in Danaport. Many sailors have begun to clean up the battlefield, throwing corpses into the sea to feed fish, moving all the remaining supplies on the pirate ship to their own ship, and finally setting fire to the pirate ship that was obviously damaged and could not continue to sail. Although protected by Lee Si's magic, there are still many places on the Mermaid that were damaged by the battle, and the carpenters who hid in the cabin during the battle also hurried out to repair the gaps. In this battle, due to the overwhelming strength advantage, not many people died on their side. Only 2 bronze level sailors accidentally had their heads chopped off, and the rest were mainly slightly injured and gathered together waiting for treatment by the ship's doctor. Seeing Lee Si coming out, Captain Lauren came up to him with a happy face. Halfway through, he suddenly saw Basil in Lee Si's hand and asked curiously, "Who is this?" "The remaining silver level pirate." Lisi nodded and threw him aside. Anyway, he had been marked by Lisi and his power was temporarily blocked, so he was not afraid of him escaping. Then Lauren hesitated. According to him, it would be best to kill all threatening silver level professionals. It's okay, he is useful to me, I will be responsible. Lisi glanced at Lauren and nodded. Then, he walked to the front of the wounded, and the emerald staff appeared in his hand. Magic repair minor injuries. First level spell, repair light injuries. Second level spell, repair moderate injuries. Third level spell, repair severe injuries. After using a whole set of spells on the injured crew members, their faces obviously looked much better. The consumed mana was nothing to Lisi, but the effect of the spell was also limited, and it was not magical enough to heal immediately. The effect of the wizard's series of healing spells is actually similar to stimulating the human body's self-recovery ability and performing automatic repair. If you really want to look at healing skills, no profession can compare with the priest. Thank you so much, Mr. Lisi. Lauren, who was standing aside, thanked him. He now felt that the 1,000 gold coins were worth it. If Lisi's purpose was not to go to the kingdom of Birditch and take a boat along the way, he would have wanted to ask if he could hire this wizard for a long time. It's so reliable. The detection, protection, and treatment of the originally imagined difficult naval battle were all covered by Lisi. It can be called an any level service and deserves 5-star praise. Lisi looked around and found that the manatee had been ignited by a raging fire and slowly fell silent into the sea. So he asked, how does it feel to fight for the first time? It's really different from the battle on land. We still need more practice. Lauren shook his head. He was not overwhelmed by the victory, but said it realistically. Indeed, those pirates are also some young and inexperienced people. If they really think they are invincible because of this victory, they will become a laughingstock if they relax their vigilance. Although we didn't get any spoils this time, after selling these slaves in Danaport, all the proceeds will be yours. Lauren said very politely. Lisi waved his hand and didn't care. Although he was not interested in the dark trade of slave trading, he also knew that he had no ability to stop it, even if he became a god. After a round, seeing that everything was fine on the deck, Lisi carried Basil back to the cabin. Lisi was still quite concerned about this guy with the doom aura, because in the battle just now, Lisi saw this guy's information through the system panel. He had a specialty that caught Lisi's attention. Specialty favored by the goddess of doom. Are you a lucky person? Or maybe not. Luck value -1. You can foresee the arrival of doom, and at the same time, the doom on you can be dispersed to the people around you, thereby reducing the intensity of your doom. This is a damn tricky disaster-proof aura. No wonder the people who teamed up with Basil in the previous life had such bad luck. It turned out that they were protecting this guy from disaster. This guy, he almost became the favored one of the goddess of misfortune. That goddess is quite troublesome. Anyway, Lisi just wanted to stay away from her. But then again, how did Helen suppress the aura of misfortune on this guy? Lisi, who has the secret treasure, Arcadia's good luck brooch, knows that luck is not easy to come by. Although the effect of this specialty looks very powerful, it actually reduces one's own luck value. Lisi doesn't want it, even if it is given to him. Is there something special about this little girl Helen? Lisi was a little eager to try. Before, Helen's body was too weak to withstand the test, but now it should be almost the same. The curiosity aroused by the favor of the goddess of misfortune could not be suppressed at all, and Lisi carried Basil and walked directly into his cabin. The guards arranged on the side saw Lisi coming back, so they saluted respectfully and left. Lisi threw Basil to the corner. Alas. Looking at Helen who was sleeping on the boat, he patted her head with a little force. You use slap on Helen, causing 1 damage. Based on your level, you get the following information. Name, Helen Evans race, human level. 5 HP. 89/90 mana. 100th main occupation, none secondary occupation, none talent, son of the sea, gold level talent, attributes, specialty, intermediate lucky or a danger level, none, white, comment, a talented little ant, maybe cute. Sure enough, lucky aura, and it's intermediate. Lisi looked at this specialty in the system panel with some joy and a little greedy. Specialties like intermediate lucky aura were not obtained by players in the previous life and could only be seen on a certain plot NPC. After rebirth, in addition to Helen, Lisi only saw it once on Taya. But Taya's lucky aura is advanced. In addition to representing luck, this specialty is more like a manifestation of destiny and luck. This is the ability given to Helen by the Jaya world, unlike Basil's specialty, which is an ability generated by the influence of gods. In other words, the lucky aura is a more advanced existence. No wonder Helen can suppress the negative effects on Basil. Don't say it, Lisi is jealous, but it's a pity that this specialty can't be copied. Otherwise Lisi will worry about not getting any good specialties in the task lottery in the future. Lisi looked at Basil, who was lying in the corner, and gave up struggling, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, he is not a devil. Let Basil be Helen's temporary servant first, which is also a good thing for him. Lisi nodded and made a happy decision. Poor Basil. He didn't know that his future was determined by others. A few days later, the mermaid had officially entered the Pearl Sea. This is already the sea area of the Birdage Kingdom. So, Lisi was very curious why Basil and his pirate ship would go to such a northern sea area. Logically, the route between Ward City and the Kingdom of Dylan and the Kingdom of Birdage has not been fully developed, and there are not many merchant ships traveling back and forth. It is not a prime area for pirates. But later, Lisi also got the answer from Basil. It turned out that their pirate ship was newly formed and lost its way in a storm, so it came to such a northern location. Really, Basil took the blame. Lisi lay on the mast, enjoying the cool sea breeze, and below were the sailors who were resting and chatting. After working hard all day, Lisi would also choose to come out and take a walk. The weather at sea has been really good these days. As the mermaid continues to approach the south, the temperature has also risen a lot. Most of the sailors have changed into thinner clothes to enjoy this rare time. Lord Lisi. Helen's pleasant voice sounded from below. Lisi tilted his head and looked. Helen, wearing a light white dress, was standing on the deck, looking up at him. Basil just followed behind Helen, but he didn't look as desperate as before. After being completely crushed, Basil also accepted his fate and honestly prepared to be Helen's follower. Of course, this was under the premise of Lisi's friendly communication. Especially Lisi pointed out that he carried bad luck, and if he was not careful, he would bring bad luck to his companions, and sooner or later he would die. Basil thought about his glorious record and suddenly realized it. So this is the case. No wonder he would be unlucky when he formed a team with others. Especially when Lisi said that he would help him solve this problem, and at the same time he would be free as long as he served as a servant for a period of time. What is there to hesitate about? Basil happily accepted the proposal and became Helen's personal attendant. However, in the past few days, Basil gradually recovered from his depression. Not because of anything else, he always felt that it would be safe to follow Helen. This is a feeling he has never had since he left his hometown, and even the little bad things that he would encounter from time to time in his daily life have never happened again. He suddenly felt that being a god was not bad. What's more, Helen is indeed a lovely little girl, not as delicate as those noble ladies, so Basil gradually became willing. But today, Helen made a request to him, which made him a little undecided, so he suggested Helen to ask Lisi. What's wrong? Lisi jumped down from the mast that was more than 10 meters high and landed gently on the ground. Lord Lisi, can you teach me how to become a professional? Helen looked at Lisi seriously with her bright eyes, and her little hands tightly pinched the corner of her skirt. Oh. Lisi was a little curious. His plan was to teach Helen and make her extraordinary. After all, her talent was there. It's just that her body was too weak before, and she needed to rest and recuperate. Unexpectedly, Helen took the initiative to talk to him about this. Why did you suddenly think of this? Lisi touched his chin and said with a smile. Because I want to be as strong as Lord Lisi. Although Helen was very nervous, she still said seriously. Haha, so. Lisi laughed and grabbed Helen's shoulder. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the spot. Basil, who was originally following Helen, was not nervous when he saw this. How could it be unsafe to leave with Lisi? He should just ignore it. After thinking about it, Basil turned around and went to find Charles, who was bragging. He was quite interested in the adventures that Charles talked about. It was for this that he left his hometown. What's more, he could get a drink from Charles, so why not? On the sea 1 kilometer away from the mermaid, the figures of Lisi and Helen appeared here. Lisi let go of Helen, and Helen was so scared that she closed her eyes, thinking that she would fall into the sea. But after a while, she did not feel weightless, so she opened her eyes and was surprised to find that she and Lord Lisi were floating in the air. She soon realized that this should be the magical extraordinary ability. Speaking of which, you have been following me for a long time, and we haven't had a good chat yet? Lisi said with a smile, sitting cross-legged in the air. Yes, Lord Lisi. Helen carefully followed Lisi's example and sat down, whispering, "Thank you very much for taking me in at that time." Yeah. Lisi nodded. To be honest, he was just on a whim at that time, and suddenly waited. It was really strange. He met Helen by chance, and had the idea of taking her in. Although it was influenced by the memory of the previous life, I didn't recognize Helen's identity at that time, which was not very convincing. Could it be that this is the power of the lucky halo? In other words, fate led Helen to me because I would take her in? Then why did Helen fall into such a miserable situation? It shouldn't be possible with the power of the lucky halo. Fate. Everyone knows this extremely powerful law, and no one has really mastered it. Even the former god of fate, Alan Bell, couldn't do it. He only mastered a small part of the power. Just like the goddess of misfortune and the goddess of luck now, although their strength is not strong, few gods are willing to be enemies with them. Fate is so weird and powerful, completely unpredictable. Lisi thought about it and decided not to delve into it. After all, it was too far away from him. At this time, Helen's voice drew his attention back. Because I don't want to lose again. Lost. Could it be related to Helen's previous experience? Lisi sat up straight and concentrated his mind. There were many clues about Helen's origins in the previous life. Helen is suspected to be from a noble family of the Birditch Kingdom, but at the same time she has a deep hatred for the Birditch Kingdom. I'm going to be at the forefront of the melon eating. Lisi looked at Helen softly, encouraging her to continue. Helen's mouth trembled a little, and finally she said, "My original name should be Helen Birditch, the daughter of John Birditch, the current king of the Birditch Kingdom." Chapter 310 Helen's Past. Big news. Hearing this explosive news, Lisi's mind instantly unfolded a rich association. "So you are the princess of the Birditch Kingdom?" Hearing Lisi's question, Helen's tender face showed bitterness and deep resentment. "No, I'm just an illegitimate daughter without a name or status. My existence is a mistake." How to say it? Although Lisi's heart was ready to move, he did not continue to ask, but Helen continued to speak. "My mother, Mirror Evans, is actually the daughter of the Evans family of the Birditch Kingdom. She will marry the second prince of the Birditch Kingdom, Vasco Birditch. But the first time His Majesty the King saw my mother in the palace, he forcibly took possession of my mother. This is a scandal of the royal family. Under the oppression of the king, my mother's marriage to the second prince naturally ended." As she spoke, Helen's delicate and cute little face showed resentment and pain that was different from her age. Even though that happened, the king was still unwilling to let my mother go, and imprisoned her in the palace. My mother's family also gave up on my mother under pressure. Then I was born. My mother treated me very well, although she did not like the king, or hated the king for ruining her life. The only good news for my mother was that the king soon got tired of my mother, and had basically not seen her since I was born. My mother and I could only live in that small house, and sometimes we didn't even have enough food. Even so, my mother didn't give up on me, and raised me up. When I was sensible, my mother told me all this, and wanted to send me out of the palace. Because she knew that, if I lived in the palace all the time, sooner or later I would be targeted by that scumbag. How these incredible words coming out of Helen's mouth are really hard to believe. As the ruler of the kingdom of Birditch, he was so corrupt and crazy. But Lisi did not doubt the authenticity of what Helen said. To be honest, the ruling class of the kingdom of Birditch was so corrupt, and had no bottom line. His Majesty the King was even more representative of them. Lee Si knew a lot of secrets through the tasks in the game in his previous life. The entire Bertich kingdom was in such an extremely corrupt atmosphere. Otherwise, how could the kingdom of Fez be so easily able to break through and occupy the entire territory of the Bertich kingdom, and the civilians of the Bertich kingdom had almost no resistance. I didn't expect Helen to have such a deep connection with King Bertich. No wonder when Helen grew up, she kept hunting down the remaining royal family of the Bertich kingdom, and she was so cruel. When I was 10 years old, my mother took advantage of a dark night and quietly took me out of the palace and took me to flee outside the capital. Why don't you go back to your mother's family? Lee Si asked. For a noble woman who had been imprisoned for a long time, with a child, it would be too difficult to escape. But it can also be seen that Helen's mother is strong. I don't know. My mother said that the people in the family are not much better than the king. They forced her to marry the second prince before, so my mother didn't want to go back at all. Helen nodded, her eyes full of gloom. What happened after that? After that, my mother and I were taken by a passing caravan. Then we were sold to a slave trader. Helen's voice was trembling. It can be imagined that this was a rather unbearable memory. My mother soon fell seriously ill and left me. I still remember the way my mother held my hand before she died. After a moment of silence, Helen continued, the slave trader said that I was a top quality product and took me on a merchant ship to sell me to the south. The ship was attacked by pirates. I drifted on the sea for 2 days before I was rescued by a ship heading towards city. After arriving in Ward City, I ran away secretly. Helen briefly recounted her experience of how she arrived in Ward City from the kingdom of Bertich. It can be imagined that there were thrills and storms along the way. Looking at her thin and small figure, I didn't expect that she had such a painful experience before. So I want to have my own power, Lord Lee Si. Helen looked at Lee Si seriously, with a firm look in her eyes. If I were as strong as you, my mother wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have experienced so much pain. When my mother died, although she couldn't even speak, she still held my hand and stared at me tightly. I want to live well for my mother. So I want you to teach me. Helen bowed her head to Lee Si and said sincerely. Lee Si looked at Helen, whose body was trembling slightly, and continued to ask, you trust me so much, why should I teach you? Because you are very strong, the strongest person I have ever seen. Most importantly, I believe that Lord Lee Si is a good person. Helen looked up at Lee Si with a sincere attitude. Looking at Helen's serious little face, Lee Si suddenly didn't want to talk. Ask me to teach you, and give me a good person card. Is it okay? I want you to teach me, no matter what the cost. Helen saw Lee Si's hesitation and said anxiously. She had asked Basil about this before, and Basil suggested that she ask Lee Si directly. After all, Lee Si's strength is obvious to all, and he should be the same in teaching, better than anyone else on the ship. Okay. Lee Si looked at Helen and nodded. After all, teaching Helen to become a superhuman was indeed his plan. Thank you for your generosity. After opening her heart, Helen was mature and did not look like a child of the same age. However, she should be about 11 or 12 years old now, but her small body made her look like a child who had not grown up. What profession do you want to choose? Lee Si asked Helen with a relaxed tone. In her previous life, Helen's basic profession, before switching to the sea-loving profession, was a warrior, but Lee Si did not know where she got the warrior's inheritance from. For Helen, the safest way is to go the warrior route. I want to be a warrior, Helen said seriously without much hesitation. Why? Lee Si was a little curious, because he was a mage. Generally speaking, if you want to learn by yourself, shouldn't you choose the same profession as him? At the slave trader, he tested my talent for becoming a mage, and it was very poor. Looking at Helen's appearance, it seemed that she had already made up her mind. I heard from others that choosing the warrior profession to become a superhuman is the easiest, so I want to be a warrior. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, The Second Disciple. Lee Si looked at Helen and didn't expect that she would directly choose the path of a warrior. After all, most women would choose mages, rangers, and assassins. Although warriors are regarded as the representatives of iron-headed people in the eyes of many people, that doesn't mean that warriors are not strong. It's because the threshold of warriors is too low, and there are too many low-level warriors, so this stereotype has been formed. In fact, there are quite a lot of strong warriors. The warrior profession also has the most special transfer paths. For example, sword saint, paladin, and other well-known professions. The sea dependent, who Helen transferred to in her previous life, is also one of them. However, Helen can directly choose a warrior, which saves Lisi time to struggle. Are you sure you want to be a warrior? That's very hard. Lisi paused and continued. In other words, no process of becoming extraordinary is easy. Take a warrior as an example. You have to start from the basics, to strengthen your body and hone your combat skills. This is a very painful process. Lisi glanced at Helen and said seriously, especially since you are a woman, you have to work harder if you want to be better than others. No one on the battlefield will be soft-hearted just because you are a woman. Like those people on the ship. Lisi thought for a while and gave an example. For example, Mance, Ivor, and Charles. Mance is naturally self-indulgent. He is basically immersed in exercise all day long. He is indeed a training maniac. Although he is beaten so badly by me every time, his strength improves very quickly. Ivor, he is stronger in that special ability of his, but that cannot be improved by exercise. Even so, he has not given up exercise, but not as exaggerated as Mance. As for Charles, you see that he does nothing every day and only knows how to brag and sleep, but he has been hiding his strength and has a special burden on him. That is to say, he has been undergoing special training, and you should know the difficulty of this. Lisi discovered the secret of Charles a few days ago, on the day when he encountered the pirate attack. Lisi has been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, and Charles' performance is naturally in his eyes. Charles has been trying his best to control himself during the battle, but Lisi still discovered his extraordinary strength and discord. Although he doesn't know why he hides his strength, his purpose should not be the mermaid, so Lisi doesn't bother to care. If Charles gives his all, he should be the strongest person on the ship except Lisi. So you should know that it's not enough to become a superhuman. There is no shortcut to becoming stronger, except for the system plugin. After speaking earnestly, Lisi thought silently in his heart. What's more, the world of superhumans is not beautiful. Fighting and death are inevitable. If you want to master power, you must pay the corresponding price. So, are you sure you have thought it through? Lisi said in a persuasive manner, and suddenly felt like a weird uncle who was fooling a little girl. After all, if a normal person is asked this question, the answer must be the same. I've made up my mind. I want to learn from you how to be a warrior. Helen said affirmatively without any hesitation. Her pleasant voice was full of determination. After all, she no longer wanted to live the kind of displaced life she had before. She wanted to live well, and have the power to protect herself. Haha, good. Lisi smiled, and touched Helen's little head with his right hand. It feels good, teacher. Helen whispered, feeling a little uneasy. Okay. Lisi rubbed Helen, and then put his hand down. In this way, Helen is his second disciple. The first one is Fink, who is still leveling up. Wait. Lisi suddenly felt something was wrong. Fink is also a warrior, and Helen is also a warrior. I'm a mage, and all my disciples are iron-headed warriors. This style is not right. Then who can inherit my mage glory? After a second of silence, Lisi decided that when he accepted another disciple, he must choose a disciple with mage talent. Although, it really feels great to be able to have these future strong men as disciples. Lisi looked at Helen with a smile. He was thinking in his heart. The main reason was that he didn't have to worry about their future achievements. Only Lisi provided enough training resources and growth environment, and they grew up like bamboo shoots after rain. Although I'm a magician, I still know a little about the training methods of warriors. Lisi looked at Helen with a smile and nodded. Since I accept you as my apprentice, I still have to give you a gift. Lisi was scouring his pockets and sighing in his heart. Suddenly, I felt that it was also very pleasant to give something to the younger generation. Teacher Stevens had the same mentality when he saw that he had emptied his magic workshop. Lisi first took out an exquisite earring. This is the Siren earring, specially made by Lisi, with added mithril. Helen's eyes were immediately attracted by this beautiful earring. The silver earring sparkled in the sunlight, and the beautiful patterns looked delicate and not monotonous, setting off the blue magic gem in the middle, which was particularly moving. Girls can't resist the temptation of beautiful jewelry, even the mature Helen. Lisi gently put the earring on Helen, looked at it carefully, and was quite satisfied. It was worthy of his careful handwriting. After Helen put it on, she looked like a noble lady with a white dress. Helen blushed slightly, but she didn't notice Lisi's gaze. Just after putting on the magic earring, a cool feeling came to her mind, and the whole person was as refreshed as if she suddenly woke up from a dream. The harmony of the mithril made the siren earring not put extra pressure on Helen's young body, but could slowly improve Helen's physical and mental strength through the baptism of magic element. Of course, this is also an extra little use. After all, Helen is still an ordinary person, and the baptism of magic element is most effective for her now. It is useless for a silver level professional like Eluolun. Helen closed her eyes and slowly experienced this wonderful feeling. Is this the extraordinary power? It's amazing. The first time she clearly felt the effect of the extraordinary power, Helen's heart was full of curiosity and yearning. At the same time, it also strengthened her belief in hard training and learning. Okay. Lisi was not in a hurry. He waited until Helen finished feeling, and slowly opened her eyes. This is just the beginning. I can provide you with enough help, but in the end you still need to go by yourself. Well, I understand, Teacher Lisi. Helen finally showed a girlish smile on her face and said seriously. Then he knew what the so-called enough help that Lisi provided her represented. A precious storage ring, filled with various unrecognizable magic potions and medicinal materials, a long sword and light armor flashing with blue magic light, and a complete set of exercise equipment. Helen also saw a pile of gold coins in the middle of the ring. It was too exaggerated. Helen had never seen so much wealth, and her hand holding the storage ring was almost unstable. Having lived in the palace of the kingdom of Bertich, Helen could naturally recognize the preciousness of the treasures. Those gold coins were not so conspicuous. Teacher Lisi. Helen hesitated and whispered. Helen, who had been caught by a slave trader, knew very well what it represented. It might not cost even half of the gold coins to buy all the slaves in the hands of the slave trader. It's okay. Lisi waved his hand, feeling very happy. The wealth in this storage ring is about the same as what he gave to Fink, which is not much for him. Although Helen is still very young, after Lisi's observation, she may be more mature than Fink. There is no way. Helen's past is much more bumpy than Fink. These are nothing to me, Lisi said indifferently, and rubbed Helen's little head again. You study hard and exercise well, that's enough. Well, I know. Helen nodded and said seriously. The experience of meeting Lisi in the alley that day is a memory that Helen will never forget in her life. She will never forget those days of bumpy and displaced, hungry and cold. Therefore, Lisi is as important as her mother in her heart. Looking at the storage ring on her hand emitting a faint magical light, Helen suddenly felt a little tight in her throat. You must work hard. Helen clenched her little fists and said to herself. Chapter 312 Basil's Father. On the Mermaid. The sky was clear and the warm sea breeze with a slight salty taste blew on my body, which felt very comfortable. The recent journey was very smooth, and I didn't even encounter bad weather. The sailors and mercenaries on the entire Mermaid relaxed and enjoyed a rare good time. There was a circle of people lying on the deck basking in the sun, and the lazy atmosphere surrounded the ship. Seeing this, Lauren had no intention of stopping them. After all, these will be the backbone of the Milne Chamber of Commerce, to expand its roots in the future. They had a fierce battle with a pirate ship a few days ago, and they really need to rest and relax. However, in this relaxed atmosphere, there was a little figure that was somewhat out of place. At the front of the deck, a petite and cute figure stood there, holding a long sword in her hand, struggling to maintain balance. Looking closely, her white forehead was full of sweat, and her thin arms were still trembling slightly. Obviously, she had persisted for a long time. This little figure who was insisting on the basic posture was Helen, who had already worshipped Lisi as her teacher and was ready to embark on the road of transcendence. After Lisi accepted Helen that day, he did not start teaching Helen about warrior martial arts or other skills directly, but taught her a few postures and asked Helen to start with physical exercise. After all, Helen's body is still too weak now. The pain and torture she experienced before made Helen's physical development slower than that of children of the same age. Although she made up for it during this period, there are still some shortcomings. It is not conducive to her growth to rashly start to learn warrior bodybuilding and martial arts. First polish the body and exercise the will, and then talk about other things. The sweat on Helen's forehead kept falling. She tried her best to stabilize the long sword in her hand. As time passed, the shaking amplitude of the long sword in her hand continued to increase. At the beginning, the sailors and mercenaries on the Mermaid watched Helen's exercise with interest and bet on how long Helen could hold on with a smile. But in the past few days, Helen's performance made everyone put away their smiles of watching the show, and they all admired the persistence of this cute girl. Obviously, she followed that adult, but she could endure such hardship. Sure enough, we can't underestimate the people around Mr. Lisi. Everyone consciously gave the place at the boat to Helen and didn't disturb her exercise. Basil sat aside, leaning against the side of the boat, holding a bottle of wine in his arms and taking a sip of wine from time to time, but his attention was always on Helen. Lisi asked him to follow Helen, so he naturally wouldn't run to other places. Helen's current exercise is very simple, and Basil can take good care of her, so Lisi naturally saved this effort. Take a break. Basil held the wine in his hand preciously and said to Helen. This bottle of wine was taken out by Lisi for him to watch Helen's exercise. Basil likes to drink very much, but the first moment he opened the cork, the aroma of wine that came to his face immediately attracted his attention. Damn, following such a boss, it's too profitable. Satisfied Basil will naturally work hard so that he can get better rewards from Lisi. Seeing Helen's swaying body, which was about to fall and fall, Basil frowned slightly. As a silver level assassin, he naturally had to polish his basic skills. But the pain was very difficult, and he persisted under his father's care. He thought that taking care of Helen would be a similar process, but he didn't expect Helen to be so self-conscious and motivated that he didn't need to urge her at all. Instead, he had to be careful not to let her over-exercise and hurt her body. Basil stood up, snatched the sword from Helen, and said helplessly, I have told you so many times that it is easy to get injured if you exercise like this. You have been exercising very hard, so there is no need to do this. Helen, whose sword was snatched from her hand, seemed to wake up from a state of devotion. She sat down on the deck, raised her sweaty face, and said embarrassedly, Sorry, Uncle Basil. I just want to see how long I can last. Who are you kidding? Although Basil felt that being called uncle was a bit too much, he couldn't say that Helen called him brother, so he could only add helplessly, how can you challenge your limits every day? Lord Lisi should have told you that this kind of thing can't be rushed. Only when you lay a good physical foundation and challenge and break through the limit will it be effective. Yes, I know. Helen nodded seriously and collapsed on the deck with a pop, obviously without any strength. Basil didn't care. Since he wanted to become an extraordinary person, he naturally couldn't be so squeamish. Of course, this was also what Lisi had told him in advance, otherwise Basil would not dare to do this. Let her rest for a while and move back to the cabin later. At night, Lisi will help Helen to heal and recover from the injuries she suffered, so Basil doesn't have to worry about it. Uncle Basil, Helen's small voice suddenly sounded. What's wrong? Uncle Basil, are you very powerful? Helen asked in a low voice. Why do you say that? Basil, who was holding a bottle of wine, asked back with some interest. Because I heard that Lord Lisi only kept you on that pirate ship, and in the competitions in the past few days, it seems that no one can beat you. Helen was sore all over now, so she had to lie on the deck obediently. Oh, maybe, because I'm special? Basil laughed at himself and took a big sip of wine. Uncle Basil, how did you become so powerful? Helen asked curiously. Since she decided to become an extraordinary professional, she wanted to know more about professionals. but Lord Lee C rarely talked to her about those things and only asked her to keep exercising. Haha. Basil smiled bitterly, as if he remembered the unbearable past before leaving home. He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to talk to Helen in front of him. My strength is acquired under the supervision of my father. My father is strong, very strong, but also very stubborn. Basil leaned his head lightly against the side of the boat, looking at the blue sky and the seagulls flying by from time to time. His eyes blurred, and he said softly, I always felt that my father was too strict with me. He didn't let me do this or that. The most important thing is that he hardly let me out of his sight, and I could only stay at home all day, exercising my body numbly, honing my skills, and improving my strength. It's painful, really. Basil turned his head and looked at Helen, smiling and said, so when I saw you start exercising, I was still wondering when you would give up. But you are better than me. If it were me at that time, I would have been lazy or something, that's for sure. Then Uncle Basil, what happened later? Helen asked, as if she felt a hint of heaviness in Basil's narration. My father is very strong. Even before I left home, I had never defeated him once. But it's strange. I don't know why. My father always had injuries on his body. Sometimes he would even spit blood secretly from me. I didn't even notice any movement of him fighting with others. But I was ignorant at that time and didn't care about these. Instead, Basil was silent for a moment, as if it was difficult to speak. Instead, I resented him. I hated why he was so strict with me and why he didn't let me play with my friends. I could only do boring exercises and exercises on the side. There seemed to be nothing else in my life. Then one day I really couldn't stand it anymore. I heard from the traveling merchants that becoming a mercenary was a very thrilling thing. The colorful adventure attracted me all of a sudden. So, one night after that, I secretly hid from my father and ran away. Weren't you caught by your father? Didn't you say that he was very strong? Helen asked curiously. Very strong, very strong. Basil sighed and continued, I will never forget that night. I have escaped before, but was caught by him every time. But that night I successfully ran away for more than 100 meters and was not knocked out by my father. I was so excited and ready to escape from the village. When I looked back, I found that the door of my house was open. There was a warm light flashing inside, and my father was standing at the door, looking at me quietly. I was scared and thought I would be caught again, so I ran away quickly. I don't know how long I ran, but my father never showed up. Now that I think about it, maybe my father let me go that night. Yeah. Helen tried to raise her head and looked at Basil. Later, I found out that I have always had bad luck. The people who were with me were all unlucky, and many of them even died. Basil smiled and added, just like that pirate ship. So, I wonder if the injuries on Dad's body were caused by me? Yeah. Helen nodded repeatedly. To be honest, she didn't understand what Basil meant by bad luck. Basil didn't care, and he was too lazy to explain it to Helen in detail. He had been hiding these things in his heart, and now he just wanted to find someone to talk to, regardless of whether she understood or not. Uncle Basil, I think your father must be very proud. Helen's crisp voice reached Basil's ears. Huh? Because your father must think you are good enough, so he let you leave home. He thinks you can face the risks outside alone. Helen said seriously, but she thought of her mother in her heart. Haha, maybe. Basil smiled. Perhaps because Lee C promised to help him get rid of the bad luck that was entangled with him. Basil seemed to be much brighter. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, Basil felt much better for some reason. After breaking through the gold level, I will go back to see my father. Basil made up his mind. On the other side, Lee C, who was covered in dust, was walking out of the cabin transformed into a temporary magic workshop and used a cleaning technique to remove the stains on his body. He opened the door to let fresh air into the workshop and take away the smoke from the explosion. Failed again. Lee C was calm and didn't care much. Failure is the mother of success. A magician cannot succeed without thousands of mothers. Just now, he tried to make other magic props and failed. The other materials were fine, but he lost a little mithril, which made Lee C a little sad. Li Si wanted to try to make some magic equipment and props that he could use, but the process was quite difficult. Although he was a silver level arcane master, ordinary magic props and equipment were no longer helpful. With the richness of Li Si's treasury, perhaps only the silver level and above props would be meaningful. That is not as easy as making siren earrings, and it is still far from Li Si's current level. Li Si can only patiently explore bit by bit. Even with the inheritance of the two legendary arcane masters Stevens and Sphinx, Li Si's daily progress is visible to the naked eye. If it were someone else, he would probably just blindly guess. Li Si stood outside the door for a while and adjusted his mentality. Let's put this aside for now and play with the spell model first. It's just like studying in the previous life. If the brain is confused when studying mathematics, switch to chemistry to change the thinking. Master Li Si. Just when Li Si was about to continue his happy research, a voice interrupted Li Si's steps. Li Si looked back and said with a smile, "What's wrong, Ivor? Is there something wrong?" Ivor, the official mercenary who walked towards Li Si, had a little excitement on his face at this time. "Lord Li Si, we are about to reach the sea area of the island in my memory. I have a vague feeling about it." Oh. Li Si would not forget the island that Ivor had mentioned to him, or he was very interested in that place. He simply stopped studying and walked outside. "Come on, point me in a direction. Let's go and have a look together." Okay. Ivor was also looking forward to it. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Going up to the deck and standing at the highest point, Ivor closed his eyes and sensed for a while, pointing to the southeast direction of the mermaid. "It should be this way. There is something there that is attracting my body." Okay. Li Si put his right hand on Ivor's shoulder, and the figures of the two disappeared in an instant. The other sailors and mercenaries were no longer surprised. Recently, Li Si often left the ship to experiment with spells on the sea not far away. They have seen a lot of such scenes. On the sea surface more than 10 kilometers southeast, the figures of Li Si and Ivor appeared there, flying in the air. Here. Ivor closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Further south." Okay. Li Si nodded, and in an instant he used teleportation again to take Ivor away from the original place. After 2 more teleportations, Ivor shouted, "Here it is." Li Si lowered his head and looked down, only to see the blue sea with slightly ripples. Chapter 313, Wisdom of the Sphinx, New Changes. Li Si carried Ivor and floated in the air. Below was the endless sea. Looking around, there was not even a shoal in this sea area, let alone a conspicuous island. "Are you sure it's here?" Li Si asked Ivor. Now he could only rely on this living compass. "It's here, that's right." Ivor closed his eyes and said affirmatively after sensing for a long time. "Where is it?" Li Si looked around carefully and continued to ask. "I don't know. I can only roughly feel that it is in this sea area. There is no way to be more precise." "Is that so?" Li Si was silent for a moment and closed his eyes. However, no matter whether Li Si used the mental power that exceeded the same level to explore or used the exploration spell, he did not find any abnormalities. He cast flotation on Ivor to let him stay in place for a while, and Li Si began to use other methods to find the mysterious island. Close your eyes and immerse your consciousness in the dream world. After searching around, there was nothing special in the dream world of this sea area. Because there are relatively few intelligent creatures, there are not many dream spaces that flash with dreamy light in the dream world, much less than Bing Feng City. After his consciousness broke away from the dream space, Li Si thought for a moment. His right hand flashed with an illusory and hazy light, and he stretched out his index finger and slid it very slowly from top to bottom in the air in front of him. Li Si's expression was very serious, and his mind was all focused on his right hand. Slowly, in the air where Li Si's right index finger slid, a small black crack appeared in that space. Ivor stood beside Li Si, watching Li Si's operation, and he didn't dare to breathe. He could naturally see the black crack that appeared in front of Li Si's hand. He could see that Li Si was making some extremely dangerous attempts. The space around the crack was slightly distorted from time to time, and the terrifying aura it exuded was constantly stimulating his warrior's nerves. His spiritual sense told him that if his body came into contact with this black crack, He might die without a burial place. Mr. Lee C, it's really terrifying. Ivor's heart was also lifted up, and at the same time he was secretly glad that it was Lee C who was asked to do it. If Lee C couldn't find the mysterious island, what was the point of looking for other mages? Lee C didn't care about the change in Ivor's expression. He stopped after cutting a black crack of about 10 centimeters. But that's not the end. In order to maintain the space crack in front of him, the mana in his body was dissipating at a very fast speed. Yes, Lee C cut the space crack, although it was only a short section. But this is a stable space crack controlled by Lee C. This is more difficult than teleportation. After all, learning teleportation is assisted by spell models, but cutting the space crack alone means that the mastery of space spells has reached a certain level, and the control of magic power is also meticulous and has reached a very high level. Otherwise, the first moment the space crack is cut, it will be destroyed by the violent space turbulence. The more powerful the power, the stronger the backlash. Generally, only gold level mages can do it, and they also need to have in-depth research on space. After Lee C got the teacher's space research notes, he studied and experimented for so long, and it was not until recently that he could officially do it. Feeling the rapid loss of mana in his body, Lee C did not dare to delay too much time. Although his mana value has far exceeded that of ordinary silver mages due to the addition of various specialties, it cannot be maintained for too long. Lee C quickly wrapped his consciousness with magic power, went deep into the space crack, and explored the surroundings. Ivor could only resist the desire to escape, and stayed where he was, and watched Lee C's operation. Not long after, Lee C, who was a little pale, opened his eyes, closed the twisted space crack in front of him, and looked thoughtful. How to say it? One good news, and one bad news. The bad news is that Lee C explored the space crack corresponding to the C area and the outer space in the space crack, and did not find any special different planes or space fragments. In other words, the previous considerations may not be correct, and the mysterious island does not exist in the different planes. The good news is that the space corresponding to the C area is very strange. It seems that something has stabilized this space crack. There are very few spontaneous space cracks, and there is no space storm at all. If the space cracks in the outer space are as common as the waves at the seaside, then the outer space corresponding to the sea area is like a calm pond, which seems a bit weird. In other words, there must be something wrong with this sea area. Maybe my strength is not enough, or the method is wrong. Lee C pondered in his heart, thinking about whether there are other ways to find clues. Mr. Lee C. Ivor waited for a while, and seeing that Lee C did not move, he asked tentatively, "What's wrong?" Lee C looked at Ivor with a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Have you found any clues?" Ivor asked carefully, completely losing the cold image on the mermaid. "Well." Lee C hesitated for a moment, and then said directly, "I can confirm that there is indeed something strange in this sea area, but I can't find any clues at present." Sure enough, Ivor's eyes lit up, and his body trembled. "Are you sure that the island is in this sea area?" Lee C looked at Ivor strangely, shook his head and said, "I'm only sure that this sea area is different from other places. It may be the influence of the island you mentioned, but I'm not sure." Okay, Ivor murmured, feeling a little excited. Returning to the island again and inheriting the magical power is his hope. But after experiencing too many failures, he even doubted whether he was really wrong. After getting Lee C's confirmation, he was a little overwhelmed, as if he had found an oasis in the desert. Forget it. Lee C hesitated for a moment. He was ready to use a stupid method, because he could not think of any other way for the time being. Just go straight first. Holding Ivor's clothes again, Lee C said to him, "I will go around this sea area. If you have any special feelings, tell me." Ivor nodded, indicating that he knew. At this time, he hoped that Lee C could successfully find the island. Then, Lee C and Ivor walked around this sea area. In Ivor's perception, he felt that the area where his body was attracted was about 10 kilometers of circular sea. But in this area, it was as if he was in the compass on a magnet, and he felt the same everywhere. It was as if the whole space was attracting him. Even in the center of the sea, Ivor didn't feel anything special. just when Lisi had finished most of the sea and was ready to think of other ways. When passing through a plain, blue sea as usual, Lisi suddenly stopped flying. Just when Ivor was a little strange, Lisi suddenly let go of his hand and let Ivor float in the air. Lisi didn't care about other things and reached out to touch his left ear. Wearing on Lisi's left ear was a legendary ornament, Wisdom of the Sphinx. Lisi could feel that this earring was slightly hot and had some different changes. What was going on? After Lisi got this legendary ornament, his strength was greatly improved and even gave Lisi the courage to face the gold level professionals. But there has never been a different change like now. Could it be related to the mysterious island in this sea area? A somewhat lazy voice sounded in Lisi's mind. Xiaomi. Lisi was a little surprised and said in his heart, "Are you awake?" Vertical bar meow. The black cat Xiaomi yawned, and the forceful sound made Lisi imagine the black cat stretching. This voice came from the magical intelligent life that Lisi got from the Sphinx Temple, the black cat Xiaomi. After Lisi left Zuling Town, Xiaomi suddenly fell asleep in his body, and no matter how Lisi called, he didn't wake up. If Lisi couldn't still feel the magic power of the black cat, he really thought that this guy was dead. How long have I slept? The figure of the black cat suddenly appeared on Lisi's shoulder, licked its little paw with a pink tongue, and asked Lisi. Ivor on the side was stunned. How could a talking black cat suddenly appear? And it seemed to be very familiar with Lisi. As expected of Lord Lisi, this should be his magical pet. Ivor continued to flatter him silently in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. It's been several months. I thought something happened to you. Lisi smiled and asked curiously, why did you suddenly fall asleep without telling me? After all, the black cat is an extremely rare magical intelligent life with independent thinking. It is the main control brain of the future floating city that Lisi has planned, so he is naturally very concerned. I was careless. The black cat was a little depressed and said helplessly, I forgot that the magic power I used to maintain my existence was provided by the temple. After leaving the area where the temple is located, I lost the magic power supply and directly fell asleep to accumulate magic power. Lisi glanced at the black cat, and that look contained a lot of meaning. You can make such a simple mistake? I doubt your IQ. Are you stupid in the temple? Black cat naturally noticed Lisi's eyes and said indignantly, what can I do? I stayed in the temple for so long, and I was too excited when I came out, so I simply forgot it. It's your fault. If you had become a legend, I would have woken up a long time ago. Lisi ignored the unreasonable trouble of the black cat and then asked, why did you wake up now? Is there any change? In fact, Lisi had some guesses in his heart, but he still needed the confirmation of the black cat. I felt a familiar feeling. The black cat jumped on Lisi's head and squatted down, and then said, there is a smell of divine power here. Your earrings sensed it, and so did I. Sure enough, just now, Lisi blocked the voices of himself and the black cat, and did not let Ivor hear what they said. Now it's interesting. If it is really divine power, then Lisi's previous guess may be true. This is a relic of a god. It is very likely a fallen god. Can you sense the specific location? Lisi asked immediately, taking the black cat off his head and holding it in his arms. The black cat was so comfortable that he didn't want to move. He pointed down and said, yes, it's right below. But it feels a little blurry, as if it's blocked by something. Is that so? Lisi looked at the empty blue sea below, and after trying it for a while, he felt helpless. What can be confirmed now is that the island is not hidden by the existence of invisible barriers or other things that block the view, and it is really impossible to reach. If the location is determined, how to get in? Lisi is now like an adventurer standing in front of a treasure house. Without the key to the treasure house door, he can only sigh. Do you know how to get in? Lisi asked the black cat in his arms. I don't know, I'm just an ignorant little cat. The black cat turned over in Lisi's arms, found a more comfortable position, and happily enjoyed the baptism of the sun, and said lazily. Lisi was a little helpless, thought for a moment, and called out the system panel. Look at the column of his own equipment. Accessory, Wisdom of the Sphinx. Rank, Legendary Introduction. The highest masterpiece of the legendary Arcanist Sphinx, the magnificent crystallization of his infinite wisdom. It will open the treasure of knowledge for you. Equipment Effect 1. Sphinx's Knowledge Treasure House. Equipment Effect 2. Divergent Arcane Revelation. Equipment Effect 3. Insightful Arcane Revelation. Equipment Effect 4. Creative Arcane Revelation. Equipment Effect 5. Attribute Enhancement. Half Seal. Equipment Effect 6. Elemental Affinity Enhancement. Half Seal. Equipment Effect 7. Sealed. Equipment Effect 8. Divine Power Enhancement. Half Seal. Wisdom of the Sphinx. Can store a certain amount of divine power and consume divine power to specify the enhancement of a certain equipment effect. Current stored divine power. 0/100th Equipment Effect 10. Sealed. Other equipment effects have not changed, except for an equipment effect that was previously sealed. The ability to store divine power and consume divine power to enhance equipment effects. Is this the reason why Wisdom of the Sphinx can sense the existence of divine power? Lee Si was a little silent in his heart. The effect of this equipment was beyond his expectations. The existence of this effect means that the legendary accessory, Wisdom of the Sphinx, is qualified to use divine power. That's right. After all, this is the highest achievement of the legendary arcane master Sphinx who created the art of ascension. If it were an ordinary person, he might not realize it, but Lee Si knew it very well. Any legendary equipment related to divine power represents another possibility. Just like the legendary holy relic, Saint Hoyle's Manual, exclusive to the Church of Dawn, it can continue to transform and become a divine artifact. At least as far as Lee Si knows, many semi-divine artifacts of the Church of the Gods were obtained in this way. In other words, Wisdom of the Sphinx has a higher possibility. Chapter 314 Artifact Fragments. Lee Si suppressed his excitement. The problem he was facing now was not completely solved. Although the awakening of the Black Cat and the changes in the Wisdom of the Sphinx surprised Lee Si, at present, Lee Si still had no way to find a way to enter the mysterious island. Looking at the sea around him, Lee Si's current location should be where the mysterious island was, but Lee Si himself did not feel anything. Iva, have you found anything? Lee Si asked Iva, who was waiting on the side. Same as before, Iva said honestly, hesitating for a moment, but still couldn't help asking, Mr. Lee Si, what is this now? Oh, I should have found the place. Lee Si glanced at Iva, pointed to the sea in front and said, it's a pity that I don't know how to get in. I found it now? Iva was a little bit unbelievable. He had been prepared for a long battle, but he didn't expect to get results so soon. Iva wanted to ask Lee Si if this was true, but after thinking about it, he forced himself to hold back. It seems that he doesn't believe what Lord Lee Si meant to say this rashly, so he should wait a while. Lee Si returned his gaze to the sea in front of him, stroking the black cat in his hand, and his mental power had spread along his body, carefully exploring everything around him. If it was really the island left by the fallen gods, and there was still divine power on the island, Lee Si estimated that it would be difficult for him to find it. Divine power, as the product of the ultimate sublimation of the power of faith, is the foundation of the power of the gods and the embodiment of the power of the gods. No one said that he had completely mastered the mysteries of divine power, not even the gods. Even in his previous life, Lee Si had obtained the remaining divine power, but he could not understand the mystery at all, and could only use it as an extremely powerful source of power. After rebirth, although he had received many inheritances, especially the detailed records of divine power in Sphinx Ascension, Lee Si had not yet obtained any divine power. Moreover, no matter what, Lee Si is only a silver level now, and if he wants to conduct in-depth research on divine power, he must become a legendary level. If the protective power of the mysterious island is composed of divine power, it would be almost impossible for Lee Si to break through by force. The treasure gate built by divine power is too solid. Lee Si has no power to break through. He can only try to find a regular way to enter. That is to find the key to open the door of the divine treasure. What is that key? Since Iva entered by accident, it means that the divine island is not completely closed. Just like the Temple of the Sphinx, there must be a chance to enter it. Is it a storm? A rainbow? or something else? The problem is back to the starting point, and Lee Si is a little scratching his head. Do I have to try them one by one? Now it seems that the most likely one is a storm. After all, the priesthood of the fallen god is suspected to be a storm. Iva, think about it carefully. After trying for a while without success, Lee Si turned around and asked Iva, who was staying obediently. The place was found, but there is no way to get in. Think about it carefully. What else did you find at that time? Iva was silent when he heard it. His expression did not change, but he was struggling in his heart. Do you really want to give that thing to Lee Si? That was his most precious thing, and it was also the biggest secret he got from that island. Iva couldn't help but have other ideas in his mind. Anyway, the location has been determined. I pretended not to know. After leaving with Lee Si, I will come here to try secretly. Maybe I can open it myself and enjoy everything on that island alone. Greed began to erode Iva's heart, making him a little undecided. Lee Si noticed Iva's abnormality, but did not speak, just watched him silently. That mysterious island is a must for him. Even if there is no other gain, just the divine power left by the gods is enough to satisfy Lee Si. After all, wisdom of the Sphinx needs divine power to strengthen. Looking at Iva's sudden silence, it seems that there is still some secret that has not been told. Maybe the key to enter the island is in his hand. But it doesn't matter. Lee Si showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm Lee Si, sincere, never force others, the most reliable collaborator, Arcane, and I never do things like crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. At worst, when Iva avoids him and wants to sneak into the island, I will follow him. By then, the two of them will no longer be in a cooperative relationship, and Lee Si will no longer take care of him. My moral bottom line is really too high. Lee Si shook his head in some distress. After all, it is also an island left by the gods. Lee Si has so many powerful life-saving props on him, and he must explore it carefully bit by bit, not to mention Iva. If there were no special factors for him to come out last time, it was pure luck. Lee Si doesn't think this will happen again. The remains of the gods are precious treasures, but they may also hide great terrors. In a ruin of the gods that Lee Si once explored, a demigod level evil god was sleeping in it. The weak incarnation of the gods may not be able to beat that thing. So, no matter what choice Iva makes, it is the same for Lee Si. It's just a different way of dealing with it. After a moment of silence, Iva looked up at Lee Si and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee Si. Actually, I concealed something from you. Oh no. Lee Si looked at Iva. Did he confess to himself? That's good. Although you can't get all the rewards, it's safer, so it's okay. What's the matter? Lee Si said calmly. Since he had decided to tell everything, Iva no longer hesitated. He took out a blue weapon fragment similar to a gunhead and handed it to Lee Si. This is something that suddenly appeared on me when I left the island that time. I don't know what it is, but when I carry it with me, my special ability will be enhanced. Look, is this the key to enter the island? Iva was reluctant to give up this treasure that he had only obtained from the island. Although this was very important to him, he was willing to give everything if he could land on the island again. Lee Si took the blue weapon fragment from Iva and looked down at it carefully. This was a weapon fragment made of a special transparent crystal of azure blue with complicated patterns on it that Lee Si couldn't understand. Lee Si gently stroked the gun head with his right hand and tried to penetrate it with his mental power to explore it, but was isolated from it. It was as if the gun head was an isolated safe that refused anyone's exploration. Interesting. Lee Si carefully looked at the gun head in his hand and got it in his mind. Although he did not feel any power from this broken gun head, this performance clearly showed that it was not ordinary. Lee Si held the gun head and summoned the system panel. Sure enough, the attributes of this broken gun head have been refreshed in the system. You have obtained the equipment, Storm Trident, broken, weapon, Storm Trident, broken, rank, artifact introduction, the artifact left by the fallen god, and seal, the god of storm and thunder, which has been completely broken and has almost lost all its power. But the core seems to still retain a trace of magic. Equipment effect 1, the ability effect of Storm, Ocean, Thunder related fields is increased by 10%. Equipment effect 2. Special ability, energy concentration. When carrying this equipment on the sea, it can slowly replenish strength, which seems to be the key to opening something. Current stored energy 85%. This. Lee Si's hand almost trembled. It turned out to be an artifact. Although it has lost all its divine power and has almost nothing special, it is still a divine weapon. The only divine weapon that Lee Si had touched in his previous life was the golden statue of the Goddess of Wealth in the big square in front of the main church of the Goddess of Wealth Church. It is the core of the faith of all the believers of the Goddess of Wealth. With the blessing of countless wealth and the great power of the Goddess of Wealth, this statue of the goddess successfully broke through from a mortal object to a divine weapon. This divine weapon is placed in the open square without any protection. However, the magical power of the artifact can automatically clean the dust that falls on it. Everyone can touch this statue, and the priests of the Goddess of Wealth Church will not stop it. At the same time, all believers who believe in the Goddess of Wealth can obtain a blessing from the Goddess of Wealth with an ordinary effect, which slightly increases the chance of obtaining wealth. Having said that, if the believers of the Goddess of Wealth were not basically shallow believers, with such a large number, the Goddess of Wealth would have become one of the strongest gods long ago. Although the Goddess of Wealth is not good at fighting, with a huge source of power, basically few gods are willing to provoke this goddess. Let's get back to the point. Lee Si held the fragment of the storm trident, smiled and looked at Ivor and said, "Are you really willing to give this to me?" Ivor looked at the gun head in Lee Si's hand with some nostalgia, shook his head firmly and said, "I think this can only work in your hands, as long as you take me to the island again." Lee Si put away the fragment of the artifact with his backhand, and suddenly he had some doubts in his heart. Why does it feel like everything is too coincidental? Lee Si looked at Ivor again, and thought in his heart, this Ivor, can he really be so lucky? The ship he was riding sank in the storm, and he was the only one who survived the entire ship and arrived at the island left by the gods. Although I don't know what is on the island, it is the legacy of the gods after all, and it must be extraordinary. Ivor not only survived from the island of the gods, but also got the legacy of the gods. And now, he even got the key to return to the island of the gods. Are you a descendant of that god? Lee Si didn't believe that Ivor had such luck. In the previous encounter, Lee Si did not find any specialties similar to lucky aura from Ivor's system panel information. Therefore, Lee Si had to suspect that there was something hidden in it. However, Lee Si hesitated for a while, but was determined to continue exploring this island of gods. What if there is danger? Which ruins and treasures are not dangerous? Since he had found something wrong, Lee Si would naturally pay more attention to it. However, Lee Si looked at the charging information on the storm trident, 85%. There is still a lot to go. According to the description, the charging process of this storm trident fragment requires Lee Si to stay on the sea with the fragment and absorb the relevant energy. The 85% collected before should be the energy absorbed by Ivor wandering on the sea in the past few years. So, if you want to collect full energy, you have to stay on the sea for a few months. So, do you really have to stay on the sea? It should be okay to let others hold it on the sea, but Lee Si is a little worried. Lee Si took Ivor and rushed back to the mermaid. So, Lee Si actually has plenty of time. The decisive battle in the capital of the Birdage Kingdom is still a long way off, so this little time is not a big deal. The most important thing is that Lee Si has turned the Dylan Kingdom upside down and even made the Dylan Kingdom have no power to invade the Fez Kingdom. With this credit, plus the several big men behind Lee Si, it is almost enough to get the territory in his mind. There is no need to go to the main battlefield to do hard work and earn that credit now. It will be enough to join in the fun when the final battle in the Birdage Kingdom is about to begin. Before, it was because there was no goal in the Pearl Sea. Now, with such a tempting treasure as the Divine Island, Lee Si now needs divine power to strengthen the wisdom of the Sphinx. This is like someone sending a pillow when you are sleepy. It's the right time. Lee Si can't miss this way to obtain divine power. In addition, Lee Si needs some time to teach Helen. This disciple has just started, unlike Fink. Even if Lee Si arranges someone to accompany him, it is better for Lee Si to teach him personally for a while. Maybe he can also make some arrangements in the Pearl Sea in advance. I have to think about it carefully. Thinking of this, Lisi took Ivor back to the mermaid. Seeing Lauren on the deck, Lisi asked him, "Lauren, what's wrong, Mr. Lisi?" Lauren, who was wearing the siren earring on his right ear, heard Lisi's voice and responded quickly. "How long will it take us to reach Danaport? We are now in the northwest of the Pearl Sea, and it is only 3 or 4 days away from Danaport." Lauren said hurriedly. He has not been too relaxed these days. In addition to the normal daily sailing, Lauren also needs to record various information on the route and record it on the nautical chart. This is also what must be done to open up a new route. Okay. Lisi nodded and thought about it in his heart. Danaport is one of the largest seaports on the northern coastline of the Kingdom of Burditch. It is also one of the largest seaports near Danolo Port, which is worth Lisi's more thought. An idea suddenly popped up in Lisi's mind. Otherwise, should I also get a pirate ship? Chapter 315 Danaport. The slightly salty sea breeze blew across the dock, creating a busy scene. Huge dark brown wooden piles were deeply submerged in the sea, and wooden boards were built on them, forming a huge offshore dock, which extended the coastline for more than 100 meters into the sea. The waves with white spots gently hit the wooden piles. This wooden dock was strengthened by simple spells, and these wooden platforms were strong and durable enough to withstand the erosion of waves and storms. It was morning, the busiest time for Danaport. Many porters in brown single clothes came in an endless stream. They were sweating profusely and unloaded the goods from afar from the ship and transported them to the warehouse in the dock. At the same time, they also sent various goods from the Kingdom of Burditch to the merchant ship, allowing it to take these special goods to distant countries. At this time, a medium-sized merchant ship was slowly approaching the dock and slowly approaching the berth under the command of the dock dispatcher. Seeing this, many porters who had rested for a while gathered together and waited for employment. These porters are all locals, earning their wages by doing a little labor. Although every merchant ship that arrives at Danaport brings a lot of its own sailors, this porter work has always been the scope of work for these porters. Even if all the sailors on the merchant ship personally move the goods they carry to the shore, the porter fee must be paid. This is the rule set by the nobles and officials who controlled Danaport. Although most of the remuneration was pocketed by the nobles, the remaining ones were competed for by the porters, who came from poor backgrounds. While waiting, the porters also chatted with each other. "I heard that there is a war going on in the west. It's been so long since I heard that. It's nothing new. Haha, I heard that the Kingdom of Feast is about to attack the capital Huangshi City. Is that true? Those nobles are so useless, a bunch of trash. Hey, keep your voice down. You know that those nobles and officials have been useless for a long time, a bunch of hateful vampires. They all deserve to die. In that case, I think it would be better to let the people of the Kingdom of Feast kill all those nobles. How can you be sure that the nobles of the Kingdom of Feast are better? Can they be worse?" That's right. The merchant ship entered the harbor, and the chattering porters rushed forward to earn more copper coins. "Mr. Lisi, thank you very much for your help." Captain Lauren asked his men to arrange the transportation of the goods, but he followed Lisi and said with a smile, "Well, it should be." Lisi had packed up his things and was ready to get off the ship. Especially the equipment in the small laboratory, all had to be put back into the space ring. Helen and Basil followed behind Lisi. Helen looked at the distant harbor in the familiar architectural style with some sadness, and her mood was a bit depressed. "Then I won't see you off, Mr. Lisi. I hope I can have a chance to see you again in the future." Lauren bowed slightly to Lisi. "Okay." Lisi didn't say much and took Helen and Basil to the town in the distance. Looking at Lisi's figure going away, Lauren shook his head with some regret, turned around and walked towards the mermaid. It would be great if Lisi could really stay on the ship. Unfortunately, Lauren also knew that this was unrealistic. Looking at the sailors on the mermaid in the distance, they were heading towards Danaport, ready to relieve the boredom of being on the sea for a long time. "Hey, let's go shopping with Naveen." Lauren shook his head and swung his steps. This trip to Danaport was much more thrilling than the last time. After finally arriving at Danaport, he also wanted to relax. Lisi led Helen and Basil to a nice hotel in Danaport and stayed there. "Basil, take Helen to the street." You've been working hard recently. Lee Si wanted Helen to relax. He saw how hard she had been working out recently and didn't want her to push herself too hard. No, master. Helen shook her head and said seriously. I'm from the Birdage Kingdom. There's nothing new here for me. I want to seize the time and continue to exercise. Basil's face was a little bitter when he heard this. He wanted to relax. Although he was still young and not as experienced as Charles, he had seen everything he should have seen, so he was naturally a little eager to move. More importantly, his wealth was not confiscated by Lee Si, so he was still relatively rich. But if Helen wanted to exercise and train her body, she naturally couldn't leave. Alas, such a good time was wasted. Basil felt a little heartbroken, but seeing Helen's serious look, he couldn't say anything. He had such a time too, when he was so absorbed in the pleasure of mastering extraordinary power that nothing else could tempt him. So even though he was not happy about it, Basil still did not object. Lee Si glanced at Helen, then nodded and did not object. No matter what choice Helen made, Lee Si would not object. Just like when he was ready to be reborn, he became so fond of Arcane and indulged in the feeling of mastering extraordinary power. Helen and Taya, the protagonists of the plot, naturally have a firm belief in the future. When facing them, Lee Si only needs to guide them a little, instead of making decisions for them. We will stay here for a while. Lee Si stood up, looked at Helen and said, just make your own decision. You can start trying the bodybuilding method I taught you before. Yes, teacher. Helen nodded excitedly. Lee Si had already taught her the warrior bodybuilding method a few days ago and asked her to start learning it. But Lee Si did not let her start directly. The bodybuilding method Lee Si prepared was quite advanced, which he got from Uncle Joyce, and was called 100 Refinements Bodybuilding Method. This is more effective than the general bodybuilding method, but it also requires a higher physical condition for beginners. Therefore, Helen has been working hard to reach the threshold of the 100 Refinements Bodybuilding Method. Now Helen has finally taken this most important step. Adjust your mindset. It is impossible to succeed in one go. Try more. Lee Si reminded Helen a few words. He had not formally practiced the warrior's bodybuilding method, but he had never eaten pork, but he had never seen pigs run. Lee Si still knew these simplest precautions. Basil, you should keep an eye on Helen. Lee Si turned to Basil and said, which was also the purpose of his accepting Basil. Finding a personal bodyguard and nanny for Helen, there is no more reliable than a future tested subordinate. Okay. Basil said weakly. He no longer had any idea of struggling and resisting. Lee Si nodded, got up and left the room. Walking on the street of Danaport, Lee Si was thinking about the arrangements for the future. In the previous life, Lee Si's activities were basically centered on Port Danello. During the 2.0 version, Total War, he sailed on the sea for a while. Port Danello was one of the busiest ports of the Birdage Kingdom on the Pearl Sea, and Lee Si was naturally familiar with it. When the 3.0 version, Otherworld Development, came, because the portals to the other worlds that were opened were all around Port Danello, it attracted many players to stay in Port Danello, and Lee Si was one of them. Originally, Lee Si planned to make achievements in the disputes between the Dylan Kingdom and the Birdage Kingdom, and strive for Port Danello as his noble fiefdom. Now it seems that there may be some changes. The reason why Lee Si chose Port Danello was, on the one hand, because the floating city was now sunk in the Pearl Sea, and occupying Port Danello would make it easier for Lee Si to explore it. On the other hand, Port Danello is one of the core areas of the next two versions of the plot, and it will be less affected in the future main plot, and it is most suitable to be selected as his own territory. Therefore, under the premise that the merits he has obtained now are completely sufficient, Lee Si is more interested in staying in the Pearl Sea. On the one hand, it is to charge the Storm Trident, and on the other hand, it is to lay out in the Pearl Sea in advance. You know, the Pearl Sea has begun to be chaotic from this stage. When the navy of the Kingdom of Birdage is unable to sail far, the busy routes on the Pearl Sea are like a girl who has let down her guard, tempting all ambitious people to go there. Lee Si also has this idea, to get a pirate ship. Of course, Lee Si does not intend to rob those merchant ships. He is a good young man of the new era who abides by the law. What's the point of doing that? As a pirate, there is no problem with black eating black, right? Anyway, there is no mercy for those pirates with blood on their hands. On the one hand, it can lay the foundation for the future management of the Pearl Sea. Anyway, after taking over the port of Danilo, the Pearl Sea has been regarded as its own backyard. You must know that when the pirates were most rampant later, the sea routes of the Pearl Sea were greatly affected, far less prosperous than at this time. The maritime trade in the Pearl Sea is like a big cake. By the time the Kingdom of Fez had time to clean it up, it had already been tossed around by the pirates. It was a heavy loss for Port Danlo and even the entire East Coast shipping trade. Lee Sea would naturally not allow his backyard to be turned into that. By the way, Helen could be trained to be the future pirate queen. No, Navy Admiral. Just thinking about it made Lee Sea feel very excited. However, it is not easy to pull up a pirate ship from scratch, not to mention that the black eating black business that Lee Sea is going to do will only prepare to carry some goods on the ship, to pretend to be a merchant ship, to avoid the inspection of the British Navy. So first of all, Lee Sea must have a seagoing ship. Go to the shipyard to order one now? Walking on the busy streets of Danaport, Lee Sea shook his head. That would take too long. Lee Sea knew very well that it would take a long time to build a new ship from scratch, at least in months. Although not in a hurry, Lee Sea did not want to waste time waiting for a new ship. Do we still need to buy a ship first? Lee Sea thought about it and decided to do it this way. It doesn't have to be too good, just a ship that can sail far. Anyway, Lee Sea will also start to transform it, and he can also rob it from other pirates. Lee Sea suddenly remembered the pirate ship, Manatee, that Basil was on, and clicked his tongue. If I had known that I would buy a ship now, I would have kept the pirate ship at that time. Oh, right. There are also people on the pirate ship. After all, we can't let Lee Sea, or Helen, or Basil operate the sea ship, right? We have to find reliable sailors. Lee Sea suddenly felt a little worried because he had never been the captain of a pirate ship in his previous life, but he knew what he should know and what he should pay attention to. So he also knew that there were many things to prepare for a long voyage on the sea. I spent a few copper coins from the grilled fish stall next to me and bought a grilled fish that was roasted and sizzling with oil. It was simply sprinkled with a little white sea salt, and the simple aroma of oil was tempting enough. Lee Sea ate the grilled fish and headed towards the direction of the mercenary guild according to the direction in his memory. When in doubt, go to the mercenary guild. Anyway, Lee Sea is not short of gold coins, so it is easier and more direct to go to the mercenary guild to contact the snakehead for related matters. As for whether he will be robbed by the smugglers, it's fine if Lee Sea doesn't eat others, but who dares to eat Lee Sea? Even if there are gold level strongmen in Danaport, Lee Sea is not too worried. If it is an ordinary gold professional, Lee Sea even wants to try it with real swords and guns. After the trip to the Kingdom of Dylan, Lee Sea's experience points had far exceeded his expectations. The experience points accumulated by Lee Sea in the Ice Peak City, Devil's Gate, incident, crossing the Curry Hills, and so on have exceeded the 100 million mark. Lee Sea now needs 135 million experience points to raise his personal level to the silver bottleneck of level 100, which can be said to be very close. I just don't know what Lee Sea's rank breakthrough task is this time. It is relatively simple to become a bronze level professional, as long as you successfully promote to a professional. It is not difficult to break through from bronze level to silver level. You need to complete the basic career promotion, just like a warrior professional needs to choose the direction of professional specialization, such as promotion to shield warrior or swordsman profession. Although it is a little more troublesome than bronze level promotion, it is not bad. Breaking through from silver level to gold level is the most troublesome. Everyone has a rank breakthrough task. Only after completing the rank breakthrough task can the promotion be completed. This is the requirement for players to break through the rank, similar to the aboriginal professional. If you want to break through the rank, you must first break through your own limits and sublimate your extraordinary abilities. The rank breakthrough tasks of players are simpler and clearer. Some people are defeating tasks, and some people are attribute limited tasks. Everyone's breakthrough tasks are different. If you can't complete them, you can refresh them once a week, but there is one thing that is agreed upon. The more difficult the rank breakthrough task is, the more benefits you will get after breaking through to the gold level. This is why old players challenge the most difficult tasks at the beginning, and only choose tasks with lower difficulty after they are full of bumps. Lee Si's breakthrough mission in his previous life was to defeat 10 native silver professionals of the same level in a row, which took Lee Si a long time to complete. He even wanted to give up halfway. Who knows what surprises will be waiting for Lee Si this time. Chapter 316, The Church of All Beasts Strikes Again. Danaport, Mercenary Guild. Lee Si walked out of the door, followed by a middle-aged man with a big belly. "Sir Lee Si, I will do what you asked for right away. Please rest assured." The middle-aged man had a flattering look on his face and actively complimented Lee Si. There was no way, because the reward given by this big man was really too generous, twice as high as the commission of the same category, and the only requirement was that the time was relatively short. But he also had the confidence to complete it. Although it was a big project, to equip an ocean-going merchant ship and some sailors, it was only a little tedious for him, a local snake in Danaport, and the difficulty was not high. "Well, as soon as possible. If there is any news, please notify me directly at the hotel where I live." Lee Si nodded and said, then turned and left. After the commission was issued in the mercenary tavern, a local snake soon found him. According to him, it would take about a week to prepare the ship and sailors, and bring all kinds of supplies on board. Of course, money was spent. Although Lee Si has the same good habit of saving every grain of rice as when he was a player in his previous life, he will not hesitate when it comes to spending money and making initial investments. Walking on the streets of Danaport, Lee Si had some free time after things were arranged. "Why don't we go eat something and bring some for Helen and the others?" Lee Si thought about it and walked towards the small street west of Danaport. Lee Si had been to Danaport in his previous life, so he naturally knew where there were the most restaurants. The delicacies in the coastal areas of the Kingdom of Burdach are mostly seafood, and fresh sea fish and shellfish are the most common foods on the table. When Lee Si was wandering in this area in his previous life, he liked fried oysters and grilled fish. The temperature in Danaport is no longer cold, and Lee Si, who left the Kingdom of Dylan, likes the comfortable feeling of the warm sunshine falling on his body. The coldness of the Kingdom of Dylan in winter is something that even Lee Si's physique cannot completely resist, and he needs to keep warm at all times. Although it is not a big problem for him, who doesn't like a warm and comfortable environment, this may be the reason why the Dylan people are so eager to own the land in the south. Because Danaport is adjacent to the sea and often faces the baptism of strong winds and rainstorms, most of the houses are relatively short and are mostly built with bricks and stones. The pedestrians on the road were also in a hurry. Lee Si even saw many merchants wearing the costumes of the Kingdom of Fez. It stands to reason that the Kingdom of Fez is now invading the Kingdom of Debotic. The civilians of the Kingdom of Bodichi should be hostile to the people of Fez, but in Lee Si's eyes, many merchants in the Kingdom of Fez seem to be talking happily with the Bodichi people. It seems that except for the nobles of the kingdom who have the greatest interests, no one cares about the survival of the Kingdom of Bodichi. It can only be said that those nobles will suffer the consequences of their own actions. Lee Si shook his head. This is also good for him, so that he can control the territory of Danolo Port as soon as possible. Just as Lee Si was walking towards the restaurant in his memory, he suddenly heard several roars, as well as the crisp sound of weapons colliding. "Stop struggling, Charles. You can't run away. Just follow us back. What are you dreaming about? You want to catch me? Wait for it in your next life. 3 useless people, cowards who only know how to attack in secret. Just wait. Sooner or later I will twist off your heads and stuff them into your asses." At this time, a familiar voice that was cursing came into Lee Si's ears. Lee Si stopped and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He saw several people entangled in a group running towards the direction where Lee Si was. It seemed that 3 people were besieging one person. The battle was quite fierce. The weapons in their hands attacked the vital parts of the other party's body. The pedestrians and merchants around hurriedly avoided it. Although there were many extraordinary professionals in Danaport, it was rare for such a fierce battle on the street to happen. Lee Si could see that the 3 people who joined hands to besiege were 2 warriors and a hunter. and the person being besieged was the mercenary on the mermaid, Hunter Charles. He was barely holding on, cursing and swearing, no longer able to hide his strength. Charles was very depressed, and he wanted to curse. He just wanted to go out on the street to relax. How come he ran into someone from the Church of the Lord of all Beasts? Is his luck so bad? The 3 people in front of him were all strong. Although none of them were as strong as him, they were all silver level professionals. He unloaded the burden on his body and burst out all his strength to barely survive the siege of 3 people. He used a short sword to block the long sword that was slashing towards his body and wiped it with his hand to prepare to cut the enemy's right hand. But at this time, an arrow with a green light shot at him from not far away forced Charles to retreat and give up this opportunity that he had finally caught. The spear in the hand of another warrior hit his chest fiercely. Charles had no time to retract the dagger to block it, so he could only raise his forearm to block his chest and prepare to take the blow. Bang! Charles' figure flew out and crashed into the house on the street, raising a cloud of dust. Give up, Charles. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Tell us the truth about the Oak Council, and we will let you die quickly. Otherwise, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to my little cutie. The 3 besiegers slowly walked towards the smoke-filled house, with a smug look on their faces. In the eyes of the people hiding around, these people were obviously lawless lunatics. They dared to attack in the city. Aren't they afraid of the city guards? Lisi was also standing not far away, watching this sudden battle. He did not help Charles. After all, Charles and him just met by chance, so there was no need to take the initiative to intervene in his affairs. What's more, Charles' strength is stronger than these people in front of him, and there is still a chance to escape. Ahem. Ahem. Charles stood up from the rubble, his face a little gloomy. His left forearm was broken. There were many scratches on his body, and his internal organs were also affected to a certain extent. It was a bit risky just now, and he should have run away with all his strength. After returning to the city, he relaxed a little. Who would have thought that these crazy people from the Church of All Beasts would dare to attack in the city? A bunch of mad dogs. Charles stood up and clenched the dagger in his hand. Although he was very good at using the dagger, he was better at using the longbow, and it was a specially made heavy bow. This was also because he was a hunter and his strength attribute was the highest. But if he used the heavy bow, he would not be able to face the attacks of 3 people at the same time. In that case, the best result would be to replace 1 or 2 enemies, and he would be dead. The dust gradually dissipated, and Charles looked at the 3 people approaching him with a bitter mouth. He was seriously injured and had no energy to curse like before. Charles suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing on the corner of the street not far away. He was the powerful and mysterious Master Lisi. He was just watching the scene here quietly, and he didn't seem to be ready to take action. Charles opened his mouth and swallowed the words for help. Judging from the man's appearance, he didn't seem to be planning to attack, and it would probably be useless to ask for help. It would be better not to involve him. Charles had already sent a distress signal to his companions in the Oak Council, and he didn't know when they would arrive. He could only choose to drag it on. Putting away his dagger, Charles took out the small shield he carried with him. Now, he could only wait for his companions to rescue him, or for the city guards to take action. However, the people of the Church of 10,000 Beasts were a bunch of lunatics. If they were sure that they were not going to attack the town, the nobles of Danaport might not be willing to be enemies with the Church of 10,000 Beasts. This was also the tricky part of the Church of the Evil God, and the reason why the kingdom was most afraid of it. They were useless when building, but they were first-class experts when destroying. Charles dodged and ran to the end of the street. The 3 people from the Church of 10,000 Beasts didn't expect Charles to be so agile even though he was injured, so they quickly chased after him. Charles suddenly rushed into the alley not far from Lisi, and did not ask Lisi for help. Lisi didn't care. Instead, he was interested in the 3 silver-level professionals who were besieging Charles. The aura of these 3 people made Lisi feel familiar. The 3 people were chasing Charles closely, but when they got close to Lisi, they suddenly slowed down their pace. The 3 turned to look at Lisi, with a puzzled look on their faces, and didn't even bother to continue chasing Charles. Who are you? The Hunter Marquis among the 3 asked aloud. It seemed that he should be the leader of the three. It has nothing to do with you. Li Si finally remembered where the familiar feeling of these three people came from. Are you from the Church of 10,000 Beasts? There is indeed a problem. Marquis showed a trace of ecstasy on his face and laughed and said, although I don't know why you are remembered by my lord, you should still follow me back honestly. The two warriors of the Church of 10,000 Beasts next to him also showed a hint of sinister smile on their faces. I said no. Li Si looked calm. He already knew why this situation occurred. Wrath of the Lord of Beasts, you have hindered the Lord of Beasts from descending. The Lord of Beasts has remembered your tiny existence. At the same time, your relationship with the Church of Beasts is locked. Deadly enemy, minus 10,000. This permanent state of Li Si is the state he got when he prevented the blood sacrifice turmoil in Kangwang City, which indirectly led to the failure of the Lord of Beasts to descend. Although the Lord of Beasts did not succeed in descending, his believers can also feel the Lord of Beasts' hatred for Li Si. If any believer can kill Li Si, the Lord of Beasts will even give that person a great gift. Compared with this, Charles' existence is not that important. Of course, more importantly, Marquis felt that Li Si's aura was not too strong. Looking at Li Si's clothes, he should be a warrior, but it seems that he is only at the silver level at most. Wouldn't it be easy for the three of them to catch him here? So Marquis did not intend to inform the bishop, but chose to take action himself and take the credit for himself. Li Si looked at the three people in front of him, rubbing their hands, and felt helpless. He was just enjoying the show, but now he was on stage to act. But there was nothing he could do. He really didn't expect to meet the believers of the Church of All Beasts in Danaport. What bad luck. If he had known earlier, he should have helped Charles and solved these annoying bugs earlier. I really don't know what you did to anger that great being. Marquis raised the dark green longbow in his hand and looked at Li Si. Since I have provoked the Lord of all beasts and I'm still alive and well, how can you be so confident that you can take me down? Li Si looked at Marquis's confident look and asked helplessly. To be honest, Li Si always felt that people who believed in those evil gods were not normal. Did they become sick in the brain because they believed in the evil gods? Or did they choose to believe in the evil gods because they were sick in the brain? There are not many normal people in the Church of the Evil God. This is the conclusion that Li Si came to after completing so many tasks related to the Church of the Evil God in his previous life. Marquis was stunned for a moment and felt that what Li Si said did make some sense. But after a moment, he continued, haha, you big talking guy, you still want to offend that great being? You must have done something despicable to anger that person. Just surrender. What a brain. Li Si looked at Marquis in front of him and the two iron-headed warriors next to him who repeated what they had said to Charles not long ago and slowly took out the emerald staff from the storage ring. Seeing that the other party was ready to be stubborn, Li Si didn't plan to continue talking nonsense. Marquis felt something was wrong. Wasn't this guy a warrior? But before he could react, a blue fireball the size of a human head hit him. Boom. As a hunter, Marquis's skills were naturally agile enough. In an instant, he dodged this obviously abnormal fireball, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Damn, this is no curse casting, plus instant spell. How can it be so strong? Is it a golden wizard? Many thoughts flashed through Marquis' mind in an instant. The ecstasy of imagining that he had received some divine gift was extinguished by a basin of cold water, and he became much more sober in an instant. The power of a spell is generally stronger than that of a martial art of the same level, but at the same time, the release of a spell requires the caster to build a spell model and output magic power into it to guide the spell into shape. Although it sounds simple, it is actually a very precise and tedious process. If there is a slight mistake, it will fail. At the least, the spell will backfire, and at the worst, the mage's head will explode directly. Therefore, in order to better master the process of casting spells, mages usually need to recite magic spells to assist in the release of spells. Of course, this is what ordinary mages need to do. A small number of gifted mages can even skip this process and successfully release spells. No spell casting means that the mage does not need the assistance of magic spells when casting spells, so that the casting process is more concealed, preventing the enemy from detecting the type of spell in advance through the process of reciting magic spells. Instant spell is more difficult than no spell casting. An extremely outstanding wizard can not only cast spells, but can even compress the process of building a spell model and operating magic power to the shortest possible time, and can cast spells almost instantly. These are simple in principle, but in fact they are quite difficult. Generally, only gold level wizards can master similar skills, but Lee Si gradually mastered these two skills during his hard training in the Kingdom of Dylan. These two skills greatly enhance the strength of wizards in battle. It can be said that they directly improve the combat effectiveness of wizards to another level, getting rid of the shortcomings of ordinary wizards' rigid turn-based combat. This is also the goal that Lee Si has been working hard for. Only by mastering the casting skills such as no spell casting and instant spell can you better match other professional skills in battle. Chapter 317. Blood Shark Patrick. The two warriors standing next to Marquis saw the power of Lee Si's spell and dared not be careless anymore. They quickly attacked Lee Si together. Seeing the two warriors attacking quickly, Lee Si stood still and did not choose to dodge. In his eyes, the two warriors were not very fast, and Lee Si could easily dodge. But there was no need. Lee Si's information about other professional abilities was of no value to other ordinary people, but Lee Si did not want to expose this secret in front of the Church of 10,000 Beasts, just because of these minions. Anyway, it was no problem to deal with these three people with the means of the mage alone. A long sword and a long spear hit Lee Si fiercely, but they did not knock Lee Si away as they imagined. A barrier with a faint light appeared around Lee Si's body. The fourth ring spell, Advanced Protection Field. Dang dang cab. To crisp sounds rang out, and the attacks of the two opponents were blocked by Lee Si's shield. However, a crack also appeared on the magic shield next to Lee Si. It looks like Lee Si's shield will be destroyed after a few more attacks. Lee Si frowned when he saw this. The fourth ring spell, Ring of Resistance. A bright white halo spread out from Lee Si's body to the surroundings. When they came into contact with the two warriors of the other side, they felt an irresistible force falling on them, and were directly bounced back more than 10 meters. Ring of Resistance is a very special spell. Although it cannot cause any damage, its special effect can directly bounce away all people who are close to the user's body. This spell has a very high priority. It is basically the nemesis of many iron-headed kids, and is also one of the magician's favorite anti-phase two-face spells. After Lee Si cast the protection spell again, he calmed down. He suddenly realized that all the arcane spells he had created before were attack type spells, and there was no protection spell. All the protection spells used by Lee Si were normal mage spells. Although they were practical, their strength was only at the same level when facing silver professionals of the same level, but when facing stronger ones, it is inevitable that they will be a little stretched. In the previous battles, although he had faced many gold level strongmen, Lee Si made full use of the strengths of the mage and rarely faced them head on. For example, in the Battle of West Castle, Lee Si made full use of the advantage of being able to fly, and made the gold level swordsman Abbas slip away. But that was only a temporary advantage. The reason why Lee Si could use the flying technique so easily was because of the elemental bonus and strength bonus of Wisdom of the Sphinx. Ordinary mages could not do that as Lee Si did. Lee Si also knew that Abbas did not have particularly effective anti-aircraft means, so he did that. In future battles, how could Lee Si be fully prepared every time? Shield spells are the most basic and must master abilities of every mage. They allow mages to be in a safe casting environment in battle, which is very important. Even if Lee Si also has the ability of close combat, he cannot give up improving in this aspect. It can be strengthened later. Lee Si left this thought in his mind and focused his attention back. After the first setback, the faces of the three people from the Church of 10,000 Beasts were not very good. Charles was already considered a master in the silver level, but he was not able to get away with it in their hands, and could only flee in embarrassment. Just now, after a rough test, they found that the target in front of them was very difficult. But Marquis and the other two did not want to give up. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If they could sacrifice Lee Si to the Lord of all Beasts, the reward bestowed by that being would surely be extremely generous. Maybe it would allow the three of them to break through to the gold level. Gritting his teeth, Marquis took out a small tube of potion, crushed the bottle mouth directly, and poured the light red potion into his mouth. Li Si did not stop him when he saw this, but watched Marquis's changes with interest. As soon as the light red potion entered his stomach, Marquis took a deep breath, and his skin began to turn bright red. The muscles in his arms and body also became noticeably stronger, which made the brown leather armor he was wearing much higher. Beast power potion? Or the more advanced dragon power potion? Li Si looked at the changes in Marquis' body and said curiously. At the same time, he did not stop, swinging his staff to form two 2-meter wide dark green wind blades, forcing the two warriors back again. He was really desperate. No matter what kind of body strengthening potion, it ultimately means bursting out power beyond the body's strength. The stronger the burst power, the greater the load on the body. Moreover, compared with the same type of burst skills, the use of magic potions is more uncontrollable, and there is even a very small probability of sudden death. This depends on the level of the potion used. Marquis, who had just taken the potion, was panting, staring at Li Si with red eyes, and the overflowing anger seemed to tear Li Si apart completely. Facing this vicious look, Li Si said he had no pressure. Just kidding. If the look could kill, then Li Si would have been killed countless times when he was in the Dylan Kingdom. Marquis threw away the longbow in his hand, took out a long sword from the space ring, and rushed towards Li Si fiercely. What's going on? Li Si looked at Marquis like this, and shook his head. From a hunter to a warrior. Although the hunter's close combat ability is not bad, what threat can it pose to Li Si? Looking at Marquis's attacking figure, it is obviously much stronger than before, both in strength and speed. Li Si took a few steps back, and evaded Marquis's slash deftly. For mages, at low levels, they will assist in training some dodge skills, try to reduce the use of protective spells in battle as much as possible, and use magic more effectively. Of course, there are also many mages who choose to directly give up low-level combat skills, practice hard to the middle and higher levels, and then directly learn higher-level combat techniques. This is the different choice of each person. Li Si now feels that he is facing 3 iron fools. Originally, Li Si's close combat skills were not weak. After hard training, he was considered a leader among the same level. Marquis and the other two obviously did not receive systematic guidance, and the cooperation of the three was basically terrible. As long as the hard power can withstand the fierce attack of the three, there is basically no threat. Li Si dodged the enemy's attack lightly, and used protective spells to resist the attacks that he couldn't avoid. For a while, Marquis and the other two had no way to deal with Li Si. Li Si's eyes flashed, and he waved his staff. The 5-ring spell, Dominate Humans. Invisible fluctuations spread to the bodies of Marquis and the other two. The two warriors were obviously stunned, and were undergoing will judgment, but Marquis didn't seem to be affected. Has the mental protection also been enhanced? Li Si had a plan in his mind. It seems that the hunter just used the dragon power potion, which also has a certain improvement in spell protection. Taking advantage of the moment when the two warriors were distracted, Li Si directly used Blue Ball spell to hit the two and seriously injured them. The blue flames jumped on the two people and soon spread along the leather armor on their bodies, burning their skin wantonly. They also reacted quickly in the intense pain. The burning pain to the bone marrow made the two scream and roll on the ground to put out the strange blue flames. This is how a noob warrior is. A weak mental resistance makes him very vulnerable in front of a wizard who is good at this. The ability to grasp the timing is also very important. After all, if the enchantment spell is not judged to pass, it can only affect a very short time. When the target is a professional, it is very difficult to directly control a professional of the same level through enchantment spells, unless the other party is in a controlled or mentally weak state. Marquis saw the miserable state of his two companions, and a trace of fear could not help but appear in his crazy eyes. His eyes moved around, trying to find an opportunity to escape. As for his companions, they were used as scapegoats at this time. There was no way. Li Si in front of him was too rigorous. He could not find any loopholes at all. The scene of defeating Li Si with a crushing blow after using the dragon power potion did not happen at all. If Li Si knew what Marquis was thinking, he would definitely be helpless. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. There are many powerful and terrifying people in the Church of the Evil God. There are people who break through legends by blood, sacrifice of 10,000 people, and there are also people who act strangely and unpredictably, but they definitely do not include you, a noob. You played a good hunter into a warrior. Shame. At the same time, Lisi naturally noticed Marquis's suddenly weakened attack and wavering eyes, and knew that this person wanted to run away. It's easy to think. Lisi will not let go of the people of the Church of 10,000 Beasts. Lisi really wants to know if there are other people from the Church of 10,000 Beasts in the east coast of the Kingdom of Burdage. He regards this area as his own backyard and cannot accept that there are still bugs from the Church of 10,000 Beasts. Several elemental spells condensed from Lisi's hands and attacked Marquis one after another. Feeling the sudden increase in pressure, Marquis gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to directly resist Lisi's spells, and could only dodge the elemental spells flying in the air as much as possible. Even with the enhancement of the dragon power potion, his agility attribute was greatly enhanced, and it was impossible to dodge all the attack spells. Marquis's right forearm was hit by the ice spell, and was instantly wrapped in ice, emitting a cold air that seemed to freeze Marquis's blood. His hair was also electrocuted and stood up, emitting a strange burnt smell. No, if he was dragged down again, he would not be able to get away. Marquis secretly hated it, but he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He dodged to the side and cut off his right forearm with a sword. His right forearm fell directly to the ground with the ice wrapped in it, but not even a drop of blood flowed out. This was also the reason why Marquis made such a choice. He had already felt the extreme coldness spreading to his body. If he didn't break free quickly, he would probably be completely frozen halfway through his run. Marquis took a wind blade from Lisi, and the dark green wind blade directly cut off his leather armor. A huge bloody wound appeared directly on Marquis' back, and the horrible scar looked like it would almost cut him in half. Marquis, who took a hard blow, spurted blood from his mouth, but the fear of death made him burst out with his last strength, and instead use the power of the wind blade to jump onto the roof of a house on the side of the street. Marquis didn't even look back, ready to escape immediately, but as soon as he jumped onto the roof, he saw a huge brown stone hitting his face. Marquis, whose old strength was gone and new strength was not yet born, had no ability to dodge and was directly knocked back to the ground by Lisi's rockfall and fainted. It was really fun to use elemental spells to hit people. Lisi nodded and used Mage's Hand to pick up Marquis. Holding Marquis in his hand, Lisi looked at the two warriors lying on the ground not far away, who were half dead, and turned his head to the alley beside him and said, "Why don't you come out?" As Lisi's voice fell, a figure quickly walked out of the alley. It was Charles, who had just escaped from the scene. Charles rubbed his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. If he had known that Lisi could deal with these three people so easily, he should have taken action directly just now, instead of squatting aside to see the situation. However, even though he knew that Lisi was very strong, he didn't expect that Lisi would deal with all three people in a flash. It was precisely because of this that he didn't dare to challenge Lisi to see if he really found him. "Take the other two and follow me," Lisi said to Charles, and left the scene directly with Marquis. No matter how unreliable the city guards of Danaport were, they should be here soon. Although Lisi was not worried about him, he was too lazy to have anything to do with the city guards. Charles was about to say that his arm was broken and he could not carry two people, but when he saw Lisi had left, he had to shut up. Charles did not know the origin of Lisi in the Church of All Beasts, so he could only think that Lisi had helped him in the end. Charles, who felt a little guilty, stopped talking nonsense and knocked the two warriors unconscious with his intact hand and carried them on his back in a weird posture and hurriedly chased in the direction where Lisi left. After Lisi and Charles left, the sound of the battle died down for a long time before people came to check the situation. The city guards were also late at this time, and after a simple inspection, they determined that it was a private conflict and did not care about it anymore. The situation on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Burdage became more and more difficult, and forces had been drawn from all over the country to participate in the war. The same was true for Danaport. There was no enough force to stabilize the situation, and they could only protect the areas where the nobles lived as much as possible. Chaos of varying degrees also spread throughout the Burdage Kingdom. But Lisi didn't know all this, and he was too lazy to find out. The 3 believers of the Church of 10,000 Beasts that Lisi brought back were quite stubborn, and it took Lisi a lot of effort to get a name from them. The Great Pirate, Blood Shark Patrick, a high-ranking priest of the Church of 10,000 Beasts, a powerful gold-level druid. At this time, he was wandering on the Pearl Sea. He was the head of the Church of 10,000 Beasts on the east coast of Birditch. It's the end of the month. Please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Oak Parliament, Councillor Isidore. In the hotel, Lisi threw the corpse in his hand aside, and then burned all the 3 bodies to ashes with fire, and cleaned them up. Charles, who had been treated by Lisi, sat aside obediently, and did not blink when he saw Lisi destroying the corpses. The news of the Great Pirate, Blood Shark, Patrick from these 3 people is already the most valuable information. Although the strength of these 3 is not strong, perhaps because they are evil god believers, their mouths are quite hard. Lisi tried many enchantment spells to get some information about the Church of 10,000 Beasts from them. The Church of 10,000 Beasts does not have many people on the east coast of the Kingdom of Birditch, mainly 2 senior priests. One is the gold-level druid Patrick mentioned earlier, and the other is the gold-level warrior Petal. As a great pirate, Patrick stirs up trouble on the Pearl Sea, robs merchant ships, obtains various goods and captures slaves. Petal controls an underground gang force, provides protection for Patrick's actions, and sells the goods and slaves obtained by Patrick through various smuggling and dark channels, making huge profits from it. The arrangement of the Church of All Beasts here is basically centered around these 2 people. As Petal's men, Marquis and the other 2 have been staying in the port on the east coast of the Kingdom of Birditch. This time, they received an order from their superiors to capture Charles and get information about the Oak Council from him. Oak Council. This name is not unfamiliar to Lisi. This is a supernatural organization with a very long heritage. Most of the core members are druids who worship the god, father of Oak Sylvanus, who is a great being with powerful divine power and belongs to the neutral and lawful camp. His symbol is green oak leaf, and his priesthood is wild nature. He is also revered by believers as the father of the forest and the father of trees. His emotions often fluctuate with the balance of nature. He is always full of anger towards anything that dares to destroy the harmony of nature, and is hostile to any god who is keen on destroying the harmony of nature. The Oak Council is an organization that believes in this great god. Unlike his church, after a long time, the Oak Council began to accept rangers, hunters and other extraordinary professionals who are close to nature in addition to druids. Like many organizations composed of druids, the purpose of the Oak Council is to maintain the balance of natural operation, but their ideas are more open, unlike many druid organizations that are rigid. This can be seen from the fact that they began to accept other professionals besides druids on a larger scale. It's just that Lisi couldn't figure it out. To be honest, the Oak Council is a very powerful and influential organization in the Jayamane world, and it is basically distributed on all continents. How dare the Church of 10,000 Beasts? Charles, what do you want to say? After cleaning up the scene, Lisi looked at Charles, who was standing aside like a good boy. Yes, Lord Lisi. Charles immediately stood at attention with a flattering smile on his face. I wonder what you want to know? You are a member of the Oak Council. Why do the people of the Church of All Beasts want to capture you? Lisi glanced at Charles and opened the window of the room. He saw Basil taking Helen to exercise in the courtyard of the hotel. The black cat was lying on a tree nearby, basking in the sun, with its limbs stretched out and looking lazy. Since the last time the black cat woke up, it has started a life without home again. It basically hangs around outside and doesn't want to return to Lisi's body. Lisi didn't care and let it go. Helen likes the black cat very much. When she rests, she always holds the teacher's magic pet in her arms and strokes its fur. The black cat didn't refuse and enjoyed Helen's service happily. I don't know why. Charles exhaled deeply and said helplessly, "To be honest, I have been in the Kingdom of Dylan before, but I was just a peripheral member of the Oak Parliament. I was able to join because of my teacher. Because I'm from the Kingdom of Dylan, I returned to my hometown after leaving my teacher. In the Kingdom of Dylan, I met a member of the Oak Parliament. When I asked him for advice, he said that my future opportunities are in the south of the continent. So I had the idea of leaving the Kingdom of Dylan again. I heard that the Kingdom of Bertich can also be reached by sea, so I came towards city and boarded the Mermaid." Charles could see that Lacey seemed to know a lot about the Oak Parliament, so he no longer concealed some insignificant things. "I was hired by Captain Lauren to save more money. I also came to the Kingdom of Bertich with my teacher a long time ago, so I'm relatively familiar with it. But I have never dealt with the Church of 10,000 Beasts. I just heard from my teacher that the Church of 10,000 Beasts is very hostile to us and asked me to be as careful as possible when I meet the Church of 10,000 Beasts." Lacey listened quietly to Charles's story and suddenly noticed an important piece of information. "Are you saying that you met a member of the Oak Council?" Lacey tapped the table with his right hand and asked Charles if he was really a member of the Oak Council. "That would be really interesting. You know, as one of the top extraordinary organizations in the entire Jadia world, the Oak Council has a very strong overall strength. As one of the top leaders of the Oak Council, basically every member of the Oak Council is a legendary powerhouse. Why would such a big shot suddenly come to the Dylan Kingdom?" "Yes, that person is indeed a member of the Oak Council," Charles said affirmatively. "They naturally have ways to confirm their identities." After hesitating for a moment, Charles added, "That member is called Isidore." "Isidore?" Lacey quickly confirmed a name in his mind. "That is, the somewhat strange druid he met in the Curry Hills. But that Isidore is obviously just a gold level druid. That person is a member of the Oak Council." Wait. Lacey suddenly remembered the mysterious and natural charm he felt when he met that person. He also felt it in some beings. Could it be that Isidore was the god-favored person of the Oak Father? The so-called god-favored person generally refers to those who are deeply loved by the gods they believe in and are endowed with the power of the gods. For example, Angela, the little bat who followed Lacey before. If Isidore is really the god-favored person of that person, then his identity is indeed enough to become a member of the Oak Council, and he is also a very important existence among them. After all, the god-favored person who can invite the mighty power of the Oak Father is stronger than the average legendary strongman, not to mention that he can also get the revelation of the Oracle. Lacey didn't expect that he would meet that person by chance, and he also treated him to a meal of roasted bear paws. "So, have you found the so-called opportunity?" Lacey looked at Charles, who looked well behaved, and a smile appeared on his face. "Not yet." Charles also had some doubts on his face. He also asked Isidore what he would do after coming to the south, but Isidore just smiled and shook his head without answering. "I can only try my luck now. Who knows when I can meet him?" Seeing Charles' helpless expression, Lacey came up with a plan. "You should have heard just now that the Church of All Beasts has a gold level druid on the east coast of the Kingdom of Bertich." "Yes, the news I got from Marquis was that Patrick and Petter, who were originally a duo, had no news about Petter since last year and had never appeared again. Patrick presided over all matters of the Church of All Beasts on the east coast." Lacey remembered the blood sacrifice riot incident that occurred in Kangwang City in the Kingdom of Fez last year. The Church of All Beasts dispatched many gold level strongmen. That must not be the power of the Church of All Beasts in the Kingdom of Fez. They must have mobilized people from other places. Maybe Petter was transferred to Kangwang City by the Church of All Beasts and eventually died there. Therefore, Lacey's current target is the only blood shark Patrick. "What do you mean?" "I have some grudges with the Church of All Beasts, so if I can make things difficult for them, I'd be happy to do so." Lacey's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Charles with a smile. "Yes, if there is anything I can do to help, please tell me directly." As a senior mercenary, how could Charles not hear what Lacey meant, and he immediately expressed his opinion. "I got hurt so badly, and I want to take revenge." "Well, okay." Lacey nodded with some satisfaction. Lacey could naturally see Charles' strength. He could fight with 3 professionals of the same level for a long time when he was attacked by surprise, which was enough to show his strength. The future Lee Sea pirate group needs such backbones. However, Lee Sea seemed to have pulled away a small half of the top power on the mermaid. It was really embarrassing to think about it. In a sense, it was also like pulling Captain Lauren away. I hope he doesn't mind. Lee Sea mourned for the mermaid for a second in his heart and then continued to plan for future preparations for going to sea. Somewhere in Danaport, Lauren, who was communicating deeply with the hot beauty, suddenly shuddered. Touching his head, Lauren was a little confused. Could it be that he was too tired from working hard day and night these days? After thinking about it, Lauren still couldn't resist the enthusiasm to learn the customs of the Birdage Kingdom. Tomorrow, let's talk about it tomorrow. The next day, Helen, who was about to exercise in the courtyard of the hotel, was surprised to find that next to Ivor, she saw a familiar figure. Thump thump thump. Helen, holding the black cat, ran to Charles and asked happily, "Uncle Charles, why are you here?" Charles scratched his head awkwardly and said to Helen, "I heard that Lord Lee Sea was going to go to sea. I just had nothing to do, so I followed him to help." "That's great." Helen was very happy. To be honest, on the mermaid, apart from Lee Sea, Helen's favorite was the mercenary Charles. Not for anything else, just because he told good stories. Charles laughed. His face was also strange. To be honest, after he expressed his position to Lee Sea yesterday, he was a little stunned to learn that Lee Sea was going to build a pirate ship to go out to sea. He didn't expect that a big man like Lee Sea would choose to be a pirate at this time. Although he later learned that Lee Sea was going to rob the pirates and building a pirate ship was just a cover. Even so, Charles still felt a little strange. He had boasted to Helen about his glorious deeds of killing pirates before, and now he was going to be a pirate. But since he had already expressed his position to Lee Sea, Charles was embarrassed and didn't dare to regret it. Lee Sea also told him the purpose of this voyage and planned to secretly cause trouble for the Blood Shark. Charles was not too worried about whether Lee Sea could defeat the Blood Shark. He had long understood the strength and mystery of Lee Sea's strength, especially the strange and powerful spell. In Charles's opinion, even if Lee Sea was not the opponent of the Blood Shark, with that powerful space spell, it would be easy for him to leave. Charles was very confident about this. Charles thought so in his heart, and together with Basil, he urged Helen to exercise. Although Charles was a hunter and Basil was an assassin, there was no problem in guiding Helen, who had not yet been officially promoted to the bronze level. There were not many people who had a comprehensive tutor like Helen. On the other side, after Lee Sea got the news, he followed the local snake to a port in Danaport. Looking at a sloop docked at the port, the local snake smiled and said to Lee Sea, "You are in a hurry, and this is the only suitable one now. If you think it is suitable, it can belong to you now, but it costs so much." Lee Sea did not take over the conversation, but looked at it carefully. This ship is much smaller than the mermaid, and even a little smaller than the manatee pirate ship encountered before. But for Lee Sea, it is enough. The brown and black planks and the bottom of the ship with some green algae show that this ship has been around for some time, but it still looks relatively stable. The hull of this ship is narrower than that of a normal merchant ship, and the speed is also a little faster. After Lee Sea used magic to transform it, few pirate ships on the Pearl Sea should be able to escape Lee Sea's pursuit. The owner of this ship spent a lot of money to build it, and all the best wood was used. Although it doesn't look good, it will definitely be no problem for long voyages. The snakehead on the side watched Lee Sea look around the ship without saying a word and added anxiously, "Okay, I know." Lee Sea waved his hand to stop the snakehead from continuing to sell, nodded and said, "Let's take this one, deliver it now, and get the hired sailors and supplies by the way." "No problem." The snakehead on the side was overjoyed. He made a lot of money this time, but he didn't expect Lee Sea to be so happy. Lee Sea asked the snakehead to hurry up and prepare. He turned around the ship a few more times, thinking about how to perform magic transformation. Maybe this ship will also make a name for itself on the Pearl Sea in the future. Asking for monthly tickets at the end of the month. Chapter 319. Hunting in progress. Off the Pearl Sea, the merchant ship of the Mod Chamber of Commerce. The sky was gloomy, and the sea breeze was a bit gloomy. Captain Hull had a gloomy face, and ordered his men to raise the sails, and do everything possible to speed up the speed of his merchant ship. The entire deck was also in a state of chaos. The sailors showed a trace of fear and terror on their faces, and they tried their best to make all defensive preparations. The cause of all this was the pirate ship that followed closely behind the merchant ship. The skull flag flying on the mast showed a strong malice. "Hurry up, if it doesn't work, throw the heaviest cargo off the ship." Hull manipulated the rudder and nervously instructed his men. At this moment, he didn't care how much he had lost. Hull, was just an ordinary captain of the Mod Chamber of Commerce, and this merchant ship was only responsible for the cargo exchanges between the coastal islands. Why would pirates target his ship? Wouldn't it be better to intercept those ships full of cargo on long voyages? Joel was in a bad mood, because he was the only one on the ship with silver level strength, and the other sailors were either bronze level or just ordinary people. It was impossible to resist the invasion of a group of pirates. If it were before, Joel might have given up struggling. Because of the existence of the Birdage Kingdom Navy, the pirates did not dare to be too presumptuous. Generally speaking, a very ordinary merchant ship like Joel, which did not have much wealth, would just offer some gold coins to the pirates they met. Although it was painful, they would not lose their lives or become slaves. The pirates did not reject this sensible behavior. After all, if it was too rampant, it would likely attract the pursuit of the navy. On the Pearl Sea, the navy of the Birdage Kingdom was still the strongest. But now the situation is different. The comprehensive contraction of the kingdom's naval power has made more and more pirates unable to restrain their ambitions and greed. After testing and finding that the navy had indeed given up sailing, many pirates even ignored the unspoken rules that had been agreed upon. No matter what the situation is, they will skin and suck the last drop of blood from the prey in their hands. Recently, Hull has heard a lot of similar things from other places. Although this does not mean that all pirates are like that, Hull dare not gamble. That's his life. The pirate ship that was following them was getting closer and closer to them. It was only 200 meters long, so Hull could even see the pirate leader standing on the bow waving a scimitar. The guy was shouting wildly at the merchant ship where Hull was. "Damn bastard, dare you run. Stop for the Great Lord Hut, or I will throw you all into the sea to feed the sharks." Hull naturally heard it clearly, and dared not stop. He had never heard of the name of this pirate, which meant that he was a new pirate force entering the Pearl Sea. It was this kind of people who were the most ruthless, and had no bottom line. Hull's face was a little pale, and the sailors on the ship were still making their last efforts to make the ship under their feet run faster. "Captain." The sailor standing on the mast and observing the direction shouted to Joel. Another ship appeared diagonally in front. "What?" Joel was a little surprised. He had been paying attention to the pirate ship chasing behind him, but he didn't expect another ship to appear in front of him. It's better not to be an enemy. Joel quickly picked up the telescope and looked in the direction the sailor said. He saw a merchant ship about the same size as his coming towards them. On the mast of the merchant ship was an eagle flag, which should indicate the faction to which the merchant ship belonged. It's good that it's not another pirate ship. Although the eagle flag did not belong to any major faction in Joel's memory, Joel was also an experienced captain. He immediately recognized that this was a small or medium-sized merchant ship similar to this. There would basically be no powerful professionals on this kind of merchant ship. Looking at the merchant ship approaching quickly, Joel was a little confused. Isn't this ship too fast? In Joel's field of vision, the merchant ship, which was only a small dot just now, suddenly expanded several times. This speed is much faster than the pirate ship behind. "Captain, that ship is coming towards us. What should we do?" The sailor on the mast shouted loudly, revealing anxiety in his words. "Send flags. Tell them we need help." Joel gave the order without hesitation. In any case, with such a helper, we can concentrate our strength and fight against the pirate ship that is chasing us. I hope to get a chance to negotiate. The sailor on the mast waved the flag in his hand and sent a message to the merchant ship with a common flag. Although this would be noticed by the pirate ship behind, Joel and his men had no other choice. The sailor struggled to send flags several times in the strong sea breeze, but the merchant ship did not respond, and the speed of sailing became faster and faster. The blue sea with waves was cut by the swift merchant ship, and the surging white waves told the rapid progress. Joel naturally noticed this and was stunned. With this unstoppable momentum, do they want to crash into the ship and die together? On the eagle-flagged merchant ship, Lisi stood on the deck, looking at the two ships chasing each other in the distance. It was a month after they left Danaport. Although the time sailing on the sea was boring, it was not bad with a change of life. That is hunting pirate ships. In this month, Lisi has sunk 3 pirate ships and obtained a considerable fortune. As for those pirates, Lisi threw them all into the sea to feed the sharks after confirming that they were all bad embryos. It is also possible to take them back to the harbor as slaves and sell them, but Lisi no longer looks down on those gold coins. What's more, his ship can't accommodate so many people. It is better to let them return to nature. After Lisi completed the magic reinforcement and strengthening on the ship, he set off with Helen and others. Now the people on the ship are Lisi, Helen, Basil, Ivor and Charles. In addition, Lisi also hired more than a dozen sailors to do some odd jobs on the ship. As the mercenary with the most sailing experience, Ivor was directly appointed as the first mate by Lisi, and the basic affairs on the ship were handed over to him. The daily task is to wander around the Pearl Sea, looking for those pirate ships running around. After the sailors hired by Lisi learned that they were going to hunt pirate ships, many of them turned pale with fear and asked to get off the ship. However, after Lisi and others destroyed 3 pirate ships with great difficulty and got a lot of gold coins, they began to be really interested again. Now, the sailors are the most active when they see the pirate ship. For example, now, they are working hard and screaming, hoping to meet the pirate ship as soon as possible. Of course, there is not much they can do. After Lisi's magic enhancement of the merchant ship, the strength of the hull increased significantly. At the same time, thanks to the blessing of the magic of the water element, the speed of this sea ship is twice as fast as before. Although it is not as good as the Ghost ship and Seeking ship, which have undergone transformation and extraordinary ships, it is much better than the ships made by ordinary craftsmen. By the way, this ship modified by Lisi was named Eagle, which is also the family emblem of the Arcane family. At this time, Ivor stood beside Lisi, looking at the pirate ship in the distance. Lord Lisi, should we still follow the previous method? Ivor asked in a deep voice. Although he had commanded several naval battles, he still wanted to get Lisi's confirmation. There was no other reason. It was really that the combat strategy formulated by Lisi was a bit too reckless. Well, the original plan remains unchanged. The pirate ship looks ordinary, and it is not worth spending any more effort. Lisi carefully looked at the pirate ship through the detection magic and shook his head. It seems that such ordinary pirates can get any good ships. Basically, they are transformed from small and medium-sized merchant ships that have been robbed. Okay. Ivor nodded, feeling relieved. Although he followed Lisi in order to land on the mysterious island, he didn't expect to do the work of robbing pirates. Pirates active in the Pearl Sea, if they are strong enough or cause enough damage, will be officially designated as wanted orders, and a large reward will be offered for their heads. Many people in the mercenary guild have received rewards, but they basically solved those pirates while completing other commission tasks and took them back to claim the reward. It is rare for someone like Lisi to set up a ship to hunt pirates. However, Ivor also vaguely guessed that Lord Lisi did this in order to enter the mysterious island as soon as possible. So Ivor was also happy to do it, and he took care of the affairs on the ship every day with due diligence, and his work attitude was much more positive than when he was on the Mermaid. Charles and Basil, these two people are much more idle. Lisi doesn't care about the two of them. They have become good drinking buddies. Every day, they just lean on the deck with a bottle of wine, bragging while watching Helen exercise. In addition, he only took action during the first few pirate hunts. It has to be said that the strength of the people on Lisi's ship is quite good, and they are also considered strong in the silver level. Especially Charles, who was supported and cooperated, finally showed his strength as a hunter. He was full of tendons and held a heavy bow made of fine steel. Every time he shot a long arrow, it was powerful and heavy, and you could even hear the explosion when it passed through the air. Charles should be an archer who specializes in heavy arrows, which is relatively rare among hunters. However, such a Charles is quite threatening at medium and long distances, and can greatly play his expertise in naval battles. In the first 3 battles, under the restraint of Ivor and Basil, he had killed 4 silver level professionals, while standing on the Eagle. Lisi didn't even do anything, and things were arranged quite properly by these people. However, Lisi didn't care. The stronger these 3 people were, the better. Anyway, it was the team that Lisi was going to leave for Helen, and it was a foundation for her to become a sea general in the future. Speaking of Helen, during this month's sea voyage, she has successfully practiced the bodybuilding method taught by Lisi, and was promoted to a bronze warrior. Although her current strength is still quite weak, she is already a completely different person from the past. In Lisi's opinion, the biggest change in Helen is that she is much more confident and smiles more every day. At the same time, after becoming an extraordinary professional, Helen's talent really began to show. The speed of learning elementary martial arts is quite amazing, and at the same time, her comprehension of various warrior skills and tactics is also very strong, which once made Basil, who thought he was a genius, a little autistic. In Lisi's opinion, this is a matter of course. After all, Helen will be a strong man who can reach the peak of gold in the future and touch the realm of legend. Although she did not succeed in breaking through the legend until Lisi was reborn. Of course, Helen is still only promising in the future. Now Helen is holding the long sword given to her by Lisi tightly, wearing the special armor made by Lisi for her, and looking at the pirate ship in the distance nervously. In the previous battle, Lisi did not let her participate in the battle for Helen's safety. Helen also got the opportunity to participate in this battle, after asking Lisi many times. Although Helen has become a professional warrior, she is only 12 or 13 years old, and her real combat power is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary adult. Lisi and Basil followed Helen this time, preparing to let Helen experience this battle. Helen needs a chance to see blood. After all, for her, although her previous experience was quite bumpy, after she met Lisi, the process of embarking on the extraordinary road was quite smooth. Helen is not like Lisi, who has inherited memories from her previous life, and her combat thinking and combat mentality are quite mature. She still needs to exercise bit by bit and accumulate from the beginning. Lisi doesn't want to raise Helen as a vase, and she needs to experience the wind and rain she faces. Anyway, with Lisi and Basil, Helen's safety is still not a problem. Everyone on the Eagle is ready to welcome the arrival of a new battle. Because of the influence of magic, the speed of the Eagle was much faster than the other 2 ships, so Lisi manipulated the Eagle to avoid the merchant ship in front, and rammed the pirate ship behind. What? Standing on the mod merchant's merchant ship, Joel was shocked to see the Eagle pass by their ship, and rammed the pirate ship behind without slowing down. The people on the pirate ship behind were even more terrified. They shouted at the Eagle, and turned desperately to avoid the sea ship that suddenly rushed out. But there was no time to dodge. Just as the pirate ship turned, the Eagle did not slow down at all, and rammed directly into the hull of the pirate ship. Bang! The huge sound echoed in the sea area, and the bow of the Eagle rammed into the hull of the pirate ship. The imagined situation of the 2 ships being completely destroyed did not occur. The pirate ship was almost broken in half by the Eagle, but the bow of the Eagle was flashing with black magic light without any damage. Chapter 320 Lisi calls people online JPG. The pirate Captain Hut looked at his pirate ship, which was almost destroyed, with a distorted face, and anger surged in his heart. The sailors on the pirate ship looked at the ship that suddenly hit them with a confused look on their faces. There were even 2 unlucky guys who did not dodge when they were hit, and turned into meat paste. Damn it. Hut looked at the Eagle and cursed. Suddenly, he found that, although his pirate ship was almost broken in half, the other ship did not seem to be damaged at all. Haha, I didn't expect your ship to be good. It will belong to me soon. Hut naturally had this confidence. As one of the pirates who had been roaming the Pearl Sea for more than half a year, in his opinion, except for those pirate ships with gold level professionals, it was his turn next. His ambition was also to break through to become a gold level powerhouse and become one of the top powerhouses in the Pearl Sea. But he didn't expect that today, just a normal robbery of a merchant ship, there would be such an accident. waving the long knife in his hand. Hud clearly saw several people standing on the strange ship. The leader seemed to be a handsome young man. He looked clean and tidy, and dressed in gorgeous clothes. He didn't look like a person who made a living on the sea. Instead, he looked more like the descendants of the nobles of the kingdom. Hud had seen those people before. To be honest, many nobles were scared to death when they saw Hud for the first time. Their faces were full of fear and they screamed for mercy. The nobles kneeled down in front of Hud and begged for their lives, which greatly satisfied Hud's vanity. You know, Hud was also an adventurer in a kingdom in the south of Fanal continent. It was just that he accidentally provoked a great nobleman and was chased and fled his hometown. Hud also hated the existence of nobles even more. After torturing those nobles in every possible way, ending their lives with a knife was a different kind of enjoyment for Hud. However, the young man on the opposite ship was a little special. Yes, Hud could not see any fear on his face. His face was calm and there seemed to be no surprise. He suddenly felt something was wrong in his heart, but Hud shook his head and didn't care. Why think so much? It's a waste of time. Little guys, get on, grab that ship for me. Under Hurt's roar, all the pirates woke up from their dreams, temporarily forgetting the shock of the collision, and bravely jumped over to the other ship with their weapons. The two ships were connected together, and there was no need to use ropes. Dozens of pirates fell on the Eagle like dumplings. They couldn't help but be active. Although the pirate leader Hurt was cruel to the target of the robbery, he was still generous. The more active the person, the more gold coins he got. It was also because of this that many of the pirates on his ship were sailors who had robbed merchant ships. Now, haven't they become hard-working pirates? Save your life and make money. For people who don't demand much of themselves, it's not shabby at all. On the Eagle, Ivor, who was steering the direction to hit the pirate ship straight, nodded. He once questioned Lisi's orders, but when he found the hard hull after Lisi's transformation, he never hesitated again. He even liked this thrilling feeling. Lord Lisi, what should we do next? Ivor asked Lisi, holding his weapon in his hand. There are 3 silver level professionals on the other ship. The captain should have the strength of a high level silver. Take him to the sea and cooperate with Charles as before. Basil is the same as Charles. Leave the others to me. Charles and others nodded without any objection. For them, with Lisi as their boss, there is nothing to be afraid of. Looking at the pirates jumping over from the opposite side, the sailors on Lisi's ship all picked up their shields. They were not there to kill the enemy. Their profession only needed to protect their own safety. They did not need to kill the enemy. The 3 pirates who jumped over from the opposite pirate ship were the 3 silver level masters that Lisi had just sensed with the detection spell. Ivor, Charles and the other 2 immediately went up to catch the 3 silver professionals. The pirate ship they met this time was already the strongest pirate ship that Lisi and others had encountered in the past month. The previous pirate ships only had 1 or 2 silver professionals. The pirate ship with the golden strongman is already the top pirate force on the Pearl Sea. After all, at this time, the pirate force on the Pearl Sea cannot be compared with the chaotic moment in the future. Although the 3 leading pirates were stopped by Charles and others, the remaining pirates landed on the Eagle and rushed towards Lisi with their weapons. In their opinion, it was not easy to take down the remaining few people. In front of them, Helen Lisi, who was a little short, nodded and took out the emerald staff from the storage ring. When the staff in Lisi's hand, which was glowing with emerald green light, slammed heavily on the deck, making a low sound. Buzz. 5-ring spell, Ring of Resistance. The white halo appeared again and spread rapidly from Lisi. When passing through Helen and the sailors of the Eagle, it went straight through without causing any ripples. But when they came into contact with those pirates, they felt a huge force suddenly applied to them. The body flew back uncontrollably at a faster speed and all fell into the sea. Ring of Resistance is one of the Mage's control skills. While it does not cause any damage, it also gives it an extremely high judgment threshold. Although, the pirates who are not even at the silver level are far from the toughness required to resist Ring of Resistance. Lisi also thoughtfully left 2 confused pirates for Helen. One is an ordinary person with a strong body, and the other is a bronze mid-level warrior. It is just right for Helen to try and feel the actual combat situation. Several ice cones of decision making hung beside the two lonely pirates, and the bone-chilling cold made the two pirates tremble. There is such a powerful mage on this ship? Exclamation mark. How is it possible? Can Lord Hart defeat him? The two put their last hope on their boss, but when they turned their heads to look at the central battlefield, they were even more disappointed. Charles and the other two fought one-on-one, entangled the three silver level pirates, and the situation was deadlocked at the beginning. As soon as Hart fought, he found that the three people on the opposite side were not simple, and when he was about to test them, he saw the scene when Lee Si used spells. Silver Mage. Maybe even stronger. Hart immediately lost the idea of continuing to pester, and his mind was full of how to get out of this unscathed. Are you kidding? That could be a high level mage. Unlike warriors and thieves, mages have very high requirements for personal talent. It is precisely because of this that the number of mages is far less than that of warriors. This also brings up a problem, that is, in general, the strength of mages is generally the strongest among the same level of professions. Of course, it is not to say that there are no strong warriors. For example, Taya, a warrior with her talent, is actually not much worse than Lee Si. The key is that there are too many warriors, so that in the bronze and silver stages, the strength of the mages is dominant. This situation was not balanced until the gold level. Therefore, when Hart and the other two were pinned down by the opponent, a powerful mage like Lee Si appeared, and it can be said that the opponent had an overwhelming advantage. Just as Hart had distracting thoughts in his mind, Charles, who was fighting against him, naturally noticed this. He curled his lips and relaxed his attack a little. Hart would not miss such a good opportunity. He turned around instantly and prepared to jump into the sea to fight for his life. Basil, who was fighting with a silver level warrior, had been paying attention to Charles. Seeing this, he waved his left hand and a black stream of light attacked Hart. Assassin's combat skill, hidden weapon throwing. Hart naturally heard the sound of the wind behind him, but in order to buy time, he did not turn around to block, but prepared to take the blow. With a muffled groan, Hart, with a dagger stuck in his back, plunged into the sea. Surrounded by pirates struggling to swim, Hart took the blow, but felt that he could still bear it. Just as he took a deep breath and prepared to dive, a numb feeling came from behind. That dagger is poisonous. Hart, who began to have difficulty in moving, tried to control the muscles behind his back to prevent the spread of the poison as much as possible. As a strong warrior, ordinary poisons can't do anything to him. But Basil's goal has been achieved. After many battles, he and Charles have already had a certain tacit understanding. As long as the target is restrained for a moment, the rest will be left to Charles. Ivor also noticed the situation here. With a swing of his right hand, he manipulated the undercurrent to lift Hart, who was about to dive under the sea, up again and floated on the sea. Charles, standing on the side of the ship, had taken out a heavy bow. The bow was round like a full moon, and the arrow was flowing with dark grey light. He had already aimed at Hart on the sea. Hart had already felt an extreme threat of death, which was constantly stimulating his nerves. The desire to survive made him desperately want to move his body. However, under the influence of Basil's special paralysis poison, his efforts had little effect. TSK Charles loosened his taut fingers, and the grey light broke away from the longbow, cutting through the air and directly penetrating Hart's chest. Hart's body could not block the grey light at all, and was directly broken into a transparent wound the size of a bowl. Hart slowly lowered his head, and looked at the disappeared part of his chest in disbelief, including his heart, without even a slag left. The scarlet blood dyed the surrounding sea water red, and spread under the waves. I haven't become a great pirate yet, I don't. Hart murmured, and then the light in his eyes disappeared, and his body floated in front of the eagle with the waves. All of this was seen by everyone present, and the reactions were mixed. No one expected that the strongest man on this pirate ship would be killed in an instant, without even making any waves. Lee Si nodded, thinking that the cooperation between Charles and others was getting better and better, and the three of them alone could already gain a foothold in the Pearl Sea. Helen's eyes showed envy and yearning. In her opinion, the powerful pirates could not make any waves in the hands of Charles and the other two, let alone compare with Lord Lee Si. As for the remaining pirates, especially those who were still in use, they were all panicked and terrified. They never thought that their powerful leader would be killed on the spot. The two silver professionals who had fought with Ivor and Basil before also looked extremely pale, just like Hurt, who was soaking in the seawater, and they were already begging for mercy. As for the two pirates standing in front of Helen, Lisi glanced at them and said, "Fight with Helen once. If you perform well, I can spare your lives." Lisi originally wanted Helen to fight the pirates with real swords and guns, but plans cannot keep up with changes. The death of the pirate leader made all the pirates lose the courage to fight in an instant. If this was on land, they might still have the courage to escape, but this was in the deep sea, and even silver professionals could hardly cross the sea alone. Yes. The two pirates were relieved and quickly turned around to respond. Helen didn't care either. She mustered up the courage to raise her sword and attack the other party. The ordinary pirate who took the first shot fought with Helen. Lisi did not choose these two people randomly. Although Lisi did not know the priests detect evil magic, his detection spell could also feel that these two people were the ones with the lowest blood on the pirate ship. As for the others, they were all scum, and it was not a pity to die. Seeing Charles and the other two besieging the remaining two silver level professionals and soon throwing them into the sea with serious injuries, Lisi did not wait any longer. The blue-purple light spread from the emerald staff held by Lisi, enveloping the sea where the two ships were located. 6-ring Arcane, Lisi's Thunder Realm. Countless blue-white thunders fell from the air and hit the pirates struggling in the sea. Under Lisi's meticulous operation, no thunder hit the eagle. Lightning spells. Fried fish is the happiest. The same goes for electric people. Dozens of pirates wailed in the sea, and the blue-white electric light kept jumping. Soon, there was no sound under the ship, and Lisi's system panel was also filled with the newly gained experience points. TSK. It feels like this time is even more severe than the last time. Charles stepped on the side of the ship and looked down, shaking his head and sighing. Indeed, it looks really miserable. Basil also took a glance, then took out a pot of wine, handed Charles a handful of melon seeds, and the two of them started to comment on each other. This person's posture is really weird, and that person was electrocuted the most severely and almost turned into charcoal. Ivor did not participate in the relaxation activities of the two people, but put away his weapons and quietly stood beside Helen, watching her fighting there fiercely. Sending the sailors to collect spoils on the pirate ship, Lisi also looked up inside. Eat, sleep, and fight pirates. This is life. Ding. Chapter 321 Pirate Hunter Eagle. Ding. The system prompt sounded in Lisi's ears. Lisi opened the system panel and found that in addition to the experience points brought by killing pirates, a new prompt was refreshed. You have obtained a new milestone. Pirate Hunter Eagle. Milestone. Pirate Hunter Eagle. The deeds of the eagle ship you control in fighting pirates in the Pearl Sea have begun to be known to everyone. Your behavior will attract the fear of some people, but more of them are respect for you. Regional Legend +1. Regional Legend. It should be just the reputation of the Pearl Sea region. If you become a strong man like the Pirate King who travels across the east coast of the continent, you should also get the Continental Legend. However, it can also increase the experience amount of Lisi's current player tasks. Lisi's current experience amount is basically consumed through the power module in the system panel. In the few months since he left Kangwang City, the experience he gained from it every day has not decreased, and the accumulated experience has increased. This is also very normal. Lisi also pays attention to the player forum to relax. Now the level of all players has reached about level 20 and is about to reach the upper limit of the first version. Therefore, the players have more and more experience points left in their hands, and they are more willing to spend experience points to learn skills in Lisi's skill store. More importantly, when Lisi left Kangwang City, he arranged for his brother Mora to expand the White Dove Chamber of Commerce to other areas of the Kingdom of Feast and recruit players. Now it seems that the effect is still good. Lisi's power system module shows that the number of players recruited has increased a lot compared to before. Moreover, on the player forum, Lisi also found many posts about the White Dove Chamber of Commerce, most of which are about how to better get wool from the White Dove Chamber of Commerce, White Dove Chamber of Commerce task guides, White Dove Chamber of Commerce contribution value exchange recommendations, etc. Among the players, the White Dove Chamber of Commerce is very popular. Lisi even saw posts from players in other countries discussing whether to join the White Dove Chamber of Commerce across borders. There are even many players who have sorted out posts about Lisi's whereabouts, and the latest location update is still in the north of the Kingdom of Fis. After all, when Lisi was in the Kingdom of Dylan, he basically used the alias of Moriarty, and the Corvia Hills and Ward City were not places that players could set foot in. Now the players' leaks should have grown up, so they could find time to pluck them. Lisi nodded, and turned his attention back. Now on the Eagle, except for the 2 pirates in front of Helen, all the other pirates had been killed on the spot. Helen's face was serious, holding a long sword, and fighting the ordinary pirate in front of her in a serious manner. The pirate looked hesitant and timid, and didn't dare to attack Helen at all. There was no way. A group of silver level strongmen around him were staring at his movements, and he was under great pressure. Originally, his strength was not as good as Helen's, and he was in this state. He was soon forced into a panic by Helen, and was about to be defeated. Lisi nodded. This was Helen's first battle. It was already a gifted talent to be able to have such a performance and to play out his own strength without any confusion. Letting Helen win in the first battle is also a good way to cultivate her self-confidence. Of course, the bronze level professional that Helen will face later will not be so easy. If the bronze level pirate lets him go too far, Lisi will secretly send a message to ask him to hit harder, so that Helen can feel the dangers of this world. Mr. Lisi, the captain of the merchant ship is here, and wants to communicate with you. Ivor walked over, and saluted Lisi. No need, just let them leave directly. Lisi waved his hand indifferently, but suddenly fell silent for a moment, and said to Ivor, wait, you are going to ask them to pay protection fees. Protection fees? Ivor was a little confused, and didn't quite understand what Lisi meant. We protected them from the pirate ship, so we asked them to pay a fee equivalent to 10% of the cost of their ship. Lisi's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued, after all, we are a pirate ship, so we can't be too polite to them. I don't want to work for nothing. Okay, I'll go tell them now. Ivor now understood what Lisi meant. Isn't this just like the head tax collected by those port gangs? I think the captain will accept it. It's much better than being robbed by pirates directly. Captain Joel of the Mod Merchant's merchant ship was originally planning to sail away, but before he ran far, he noticed that the merchant ship that suddenly came out directly solved the pirate ship. Joel didn't believe that the pirate ship was weak. He saw clearly that the blue-purple magic aura and the countless thunders falling from the sky all showed that there was a powerful wizard on the ship. Joel could see that the target of the ship was the pirate ship, so it was not convenient for him to leave directly. After all, he saved their lives, so he should go forward to express his gratitude. More importantly, if the other party is going to the nearby seaport, Hole intends to follow that ship and give them a ride. The Pearl Sea has indeed begun to become chaotic recently, and he is a little worried about encountering another pirate ship. After negotiating with the ship just now, Hole waited patiently for a while before seeing the somewhat short sailor appear again. Our captain said so. Hole shouted loudly, and his voice was clearly transmitted to Hole's ship. I want you to pay protection fees, 10% of the value of the goods on your ship. Did you hear it clearly? What? Hole doubted his ears. Didn't the other party just beat the pirates? Why did they start to charge now? Before Hole asked, he saw River standing on the opposite ship, and said with a smile, don't you think we are not pirates? Hearing this, Hole was silent. Damn, they are also a group of pirates. Or pirates who have just finished robbing each other. Hole was very regretful, and he wished he could travel through time and space to kill himself who had just decided to approach. It's all safe, why not run away quickly? Now, they are about to fall into the hands of another group of pirates. Joel was so angry that he was even ready to fight Ivor. At least, the protection fee can't be so much. If it's one level, his trip as a captain is basically in vain. but seeing Ivor's half smile, the terrifying thunderstorm, before appeared in his mind again. It's fine. After Joel compromised, he began to comfort himself in his heart. At least now no one is safe and the ship is fine, which is a blessing. After paying the money honestly, Joel hurriedly asked his men to raise the sails and run away. He was worried that, if he stayed for a while, the other party might have other demands. Joel has made up his mind and must tell his friends about this strange pirate ship when he goes back. He has seen pirate ships that rob and pirate ships that forcibly charge. But it's the first time he has seen a pirate ship that robs other pirate ships and charges merchant ships. But it seems this is not bad. If it was before when the British Kingdom Navy was maintaining the Order of the Pearl Sea, Joel would not have thought so. But in the increasingly chaotic present, he suddenly felt that it was not bad to have such rule-abiding pirates. Especially this group of pirates is very strong, and there is also a powerful wizard who is extremely rare in the Pearl Sea. Should I retire and go home to enjoy my old age? Joel stood at the bow, looking at the pirate ship with the eagle flag flying behind him, which was getting smaller and smaller, and thought silently in his heart. Lisi did not care how Ivor blackmailed the merchant ship. Anyway, he was also laying the foundation for Helen to gain a foothold in the Pearl Sea in the future. The merchant ship just now was the first time he encountered a merchant ship being robbed. The pirate ships he encountered before all discovered Lisi's ship and took the initiative to approach and prepare to rob, but they did not expect to be robbed by Lisi. Lisi sat at the bow and watched Helen struggling to survive under the hands of the bronze level pirate. The pirate Helen faced was a bronze level warrior. Generally speaking, in the battle between extraordinary people of the same profession, the test is more about the strength of combat experience and combat skills. Especially for a profession like a warrior whose fighting method is relatively single, it is difficult to have any tricks in the early stage. Although the bronze level pirate is not strong, he has experienced a lot of actual combat after all, and his combat experience is obviously much stronger than that of the fledgling Helen. The pirate hit Helen's sword with a knife, and Helen couldn't bear it, and the long sword suddenly rose back. While suffering a loss and revealing a flaw, Helen subconsciously jumped back to avoid the opponent's pursuit. This is the difference in everyone's fighting talent. Of course, the pirate is also more sensible and did not continue to pursue directly, but waited for Helen to get ready again before launching another attack. Although it was very reluctant, it can be seen that Helen is slowly adapting to the rhythm of actual combat. Under the pressure of an opponent who is slightly stronger than her, Helen's connection between attack and defense began to become smooth, and she even began to learn the opponent's fighting habits and fighting skills. Although Ivor, Charles and others are much stronger than this bronze pirate, even if they suppress their own strength, the combat skills they mastered are not something Helen can master quickly now. Helen still needs to fight with opponents of the same level, slowly learn and accumulate, until she evolves a set of combat methods that belongs to her. Then she can be regarded as embarking on the road to becoming a strong person. At this time, Lisi's mind moved, and he took out a blue weapon fragment from his body. It was the artifact fragment, Storm Trident. Lisi raised his hand and called out the system panel. Weapon, Storm Trident, broken, rank, artifact introduction. The artifact left by the fallen god, Anseal, the god of storm and thunder. It has been completely broken and has almost lost all its power, but it seems that there is still a trace of magic in the core. Equipment effect 1, Storm, Ocean, Thunder. Related fields ability effects are increased by 10%. Equipment effect 2, Special ability, Energy concentration. When carrying this equipment on the sea, it can slowly replenish strength, which seems to be the key to opening a certain place. Current stored energy. 100%. Is the stored energy full? Lisi frowned and looked at the prompt on the system panel. In order to allow this artifact fragment to better absorb the energy of the sea, Lisi carried this artifact fragment with him and did not put it in the storage space. Of course, ordinary space rings cannot be stored in it, and the status is not enough to withstand the power of the artifact, even if it is a piece of artifact fragment. When carrying this artifact fragment with him, Lisi did not care and did not pay attention to it at ordinary times. According to his estimate, it will take another 3 or 4 months for this artifact fragment to absorb full energy. This time is calculated based on Ivor's experience in the past 2 years. But unexpectedly, in his hands, it took only more than a month to absorb full energy. Lisi was not happy with the time saved. If it were an ordinary person, they would be very excited and rush to the Island of Gods immediately after noticing that the energy of the artifact fragments was full. Lisi would not do that because he knew the horror and power of the gods. No matter how careful you are, you should be careful about the relics of the gods. What did I do to speed up the recovery of the energy of the artifact fragments? Cast a spell. Stay in a place with sufficient magic power. Or is it my own fault? Lisi thought about it, but he had no clue. It was a pity that I discovered it too late. If I had noticed this abnormality before, I could do some comparative experiments to find the cause. After carefully examining the halberd tip in his hand, Lisi put it away. Although it would not change Lisi's plan to go to the Island of Gods, it undoubtedly increased his vigilance. After all, it was not the relics of the gods that Lisi knew in his previous life. Lisi knew all the abnormalities and could only be as careful as possible. Ivor. Lisi said to Ivor, who was busy counting the harvest. Charles and Basil would stay as far away from such tedious tasks as possible. Only Ivor, who was a little taciturn but serious about his work, was willing to do it. Master Lisi. Upon hearing this, Ivor quickly asked the sailors on the ship to move the supplies they had just obtained from the pirate ship and the merchant ship into the cabin. He walked to Lisi and asked respectfully, "Get ready and go to that sea area." Lisi nodded to Ivor and said softly, "Yes." Ivor immediately realized what Lisi was talking about, and his whole body became energetic. In this case, Mr. Lisi should be ready. Finally, I can enter the island again. Ivor was a little excited, and I felt that his motivation for work was high. Lisi didn't care about Ivor's excitement, waved his hand, and asked him to make arrangements quickly, and sank the pirate ship that had been looted with a huge fireball. I really don't know what is waiting for him on that divine island. Lisi muttered in his heart, and then returned to the cabin, and began to prepare for the expedition. Chapter 322 Fragments of the Kingdom of God. Somewhere in the Pearl Sea, Lisi brought Ivor to the place where the mysterious island was discovered last time. Lisi looked calm, but Ivor seemed very nervous. For him, this was the goal he had been working hard for all these years, and today he was actually going to achieve it. While feeling a little excited, he carefully turned his eyes to Lisi. Now all his hopes were on Lisi, and he couldn't help but pay attention. Lisi didn't care about Ivor's little movements, holding the blue artifact fragment tightly in his hand. This time, just like before, he asked Charles and the others to stay on the Eagle with Helen, and only took Ivor with him. After all, there might be some unpredictable dangers on the Divine Island, and Lisi might not be able to take care of others at that time. As for Ivor, he was willing to take this risk and take a chance to improve his strength. "Are you ready?" Lisi asked Ivor. "No problem, Lord Lisi." Ivor took a deep breath and nodded in reply. "Okay, let's start." Lisi controlled the two to land on the sea surface. In front of them was the special place that Black Cat Xiaomi sensed last time. That is where the small island of the gods should be. Lisi tried to sense it, but after some effort, he still shook his head. There was no way, he still couldn't sense any special place. It can only be said that the power of the gods is not something he can peek at now. Lisi couldn't help but feel a little regretful and took the fragment of the storm trident in his hand. How should I use this thing? Lisi pondered for a while and tried to inject magic power into it, but this artifact fragment was like a bottomless pit, swallowing Lisi's magic power, but there was no reaction. Lisi interrupted the input of magic power, which should not be done this way. Then, Lisi tried to hold the storm trident and probed the air in front of him. There should have been nothing, and no matter how Lisi probed, there was no reaction. Lisi's hand holding the artifact fragment suddenly felt as if it had touched a barrier. It was as if there was a wall in front of him, preventing the artifact fragment from moving forward. Sure enough, Lisi did not retract his right hand, but used his left hand to touch the midair where the artifact fragment was blocked. But the result was the same as before. Lisi's left hand did not feel any abnormality. It should be the influence of a certain dimension space that I don't understand. Lee Si knew it in his mind, and then he stopped trying, exerting more force on his hand, and the artifact fragment continued to move forward against the membrane. The right hand holding the artifact fragment seemed to be wrapped in glue, and the resistance it faced was getting stronger and stronger, but Lee Si could feel that the artifact fragment in his right hand was moving forward at a slow speed. After a while, Lee Si felt that the obstacle in front of him seemed to have reached a critical point and continued to exert force forward. Catcher. A crisp sound rang in front of Lee Si, and a sky-high azure light suddenly burst out from the storm trident. Against the backdrop of this azure light, Lee Si saw it. In front of him and Iva, there was a huge hemispherical dome that was 100 meters high, emitting a faint white light, and was inverted on the sea in front of the two. Is this the barrier that hides the island of gods? Then Lee Si noticed that at the position where the storm trident was inserted, huge cracks began to spread around the barrier, and the sound of crackling continued. After the entire barrier was covered by cracks, a sudden change occurred. Boom. The entire huge barrier suddenly shattered, and the fragments of the barrier turned into dots of white light and merged into the fragments of the storm trident in Lee Si's hand. But Lee Si didn't care about this change, because the scene hidden behind the barrier finally appeared in front of the two. It was a strange island, not very big, but it would attract your attention at first glance. Beside the clean beach was a dense and prosperous green jungle, with abundant fruits hanging on the green branches. Sugar apple, coconut, banana, pineapple, etc. There are even many fruits that Lee Si can't name. The colorful fruits are round and full against the green leaves, like colorful gems. They sway gently in the breeze, which is very tempting. In the jungle, a clear stream flows out, and the light blue stream flows into the sea, after being washed by the beach. Above the dense jungle, you can vaguely see the center of the island. In the depths of the jungle, you can faintly see a palace standing there. That should be the core of this island. Yes. Iva, who was beside Lee Si, stared at the island that suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. It's here. This is the island I have been to. Iva's words revealed a heart full of joy. He remembered the surprise and madness of seeing this mysterious island after the storm that day, and now, the goal he has been working hard for is right in front of him. Iva can no longer hold back his excitement and set off to rush to the island. Wait. Lee Si waved his hand, and the magic power exerted on Iva controlled him in place. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious now. Lee Si said a few words to comfort Iva, then lowered his head and began to study. To be honest, when this divine island first appeared, Lee Si was a little shocked. Although it seems to be no different from an ordinary tropical island in description, the shock of seeing it with your own eyes cannot be described. All the existences on that island seem to have no flaws, perfect as they should be, just like the divine heaven imagined by believers. But Lee Si knew very well that all this could not have appeared naturally. Lee Si has explored countless divine relics and encountered similar scenes. It is a magical place located on the plateau. It is obviously thousands of meters away, but it is warm like spring. Flowers are blooming, and the green and clean grassland surrounds a snow-white sacred temple. It is basically the same as the current situation. Lee Si knew that there was only one possibility for this situation to occur, that is, they are now facing a fragment of the kingdom of God. Among the countless relics of gods, the secret realm formed by the fragments of the kingdom of God is the most magical and the most dangerous. You must know that the kingdom of God is the foundation of all the power of gods and the most important place for them. The kingdom of God gathers everything of the gods, and is also the embodiment of their great power. The most important step to become a god is to open up the kingdom of God and raise it to the sky. Generally speaking, the kingdom of God of gods is located on the world wall of Jaire's main world, and is closely connected with Jaire's main world. Only Jaire's main world can carry the kingdom of God. The importance of the kingdom of God to the gods can be imagined. According to the information that Lee Si knows, a god with weak divine power can also compete with gods with strong divine power in his kingdom of God. Of course, it's just a competition. Except when they are desperate, all gods will try their best to avoid fighting in their own kingdom of God. Because the kingdom of God is the core of the power of gods and the source of their power. The kingdom of gods is extremely magical, and all creations in it are condensed by divine power. As one of the highest powers, divine power is the most creative and malleable power besides the power of the world, and it is also the core power of the gods. Therefore, the creations in the kingdom of God are basically perfect and flawless. Even if it is the same item, the difference between what is formed in the kingdom of God and what ordinary people can see is as huge as diamond and soil. This also explains the situation of the island in front of Lee Si. If the island in front of him is formed by the fragments of the kingdom of God, then all the strange phenomena on it can be explained. The kingdom of God is the foundation of the power of the gods. Losing the kingdom of God is only one possibility for the gods, that is, death. Generally speaking, if the gods die, the kingdom of God will also quickly decay and destroy, and eventually perish in the endless space storm. The possibility of falling into the main world of Jaya and forming a secret realm is quite small. Lee Si turned his head and looked at Ivor. This guy was able to reach this island and leave safely? Is this guy lucky, or? Although the island in front of him looks very peaceful, Lee Si dare not look at it that way. No matter what the reason is, this is formed by the fragments of the kingdom of the gods. Lee Si called out the system panel and took a look. Sure enough, a new prompt appeared. Detected that you have entered the special map, Anseal's resting place. Special mission, Anseal's resentment triggered. Goal, explore the island, where Ansel is sleeping. Reward, depends on the completion of the exploration. A new mission requires you to complete the exploration of the island in front of you. It should be a secret realm exploration mission. Maybe the island in front of you has completely turned into a secret realm. If Lee Si passes it, he can get a secret realm crystal, which is a good thing. However, Lee Si was not careless. This island was formed by the fragments of the kingdom of the gods, and looking at the information prompted by the mission, Ansel, the god of storms and thunder, is sleeping here. And the name of the mission is Anseal's resentment, which should be related to that god. Although the appearance of the new mission made Lee Si very excited, it means that the island in front of him is a treasure that has not yet been developed. But it also shows that there are countless dangers hidden in it. Even if the spirit of the master of the kingdom of God has passed away, the power left by him is not something that Lee Si, a silver level professional, can contend with. Be careful. Lee Si didn't care about Ivor's anxious expression. If it was someone Lee Si didn't know, Lee Si would let him go if he wanted to die, and he could also test the danger for Lee Si first. But after all, Ivor is still very useful as a tool. Especially compared with Charles and Basil, the two lazy guys. Ivor, who is conscientious and responsible, makes Lee Si look more pleasing to the eye. It's a good thing to help, and I'm counting on this guy to drive the boat in the future. Although he may have obtained the power of the gods on the island, his good luck last time does not mean that it will definitely be safe this time. Lee Si calmed down and looked carefully at everything in front of him. Just now, this island appeared out of thin air on the sea, as if different spaces were stacked together. The most prominent feature is the light blue sea water. These light blue waters should be formed by the streams on the island. Compared with the normal azure blue waters, the color is more transparent and pure. In front of Lee Si, the light blue and azure blue waters are intertwined but distinct, seemingly incompatible, surrounding the island. In this way, entering the range of the light blue water should be entering the realm of this secret realm. Lee Si thought in his heart, but did not enter directly, but took Ivor around the island to observe. There is no difference. Except for the building in the center, Lee Si in the distance did not find any difference. There is no difference except for the beach and the forest full of fruits on the edge of the circular island. When Lee Si was circling the island, he also used a special detection spell on the island. The detection spell that used to work well did not work this time, and did not get any feedback. Lee Si's mental perception was useless. It seemed that there was some barrier in the air. His mental power could not move forward after only extending a dozen meters. Lee Si breathed a sigh of relief, moved forward a few meters, and officially entered the secret realm. After a quick sense, he found that teleportation could still be used and was not restricted. This was the best situation. Even if there was danger, Lee Si could quickly leave the island through teleportation. It should be, because the barrier was broken. The space where this island was located had been integrated with the main world, so the spatial ability was no longer useless as before. With confidence, Lee Si took Ivor and slowly moved towards the island. Every step was cautious, and the magic light on the teleportation ring was always flashing, ready to escape at any time. Although the light blue sea water looked beautiful, there was no sign of biological activity. After a while, Lee Si brought Ivor to the island. Stepping on the beach, Lee Si felt that the air he breathed was filled with two magical element particles of water and wind. Ivor, who was released from control, stood firm, glanced at Lee Si, and carefully walked towards the island. Lee Si also reminded him just now, although his previous experience made him feel that there should be no danger, since Master Lee Si said so, Ivor felt that he should be careful. After all, he worked so hard to come to the island, to gain more powerful strength, not to die. Seeing this, Lee Si nodded slightly, and slowly followed Ivor into the jungle of the island. Ivor walked straight into the jungle with a familiar look, and picked up a large orange-red mango, and started eating it. After a bite, the overflowing juice dripped from the corners of his mouth, and the sweet aroma spread in the air. Lee Si, who didn't want to touch these fruits, suddenly felt a desire coming over him, as if these fresh fruits beside him had great temptation. Lee Si subconsciously picked a yellow banana from the tree next to him. Just as Lee Si was about to enjoy it, the fruit tree next to him suddenly shook, and several shadows rushed towards Lee Si swiftly. A new book by a good friend, recommended. ***. Chapter 323, The Strangeness of the Divine Island. On the island, when a crisp crash sounded in Lee Si's ears, waking Lee Si up from a slightly dazed state. Looking at the vines that suddenly sprang out from the tree next to him, Lee Si frowned. What's going on? Why did I suddenly become distracted and pick a banana? Looking at the banana in his hand, and the dark green vines that stayed in front of him, and kept twisting to get into the shield, Lee Si suddenly realized one thing, that is, the trees that bear fruit on this island are not from different fruit trees as usual. For example, bananas and mangoes should come from different tree species, but in this forest, there is only one kind of tree. It is a 3-meter high tree with a light green trunk that is slightly white, and branches and leaves like an emerald green umbrella-shaped crown. All fruits grow directly from the trunk, and even a tree can produce many different kinds of fruits. What attacked Lee Si just now was a thick vine clinging to a tree trunk. It was as thick as an ordinary person's arm, and had a sharp tip. If Lee Si hadn't cast a protective spell on himself in advance, this alone would have injured Lee Si. Lee Si threw a fireball, and the dark green vine was instantly wrapped in blue flames. After twisting a few times, it turned into ashes. Why did it attack me? Lee Si wondered in his heart. Is it because I picked the fruit? But Ivor did something similar just now. Why was he not attacked? Wait, why did I pick that banana? As far as I'm used to, I will not touch these things easily. Lee Si suddenly noticed the problem. Including these strange fruit trees beside him. Lee Si had carefully looked at them before entering the island, but he didn't notice them. No, although the detection magic has no effect, these fruit trees are so obviously abnormal, I didn't care at all. Something is disturbing my mind, making me ignore the abnormality of these fruit trees, and taking the initiative to pick the fruits on the trees. Lee Si realized this, and carefully checked the surroundings. Except for the vine that suddenly attacked just now, Lee Si did not find any abnormalities, including the fruits, which were all normal fruits that could be eaten. In order to avoid being disturbed by the mind again, Lee Si even used the spell of mental intervention on himself, and temporarily used the high-level rank of the legendary equipment, Wisdom of the Sphinx, to explore himself. With such a careful investigation, Lee Si was sure that he was not disturbed again. If the power of that kind of mental interference could exceed Wisdom of the Sphinx, then Lee Si would not have to struggle. Anyway, he couldn't bear it. Ivor, who was walking in front, also noticed that Lee Si was attacked. Seeing this, he immediately threw the mango he was enjoying aside. It was really dangerous. Ivor's expression immediately tensed up and stood there, not daring to move. The joy of landing on the island again was dispersed by this sudden attack, and now there was only vigilance in his heart. After all, Ivor was a senior mercenary, so he would not be blinded by the possible treasure and give up his vigilance. Moreover, this scene further proved what Lee Si said just now. This island is not simple, at least there must be danger. Ivor's memory of the last time he landed on the island was a little vague, because he was in a state of extreme collapse at that time, leaving only some residual impressions. I don't know how he left the island last time, but it doesn't mean that the island is not dangerous. Ivor was silent for a moment, and then cast a questioning look at Lee Si. Lee Si stood up, after waving his hand. I didn't find any valuable information, so I had to be more careful. Ivor walked in front, and Lee Si followed behind him. The two began to slowly go deeper into this divine island. Both of them began to be alert to the changes around them, and Ivor's mood was not as relaxed as before. The land under their feet has changed from golden sand to black soil covered with tender green grass, and a faint mist began to fill the air. Very rich water attribute magic element. It was so rich that Lee Si only needed to guide it slightly, and those light blue magic particles flowed into his body like a stream. The mage felt much more comfortable in this environment. But at the same time, Lee Si also found that the range of his mental power exploration began to shrink slowly, and was suppressed to only be able to sense the range of about 8 meters around him. Lee Si took a deep breath, tried to relax his emotions as much as possible, and carefully sensed the surrounding environment. For some reason, Lee Si felt that a big stone was pressing on his heart, and the pressure in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. It was somewhat similar to the feeling when he faced the incarnation of the Lord of all Beasts in Kangwang City, but the pressure was much less. Is this the influence of the residual power of that god? I wonder how long ago the god of storm and thunder fell. Lee Si had never heard of this god in his memory. Of course, Jaiya's main world has buried countless dead gods in countless eternity, and even gods with powerful divine power cannot exist forever. If the endless abyss of crazy killing is counted, there will be more. What Lee Si knew was only a small part of it after all. Even the history before the human race had records was a mystery to Lee Si. After all, after the rise of the gods belonging to the human camp, humans began to dominate the Jaiya world, and various historical records began to be passed down. Therefore, humans only know a small part of the long history of the Jaiya world. The more ancient records may only be recorded in the core areas of the Titans and Elves. Lee Si moved forward in silence, thinking about the things on this small island. Ivor's speed of progress also slowed down a lot. Even he felt a hint of ominous breath. This made him feel a little uneasy. Do you feel anything? Lee Si glanced at Ivor and asked in a deep voice. It feels bad. Very depressed. Ivor said truthfully and stopped. What's wrong? Lee Si has been paying attention to the surrounding environment, but apart from the sneak attack of the vine just now, there is no other abnormality. It's as if he tried Lee Si and found that he was not simple, so he immediately withdrew his hands and feet and continued to hide. Although Lee Si had no evidence, his spiritual sense was faintly warning him of all this. Lee Si now urgently needed any clues about the island to break the deadlock. Ivor looked up at the azure sky and said with a somewhat uncomfortable expression, "It was so beautiful when I came here last time. Everything was like heaven. Although the scenery here looks the same as before, I feel that there are no elves I saw before, and it feels a bit lifeless." Looking at Ivor's somewhat disappointed face, Lee Si remembered that when Ivor first talked to him about this island, he did mention the existence of elves. Looking at the quiet environment around him, with no movement, except the sound of the wind, Lee Si frowned slightly. So far, no elves have been seen. The elves that I've mentioned are not the handsome elves who like to live in the forest, but the existence bred by the breath of nature. Those elves are also known as natural elves. They are generally only the size of an adult's finger. Compared with the elves, they are actually more similar to the existence of elemental spirits. Only in places with a strong natural atmosphere and vitality, there is a low possibility of breeding those lovely beings. They are too fragile and have almost no ability to defend themselves. Even wind and rain may take their lives. But at the same time, where there are natural elves, the environment will become more pure and lush under their careful care. It is precisely because of this that most extraordinary creatures actually like these little guys and are willing to live in harmony with them. Some humans are also like this, but the place where humans live has a greater impact on the environment, which is not suitable for the breeding and survival of elves, so ordinary people know less about these little guys. But adventurers are different from mercenaries. As people who often go to uninhabited areas and secret places to explore, they are not unfamiliar with elves. So Lisi does not think that Ivor at least made a mistake. Why did the elves living on the island disappear? What happened on the island? After Ivor left to find it, Lisi nodded, picked a branch from the fruit tree next to him, and felt it carefully. Sure enough, he did not feel the breath of any elves. Lisi was thinking in his heart. He was quite familiar with the breath of the elves. Because of his training, he had traveled alone through many uninhabited places. He was quite familiar with the breath and traces of the elves. But now he did not sense any traces of the elves. This meant that the elves had disappeared from the island for a long time, at least more than a year. Lisi glanced at Ivor and then said, "Keep going. No matter what, at least we have to reach the palace in the center of the island." Ivor nodded silently, feeling a little depressed. As the two of them continued to go deeper, they could no longer see any trace of the sea behind them. There were only more and more dense fruit trees around them. The repetitive environment no longer had the previous sense of surprise, but became more and more depressing. It was as if time and space had solidified. The two of them walked for an unknown period of time. If it was calculated, based on the normal distance, Lisi and Ivor would have crossed the entire island long ago at their speed. But what appeared in front of them was naturally the unchanging forest. Ivor couldn't help it, and made marks on the trees beside them to prevent them from circling in place. Lisi did not move. Although it felt like he had walked for half a day, the black cat hidden in the wisdom of the Sphinx told him that only half an hour had passed since he entered the island. So, is there something wrong with my perception? Lisi communicated with the black cat in his mind. No. The black cat's lazy voice sounded in Lisi's mind, and Lisi seemed to see the black kitten lazily stretching in the earring space. This is the special thing about divine power and the kingdom of God. Although Sphinx's ascension to the gods was not successful in the end, he also understood some of the mysteries of divine power. Divine power can be said to be stronger than so-called magic power, fighting spirit and other powers. Of course, the most important thing is the ability to create everything. The realm of gods is a manifestation of their great power, but ultimately everything needs to be achieved through divine power. The power of thousands of realms such as storms, fear, justice, balance, wealth, etc. are all based on divine power. This is something that other extraordinary powers can hardly do, so the strongest people in the world are those gods. Lord Sphinx is very powerful. Although the ascension to the gods is not yet perfected, he has indeed created a way to condense elemental divine power. Maybe they talked about the black cat's former owner, Sphinx, so the always lazy black cat talked a lot. He guessed that if he continued to improve, he might even reach the stage of great divine power, control time and space, and create another Jadiamain world. The black cat said with emotion that was his dream, but unfortunately he can no longer see it. Noticing the black cat's slight disappointment, Lisi changed the subject while being alert to the surrounding environment. So, you said that the changes I felt were all due to the influence of divine power. You said before that you felt the breath of divine power, so do you know where the source of this change is? The black cat became energetic and said proudly in Lisi's mind, I may not be able to do other things, but I'm very familiar with this. But, the black cat laughed. 10 gold coins. Deal. The man and the cat reached a deal, and both parties expressed satisfaction after comparing. The black cat did not ask for money to save a small treasury, but simply because it was wandering around Danaport and saw something delicious and asked Lisi for money to buy it. After all, it is a little cat with a high moral bottom line and would not steal things. At first, the things that the black cat bought were relatively normal, but then they became more and more outrageous. However, after the black cat bought a bunch of pancakes, pickled fish and durian, and filled Lisi's room, Lisi decisively cut off the black cat's source of income. He finally understood that this guy was just greedy and satisfied after tasting a little. Its behavior was more about enjoying the fun of buying, and buying. Fortunately, talking magic pets are not too rare in this world, otherwise this guy would have been caught and studied long ago. After losing its source of income, the black cat lost its ideals just like the salted fish it bought. As long as it could get gold coins from Lee Si, it would do anything. The black cat, who felt that he had made a profit, said happily, "There are many auras of divine power on this island, but most of them are too weak and have little value. There are two places with the strongest aura of divine power. One is in the center of the island, which should be the core palace. There is another one, just in front of you on the right, very close." Lee Si nodded, and under the guidance of the black cat, he took Ivor and turned slightly and rushed to the right front. Failed to start again, exhausted. Chapter 324, The Prayer. Lee Si and Ivor walked in the direction pointed by the black cat. Although Ivor didn't know why Lee Si changed direction, he followed Lee Si without asking. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lee Si felt that he had adapted to the environment of the Island of Gods. Suddenly, he found that the forest in front of them began to thin out. Even the mist in the air began to dissipate gradually. Are they going out? A flash of magic flashed, and the emerald staff appeared in Lee Si's hand, casting protective and buffing spells on him and Ivor. Seeing this, Ivor also drew his sword and began to be on guard. The two walked slowly forward, and only the rustling sound of footsteps could be heard around them. When Lee Si and Ivor walked out of the forest, they found that they did not leave the forest, but that there was a flat open space in the middle of the forest. Stepping on the blue-gray stone bricks, Lee Si and Ivor looked at a building that suddenly appeared in front of them with a solemn expression. It was a tall altar that was all white, with exquisite cyan and blue patterns spreading on the jade white stone steps, faintly flashing with a special light. There was a special wave stone platform at the top center of the altar, and Lee Si could vaguely see a cyan blue gem floating on the stone platform. There were 10 stone steps of the altar from bottom to top, and with each step up, the special patterns on the stone steps became more complicated and mysterious. Lee Si just looked at it, as if the wind and thunder disappeared in front of him. It was as if he was in a sea of storms and thunder, like a small boat that could not extricate itself, and could only passively bear the impact. This abnormal feeling made Lee Si close his eyes and temporarily relieve some of the mental shock. This altar in front of him, which looked extremely magical, was within Lee Si's expectations, but what was beyond Lee Si's expectation was that there were actually several figures kneeling on the lowest stone steps on the altar. With his hands clasped together, he seemed to be praying silently. He was wearing a simple white robe with blue patterns of storms and thunder. Is there anyone here? How could there be other people here? Is he alive or some kind of monster? Seeing this unusual situation, Lee Si immediately paid attention. At this time, Ivor seemed to be still immersed in the influence of the altar just now, and had not yet woken up. Lee Si did not wake him up rashly, but carefully observed the people on the altar. After taking a few steps closer to the altar, Lee Si suddenly heard a voice coming from the direction of the altar. "My Lord and Soul, you are the protector of sailors. You are the incarnation of thunder. You are the master of endless storms. My Lord and Soul, you give us new life. Your kingdom protects the souls of believers and prevents them from returning to nothingness. My Lord and Soul." Listening to the murmur of prayer, Lee Si frowned. This is praying to the god of storm and thunder and soul. Is this his believer? Logically speaking, it is not strange to see believers on the island, left by the god and soul. But the most important thing is that the god has fallen for who knows how long. How could there still be believers here? You know, although the existence of gods is extremely magical, their lives are extremely tenacious and difficult to kill. As long as his believers are still there, his divinity is still there, and his priesthood is not occupied by others, then this god may be able to revive from the long river of time. That being said, the only way to make a god fall is for other gods to take action, or some extremely special circumstances. Those gods who take action will naturally not allow the enemy to have the possibility of revival. They will arrange believers to hunt down and eliminate the believers of the fallen god, and they will occupy or give the other party's priesthood to others, eliminating some possibilities of resurrection. The most important thing is that once a god falls, his believers will naturally feel it, and prayers will no longer have any feedback. At the same time, the priest of the god will lose all his ability to cast spells, and may even be unable to control the magic power in his body and die on the spot. Except for the extremely firm believers, the general believers are very realistic guys. Once they are not blessed, they will give up their faith or turn to other gods. Therefore, there are too few gods who can return. Li Si's impression is that only a few powerful gods such as the Lord of Dawn have such records. Whether it is true or not is still a matter of opinion. Li Si does not believe that this, and Seal, the god of storm and thunder, can do the same thing. So what is the situation? That is the petitioner. The voice of the black cat suddenly sounded in Li Si's heart, and the words were very serious. Petitioner? Li Si repeated it, a little unbelievable. How is this possible? Li Si knows very well what the petitioner is. In other words, anyone who knows a little about the Church of the Gods knows about this existence. The so-called petitioner is a believer who devoutly believes in the gods. After the end of their lives, their souls will not fall into the Styx and go to the underworld, but will be led by the gods they believe in into the kingdom of God, where they will gain eternal life. This is what all the believers of the gods yearn for, and it is also one of the reasons why they choose to believe in the gods. Eternal life. What a tempting word. The Church of the Gods claims that, as long as you enter the kingdom of the Lord, you will get eternal life and a good life. No matter if you are a prince or a noble, or a common beggar, you will be attracted by this, and believe in those gods devoutly. But the actual situation is not as good as the Church of the Gods preaches. Indeed, as long as the gods are immortal and the kingdom of God is indestructible, the prayer mergers will indeed get eternal life, but this has great limitations. That is, from then on, they can never leave the kingdom of the gods, that is, the kingdom of God. Similarly, they can almost be regarded as the most devout fanatics, constantly praying to the gods in the kingdom of God, and providing the gods with the power of faith. So for the gods, the prayer mergers are an important part of their kingdom of God. In Li Si's view, it is better to say that it is not so much to get eternity in the kingdom of God, but to lose all the ability to be autonomous and become a perpetual motion machine to generate the power of faith. This is unacceptable to Li Si, and the same is true for most mages. But for most civilians, life is too difficult, and only faith can soothe their hearts. Also, because they have never mastered extraordinary power, they do not expect the scenery at a higher level. Even if they knew the consequences of becoming a petitioner, they would probably choose to agree without hesitation. That being said, although petitioners can live forever with the kingdom of God, when the gods fall, all petitioners will die. Li Si still knows this information. So what is the situation of these people in front of him? They are indeed petitioners. I'm familiar with this situation. Black Cat's voice was full of affirmation, and he added, Sphinx has studied this kind of existence and even created a similar existence, so I'm familiar with this situation. The legendary Arcanist is really awesome. He dares to study everything. The key is that he has studied it. Li Si was a little speechless. He really didn't expect it to be this kind of information. As far as I know, petitioners should die with the fall of the gods. In this case, could it be that the gods did not die? I don't know. Black Cat said righteously, Sphinx has only studied it, and I don't know the specific situation. I can only confirm that these people are petitioners. Kill them and don't bury them. Li Si almost wanted to grab the black cat out of his body and beat it up, but then he breathed a sigh of relief and focused his attention on the several petitioners. Here, Li Si's mental power exploration was more obviously oppressed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not sense the existence of those figures, and could only confirm them with his naked eyes. Their bodies and faces were covered by robes, and the shadows of their hoods completely obscured their faces, making it impossible for Li Si to detect them. Even if he got closer, Li Si felt the breath of the petitioners, as if there was nothing on the altar. Li Si was not in a hurry. This unexpected situation was too normal in the exploration of the secret realm. Now it seems that it may be because of this altar that these petitioners exist. As for the possibility that the god is still alive, Li Si feels that the possibility of him becoming a legendary strongman is higher now. Because Li Si had never heard of the name of Ansel in his previous life. You have to know that Li Si was a power leveling god in his previous life. Even if it was a weak god, he should have some impression. Gods need faith, and chanting their gods is the most important thing for their church. There are gods that do not need faith, but they are all extremely powerful, certainly not including this god of storms. Since this god has fallen, the existence of the petitioner may be affected by external factors. Li Si's eyes moved to the center of the altar and fell on the blue gem. Is it the influence of this thing? around this altar. It seems that, because of the passage of time, except for this altar that is still intact, the broken stone pillars and ruins around it have been covered with a light dust, which makes people feel a sense of desolation and vicissitudes. If it weren't for the surrounding forests being blocked out, Lisi suspected that this area would have been completely swallowed up by the forest. A heavy panting sound came from behind Lisi. Looking back, he saw Riva sitting on the ground and panting heavily, as if he had just escaped from the situation of mental influence. Step back a little and stand at the edge of the woods, Lisi said to Iva. He would not be able to take care of Iva when he explores later. Yes. Iva did not hesitate at all. He quickly stood up and retreated. He was still frightened and did not dare to look at the altar again. He had suffered a lot just now. It was like hellish torture. Lisi looked at the altar in front of him and walked towards the altar tentatively. He did not know what the situation was with these few petitioners, but it was definitely not possible for Lisi to give up the exploration and leave directly. However, Lisi was also prepared. Although the petitioners were in the kingdom of gods and spirits, they mainly provided the power of faith to the gods, but it did not mean that they had no fighting power. All petitioners would be strengthened by the kingdom of gods. Even if they were ordinary people in their lifetime, they would be equivalent to extraordinary professionals above the gold level in the kingdom of gods. The petitioners were the first line of defense of the kingdom of gods against external invasion. Although Anseal's kingdom of gods had been destroyed, it did not mean that these petitioners were not dangerous. As Lisi approached, the four figures on the altar did not move at all. With his eyes fixed on the prayers, Lisi slowly approached, passing through the ruins around the altar and trying not to make any sound. The sound of prayer gradually became louder, and Lisi could hear it more clearly. Everything went well. When Lisi tried to step onto the altar, the white-robed figures on the lowest stone steps suddenly turned around and looked in Lisi's direction. The prayers raised their heads, and Lisi could see their faces under their hoods. They looked like ordinary adults, 2 men and 2 women, with wheat-colored skin that looked a little rough. They looked like residents who lived by the sea all year round. Their eyes were cold and lifeless, without any wisdom, and they stood there staring at Lisi. The prayers gradually disappeared, and the scene was deadlocked. Suddenly, Lisi saw the 4 prayers raise their hands at the same time, and there was a faint white light flashing. Damn it. Will they really take the initiative to attack? Lisi looked solemn and retreated behind him. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the hands of the 4 people and attacked Lisi. Priest's magic, scorching glory. The gods have fallen. How can they still use magic? This priest skill is somewhat equivalent to the magic of the mage's evocation spell, Fireball, but it is more powerful than Fireball. Magical aura burst out from the staff in Lisi's hand, and an invisible magic shield surrounded Lisi's body. 4th ring spell, Advanced Elemental Shield. 6th ring spell, Demon Repelling Guardian. Boom. 3 consecutive dazzling balls of light hit Lisi's shield, and after a tremor, the shield shattered and dissipated into the air. Lisi quickly dodged the last attack, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that perhaps, because of the influence of the destruction of the kingdom of God, these petitioners should only have the strength of the higher level silver level, and there is still a distance from the gold level. It is still within Lisi's handling range. It's not that Lisi is too confident. The attack just now can show the status of these petitioners. There is absolutely no intelligence. Even the attack is just a subconscious action, without any coordination. The most important thing is that it seems that the abilities of these petitioners are all priests. Ding. Listening to the light beep of the system, the corners of Lisi's mouth slightly curled up, and his figure disappeared into the air. Assassin's combat skill, forced stealth. The petitioners looked up, and it seemed that they did not find Lisi's figure, so they turned around and continued their previous prayers. Suddenly, the petitioner on the far right of the altar stagnated, and a new divine light condensed on his right hand. A dark grey shadow suddenly appeared in the air behind him, and a sharp dagger appeared there, suddenly wiping towards the throat of the petitioner. Ding. A crisp buzzing sound sounded, and Lisi's figure appeared behind the petitioner. Chapter 325, Anseal's Crystallization of Faith. The crisp sound of the dagger echoed on the altar. Lisi felt a shock in his hand, as if the dagger hit steel, and the force of the rebound made Lisi's right hand numb. Looking at the divine light in the hands of the other 3 petitioners, Lee Si had no choice but to temporarily retreat. 10 meters back, Lee Si's eyes were fixed on the 4 petitioners. The move, throat cutting, just now did not work at all, and the petitioner attacked by Lee Si did not seem to be affected at all. The sharp dagger flashed nimbly in Lee Si's hand, but Lee Si's face was calm, and he was not disappointed at all because of the failure just now. This was his first time fighting with a petitioner, and it was normal to have any accidents. In his previous life, Lee Si also explored the ruined kingdom of God, but this was the first time he encountered a petitioner. Just now, he wanted to attack directly at close range and break them apart, but he did not expect the petitioner's body to be so strong. The feeling of the collision of the dagger was like encountering a gold level warrior, and Lee Si's attack could not break the defense. Yes, as one of the defensive forces of the kingdom of God, the prayers are naturally not simple. Silver level strength is meaningless in front of an opponent who can invade the kingdom of God. Even if ants bite elephants to death, for the strength of the God level, at least gold level strength should be available. Perhaps, the strength of these prayers has been greatly reduced due to the fall of the gods and the destruction of the kingdom of God. Although the strength may be reduced, the strength of the body that was previously strengthened has not been weakened. Although this is the first time that Lee Si has fought with the prayers, he still knows some basic information. That is, the bodies of the prayers are not their original flesh. The prayers are the souls of the dead believers who enter the kingdom of God under the guidance and form bodies under the influence of the power of the kingdom of God. Therefore, except for a few cases, the abilities of the prayers in the kingdom of God are not closely related to their lives, but more depend on the will of the gods. Therefore, compared with the flesh and blood lives in their lives, these prayers in front of them are more like energy lives like elemental elves. Lee Si, who kept retreating and preparing to deal with a new wave of attacks, suddenly found that the prayers had returned to the state of praying. In this way, just like those mechanical monsters in the previous life, as long as Lee Si was out of the attack range, the hatred was directly lifted. Also, before Lee Si entered the invisible state and launched the attack, no one of the petitioners noticed Lee Si's trace. Those petitioners were like rigid machines, completely rigid and inflexible. With his current ability, it would be difficult to kill these petitioners through close combat. Lee Si put away the dagger in his hand and took out the commonly used jade staff. Although Lee Si's close combat ability has been much stronger than when he was just promoted after a long period of hard training, Lee Si is still more confident in his ability as a mage. The staff was gently waved, and dozens of dark blue fireballs appeared in front of Lee Si. Blue Ball spell is Lee Si's first arcane spell, and it is also the arcane spell he has studied the most. Although it is a 3-ring arcane spell, with the blessing of Lee Si's arcane research and experience points, its power has been greatly enhanced. What's more, for a mage, the higher the level, the stronger the spell. High level spells often represent higher level spells and more special skill effects, but they are not necessarily more powerful than low level spells. For example, Fireball is not useful even in the hands of a legendary wizard. It is more convenient spell through its own improvement. Blue Ball is one of the most convenient spells used by Lee Si. Under Lee Si's control, the blue fireball attacked the petitioners. The petitioners did not react at first, but when the fireball entered their bodies for several meters, they suddenly looked up. A pale white shield appeared around their bodies, and the blue fireball hit the shield directly. Boom boom boom. The loud noise echoed in the clearing in the forest, but unfortunately there were no flying birds to scare Lee Si. Lee Si did not rush to attack. He noticed that the shield cast by the petitioners was not safe under Lee Si's attack, and was full of cracks. The ability to cast a shield means that their bodies are not immune to spell attacks, and Lee Si's attack is still a threat to them. More importantly, the shields of these petitioners did not seem to be that strong. It seemed that Lee Si's attack disturbed these petitioners. Although Lee Si was some distance away from them, they still attacked Lee Si directly. Divine Art, Holy Flame, Divine Art, Giant Wave, Divine Art, Meteor Impact. These 4 petitioners seemed to have mastered the abilities of the priests of the gods. There was no coordination between them. Their current attack methods were more like that of the magicians of the transmutation department, who continuously cast divine arts to attack Lee Si directly. As a mage with extremely rich combat experience, Lee Si was naturally not afraid of such a scene. His speed was equivalent to that of an assassin of the same level, which made it easier for Lee Si to dodge attacks. If he really couldn't dodge, he would use protective spells to block one or two. While Lee Si was constantly dodging, he was also trying different types of spells to test these petitioners. In fact, most of the priests of the gods mastered the same divine arts, which were mainly divided according to the camp of the gods. For example, the divine arts of the priests of the Order camp are generally the divine arts with sacred attributes such as blessing and sanctuary. The divine arts of the priests of the Chaos camp are more likely to be the divine arts of despair and fear. Of course, this does not mean that the priests of the Order camp cannot master those evil divine arts. For example, the strong men of the Dawn Church can also master despair, but they are not as good at it. In addition, different gods may also have their priests master divine arts related to the divine priesthood. For example, this petitioner mastered Giant Wave, which should belong to the divine arts of Ansel's priesthood. Iva, who was standing in the distance, squatted aside carefully and watched the battle in the distance. Looking at the fierce scene of flying magic lights, Iva couldn't help but shrink his body to avoid being affected by this terrifying spell. Although he didn't understand, he could feel that if he was allowed to face this situation, he would probably die without a burial place in a short time. Seeing that Lord Lee Si was dodging constantly, he did not look embarrassed at all, but was able to do it with ease. Since he did not need to do anything, he should just be obedient. While concentrating on watching, Iva suddenly frowned. For some reason, he suddenly had a strong urge to go to the other side of the eastern forest. That should be the center of the island. Iva gritted his teeth. Just a moment ago, he even thought of leaving Lee Si and getting up and leaving. Lord Lee Si was being entangled by those strange people, and he could not take care of him at all. More importantly, if he stayed with Lee Si, he would definitely get something precious, and it would be difficult for him to get what he wanted. Sneak away. Iva was silent for a moment, thinking of the attack Lee Si encountered when they first entered the island, and the strange people he encountered at this time. Gritting his teeth, Iva stayed where he was again. What are you thinking about yourself? If it were me, I would probably lose several lives, just by comparing to what Lord Lee Si encountered. The accidents along the way left Iva with some lingering fears, and he then forced himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart. After struggling with the few petitioners in front of him for a while, Lee Si discovered that the fire attribute spells had no obvious effect on these petitioners. Even the blue ball spell was the same. Instead, the rockfall spell and earthquake spell had some additional effects. After noticing this, Lee Si had an idea in his mind. After a period of continuous attack, Lee Si noticed that the figures of these petitioners were a little dim. Are they about to reach their limit? Lee Si had an idea in his mind, and he quickly stepped up his attacks. For a while, there was even a situation where Lee Si began to directly suppress the 4 petitioners. This was also because Lee Si was able to dodge the attacks of the petitioners, while the petitioners could only resist Lee Si's spell attacks through the protective magic. It was also because the petitioners had experienced a long time, and although they were still barely maintaining, they were also close to dissipating. As time went on, the bodies of the petitioners began to tremble, and even began to feel a little empty. This is the limitation of energy life. Magic or other power is all they have. When energy is exhausted, it means death to them. Even so, the 4 petitioners showed no sign of stopping. They had no self and wisdom, no command, and could only rely on their remaining instincts. The magic aura in their hands never stopped, and Lee Si's face was calm. This long-term magic attack, as brilliant as fireworks, put a lot of pressure on Lee Si. More than half of the magic power in his body has been consumed, and this is when Lee Si took the magic potion. You know, Lee Si has a series of powerful mage specialties such as extraordinary magic power. As an arcane master, his magic power is far greater than that of mages of the same level. At this moment, he began to encourage himself. It lasted for a while, and suddenly under the pressure of Lee Si's forced wall technique, the figure of a petitioner became extremely thin, and his figure shook and turned into nothingness. The appearance of the first one to be broken was like turning on a switch. Under Lisi's continuous pressure, the remaining 3 petitioners also completely turned into nothingness. Lisi stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time that Lisi had encountered such a long battle after his rebirth. If it continued for a while, Lisi might not be able to hold on. Although the fighting methods of those praying for mergers were quite rigid, it was still a continuous attack by 4 people, which was quite stressful for Lisi. After a long time of tense mind, Lisi was inevitably a little tired. After the body of the praying for merger disappeared, Lisi waited for a while and did not see any other abnormalities, so he walked towards the altar. He walked up the steps one by one. Although the praying for merger disappeared, for some reason, Lisi could still hear the sound of prayer. Even though the area around the altar had turned into ruins and there was no believer left, there seemed to be a quiet and sacred atmosphere on the altar. In a blur, Lisi seemed to see that the kingdom of God still existed here, and countless praying for mergers surrounded the altar, kneeling down and praying respectfully under the guidance of a 6-winged messenger. Lisi could see the faint power of faith gathering around the altar, surrounding and falling into the turquoise gem. How is this the scene when believers prayed countless years ago? Lisi stood on the steps, silent for a moment and shook his head. Countless powerful prayers reminded Lisi of the scene when the demons invaded and the bloody battle broke out in his previous life. Countless bronze and silver were just cannon fodder in that, and could only become firewood in the meat grinder. The gold level was just a slightly more obvious code in the bloody battle, and the bloody battle still depended more on the battles between those legends. As for the hostility and struggle between the gods outside the Jaya world, it was not something that Lisi, as a player, could understand. When it comes to that kind of existence, the gold level, the legendary strong, and the gods may all become the past waves in the long river of time, becoming a passing cloud. I don't know where I can reach in the future. Lisi laughed at himself and shook his head, but his belief in his heart became more firm. Stepping to the highest point of the altar, Lisi looked at the turquoise gem on the exquisite stone platform. Countless years have passed, the kingdom of God has been destroyed, the gods have fallen, but this special gem has been preserved, which gives it a sense of vicissitudes of time. Lisi looked at the gem for a long time, but no matter how he probed, it was ineffective, but he also didn't feel any danger. After hesitating for a moment, Lisi reached out to grab the gem suspended in the air. After grabbing the gem, there was no resistance, and the blue gem lay quietly in Lisi's hand. The visions of hurricanes and thunders that had just appeared around the gem also converged, as if it was just an ordinary gem. Ding, you have obtained Anseal's Faith Crystal. Anseal's Faith Crystal, once condensed by Anseal using divine power, it has the special ability to gather and purify the power of faith. Faith Crystal? This is the first time Lisi has encountered such a treasure, and he has never seen anything like it in his previous life. Perhaps it is because the secret realm formed by the kingdom of God is too rare, and the few players who have obtained similar existences have not disclosed the news. According to the description of this treasure, it seems to be a treasure related to the power of faith, but Lisi doesn't seem to need this kind of thing now. This thing is useless to others, and it's useless to you. The voice of the black cat appeared at the right time. You know? Lisi said in a proper way. He, the black cat, hummed twice with some pride, and then said, I haven't seen it either, but the information obtained by Sphinx mentions similar situations. These are one of the most important secrets of the Church of the Gods. They are usually placed in the core of the church, to guide the power of faith. It's useless to ordinary people, but it's also good for you. The divine power I felt before is in it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.